What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar. Before we get started, I will be outside Suncorp Stadium, Game 3 with the NRL. We'll be doing competition, so basically New South Wales versus Queensland, putting fans against each other. Winners will get prizes. So make sure to come down and visit me outside the stadium, Suncorp. I'm pretty sure I'll be on the Caxton Street side. I'd be surprised if it's not. So the Caxton Street side, as you walk in, you'll see me there. The NRL and TikTok have got something going on. Come down and say hi. We're giving away a bunch of prizes. Plus, I can interview you live on the NRL stream. So make sure to get down there. Also, Bloke Beer. The mid-strength is in every single Liquor Legends. So go to liquorlegends.com.au. You put in your postcode. It'll show you your nearest Liquor Legends. Now, all Liquor Legends aren't bannered Liquor Legends. Sometimes they're just, Steve's Liquor or something. So go to the website. You'll be surprised at how many Liquor Legends there are. New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, ACT. Also, Bloke OG is in every single Celebrations, Bottle-O, Porter's Liquor, and IGA Plus Liquor in New South Wales and ACT. That's right. If you've got a Celebrations or a Bottle-O near you in New South Wales or ACT, they stock Bloke Beer. Get into your local, grab a case of Bloke Beer. It's what keeps growing the Bloke Network. It really is what supports the Bloke Network. Put it this way. Last week, we were number one in the country, boys. Number one in the entire country. Now, obviously, Joe Rogan was 1, 2, and 3, but he's not Australian, the last time I checked.
Joe who?
Yeah, exactly. So we were the number one Australian podcast episode last week. So thank you so much to everyone, and that can only be made possible if you continue to support the platform. You either get a free beer or you get a free sports network. So you buy the beer, you get the network for free, or the other way around. So grab a beer, supports the network. I've got the great Gurino here with me. How you going, brother?
Yeah, going well, mate. I'm going well. Origin not far away.
Yeah, you had your Origin actually last couple of nights ago, didn't you? I want to say massive congratulations to Gurino. He got engaged.
Yeah, it was a big evening.
Wow.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking just then, saying how we were the biggest podcast episode. I was absolutely shitting myself when I had to drop a knee in front of 15 people.
Mate, honestly, I did it privately and I shit myself.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, an experience. Hopefully I won't be better next time anyway. So.
Hopefully there's not a next time. Hopefully there's never a next time.
One and done.
Timmy, did you know that Guru had this romantic side in him?
Oh, look, I'm not surprised. Mate, sitting next to him every week, I get flattered all the time. So when I heard the news that he'd got down on one knee and done the damage, got the W, as you put it.
Got the W.
And, mate, he came with a bit of perk, a bit of kick in the step this morning. So
now, Guru, when you got on one knee, did you look in her eyes and you say, baby, we could be anything?
Absolutely. I watched her come through the grades and thought this would be the one. I'll tell you a good one. He messaged me about 3 hours before. We've got a mutual friend that's got a box out at Canterbury games. He messaged me about 3 hours before. He goes, "Oh yeah, we can go to the box if you want." And he didn't know I was getting engaged. And I honestly sat there and did the maths and thought, fuck no, I probably won't get back in time.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I tried to do some quick maths and I let it go.
Oh, how good.
Guru, I thought you were tailor-made for a half-time big screen at ANZ Stadium, down on one knee.
Yep.
You've got Joel Kane or someone on the mic holding it up to you.
Mate, you tell you what, I probably could have pulled a few strings, got you Game 3 in Origin proposing on the big screen. You should have hit me up, Guru.
Yeah. Well, don't know why I didn't. Anyway.
Anyway, congratulations, mate. That's awesome stuff. I tell you what, one of the, seriously, and this is, I love love. I love love. I'm not gonna deny it. One of the proudest moments you'll ever have is when you see your partner put your last name as her last name. Every time I see it on my missus thing, I'm like, that, honestly, it's as proud as my debut. That's how fucking proud it makes you.
One hell of a debut too.
It was. That kid could have been anything. That kid could have been anything. What the fuck happened? But yeah, it is honestly when you see they change their name and they like representing your heritage, like your whole family. It's an incredible moment.
Will it be Mrs. Guru on the wedding ceremony?
I was just about to say that.
So, mate, congratulations. Absolutely stoked for you. But let's get into some. I mean, look, there's marriages, there's engagements, there's all this stuff, but we've got Origin to talk about here. We got Origin to talk about.
Let's get stuck into it.
Now, the rumour was that your missus actually wanted to spend a few days down, but you said, no, I've got to chat about Origin. That's the rumour.
Got to get back to it. Priorities.
Now, let's we'll go New South Wales first. New South Wales have essentially named the same squad, but a couple of changes. Some huge changes. But first, let's go to the centres. Matty Burton and Stephen Crichton keep their spots. There was so much talk. Latrell Mitchell comes out. I thought it was pure class. Now, you had your trolls and your haters going, oh, he wasn't going to get picked anyway, and like, oh, what is this selector now? I thought this shows you how mature Latrell has become. He could have easily just kept quiet, even if he didn't plan to play, but to come out publicly and say, I'm not going to be up for selection, I need to focus on clubland. I thought people don't realise how much narrative and talk that shuts down immediately. Like over the next 48 hours, if he didn't say that, all we would have been talking about is, is he going to play? Isn't he going to play? Plus, it also takes massive pressure off Freddie for selection-wise. He doesn't have to worry about, oh, wow, Latrell, he can break games open. I thought it was super mature from Latrell. And also, like, anyone sitting there going, he hasn't earned the right to be considered after one game is insanity. We're talking about Latrell Mitchell here. There's very few people that have played the game that could come back after one game, and it's guys like GI, it's guys like Latrell Mitchell, Mal Meninga. He is in the same breath as those blokes. So first of all, I want to give and the post he put up after it about, leadership and basically saying, he'd had his name slandered, but he knows what leadership is now and he embraces it. Massive fan of how it's been handled, and it's helped the New South Wales Blues camp. Like, he could have easily made it about himself and wanted to be selected. The crazy thing is think about it. Think about the world where Latrell gets selected. The lead up to it, on every day would have been a new article about Latrell. Yep. If he goes out there and New South Wales lose, even if he doesn't even do that much wrong, it's going to be Latrell Mitchell's fault, even though he had nothing to do with the first two games. I thought, as I said, I thought it was all class by Latrell. What do you think of it?
I thought it was great as well. Just to add on to what you said, just adding to his class. All he did was lift these two guys up as well.
Yeah,
back to them in 100%. Said to keep Stephen Crichton there,
yep.
Let him build off the back of it. So, mate, I sat there and watched that game on Saturday, and at the end of it, I thought, okay, I've probably seen enough to pick him.
He was so silky.
It wasn't his greatest game, but he definitely did enough for me.
I thought he was silky as anything. Like, he didn't run 100 metres, but fuck, he was silky, man.
I would have picked him at right centre, but I think it says a lot about Latrell for him to come out and say that.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think, Timmy?
Yeah, I was watching that game on the weekend, and for most of, I shouldn't say for most, but about the first half, I was sitting there thinking, he looked silky and he'd come back really well playing unreal. But I was thinking, right, maybe not the metres or the time on ball, that sort of stuff throughout the game to justify coming straight back into Origin selection. Then when he ended Reid Marnie's career in the space of one play, I was like, all right, we've got to pick this play.
And I'm glad he had that moment just to remind people, bro, this is who we're talking about. Show me another player doing that, and just the footwork, the offload back inside, they score a try. Like, there's only, I hate to keep bringing it up, but there's only another guy that does that, and it's Greg Inglis.
Like, and I think as well, he did it at the back end of the game.
Yeah,
and that's when everyone expected fitness-wise he'd battle. If he did it in the first minute, you'd be like, okay, he was fresh. Well, the haters would run with that narrative. But for him to have impact like that, Parramatta didn't play their greatest game, we'll talk about it, but they're a quality side. Reid Marnie's a fucking quality defender.
He's one of the better 9 defenders in the comp, literally. That's what he gets. That's what he would get selected for, is his defence.
And then to make that run, where there was a lot of talk about, all right, if he does come back in, obviously he's more of a left side player, particularly out centre. Could they bring him in and play him on the right where Stephen Crichton's been named? And he did that on the right side where he trampled over him and then flicked back inside, so against the norm sort of thing. So I was like, there was never going to be any drama if they did play him on the right side. And I heard in might have been commentary or something over the course of the weekend that Sun saying that had he made himself available for the game, one game back, pretty underdone and whatnot, obviously wouldn't have been a selfish play, but to stand down and take himself away from the selection table was such a selfless play. And you used the term before, but just a mature thing for Latrell to do. And I said, took pressure off Freddie, took pressure off himself. Great thing to do by the bunny. So it was just awesome.
Yeah, and it was class the way he said in his quote, and it wasn't even a prepared thing. It was just after the game, and he said in the quote, good luck to Matty Burton and give Crichton a go. I love seeing that. Like, he clearly, I just think it's such a mature Latrell from a few years ago. Like, I think he's come so far where he understands that the state needed him to do something pretty selfless in this situation, I think. I think we all agree that New South Wales can win this game without Latrell Mitchell. And the circus around him getting selected, if it did get selected, would have been crazy. And I agree with you guys too. If he had got selected, I wouldn't have had an issue with it, at all. He's that good, and I thought he did enough on the weekend to show his fitness was sweet. Matter of fact, I actually think he looked fitter in that game than he has probably looked in this whole season, maybe, playing, or at least as fit as he's looked. I know physically he looked the fittest he's looked. So, yeah, massive rap to Latrell. And what's crazy is you still had some people like having a crack at him. And it's like, what can this man do? What can this man do where you're not going to, like, if he puts his name up, he's selfish and he's making it about himself. If he puts his name away and says, I'm not going to put myself up selection, he's arrogant and he thinks he should be selected.
Exactly, like he literally, like he commented on my thing the other day and people got stuck into him. It's like, do you not want a guy to be competitive and want to play rep football?
But what's crazy is
Then he does the opposite and it's still a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem. But what's crazy is like, it's what I don't get is in some players we revere this, like this aggressive. Like you look at Michael Jordan, we love Michael Jordan. Like we love the fact that he took it personal. We love that he went out there. Kobe, rest in peace. We love the fact that he was like that. But then we get a guy that is similar, where he is just a competitor, and all of a sudden it's like there's an issue. Like and again, you don't have to love Latrell. Everyone has different opinions on certain players, but I can't see how you can look at that and find a negative. I just can't.
I've heard Matty talk about Joey a heap that, like, they'd go into Origin camps. If there was another halfback there, he wouldn't talk to them.
Yeah,
he wouldn't even fucking look at
Joey
them.
and Freddie wouldn't talk to each other for their whole careers, and we celebrate that. How good, fucking oath, they fucking care about the game.
There was yarns about like every time Matty ever said anything about like Brett Kamali, Joey wouldn't even respond.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
And like we love that.
And look, if you want to say, look, he's a bit over the top aggressive in games, and that's why I'm not the biggest fan of him. Okay, fair enough. That's you. That's the way you like rugby league played. I can get that, but I just don't know what he's done outside of be super aggressive. Anyway, so I thought that plenty of class by Latrell Mitchell, and I think those young Burton and Crichton who would have looked up to Latrell. Imagine seeing Latrell say that about you before Origin. Imagine the confidence that you would get.
Even more interesting about the post or the comment about saying stick with Stephen Crichton. Him and Jackie White are thick as thieves.
Yeah.
Really, really good mates. So to come out and publicly say stick with Burton and Crichton, that's a big backing from Latrell. He's not the coach. He's not the manager. He's not been there for 15 years, but he does have a lot of, not influence on the team selection, but he's been a big part of that Blue squad for a long time. So to see that must fill Crichton with such confidence, despite not being a massive age gap is there, but he'll take a lot out of that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. What do you think about it, Matty?
Yeah, I thought he was incredible. Like footy-wise, I mean, he's been out for 12 weeks, and as a South fan, just to see him the whole game, like he ran for 45 metres, set up the try, 2 line break assists, 4 tackle breaks. Like his stats were good.
Mate, the stats must have been broken, because when I was looking at him,
he ran for like 150 or something.
When I was looking at the game, it said 30 metres at the end, and I was like, what the fuck?
It must have been.
So this is his stats. This is his first game back in however
weeks.
long, 12, 10, 11 weeks. 145 metres, 4 tackle breaks, 2 line break assists, and 2 offloads. And also, if you actually watch that game, he was involved in more line break assists than that. He wouldn't get the thing. Sorry, Matty, keep going.
Yeah, and just to see that when he set up Cookie's try, as a South fan, I was like, oh my God, like finally after such a roller coaster 3 months where Souths have been good and average, blah, blah, blah. And then straight away, like, Origin fever came over me. I'm like, holy shit, like, fuck yes, Latrell's going to be the centre for Origin. I even commented on your thing, like, Latrell for New South Wales. Then he did the comment, and I initially was shocked and a little bit, oh, fuck, like, I want Latrell in here. But then as the Origin fever kind of left my body and I started thinking about Souths again and the tough year we've had and what Souths have done for Latrell this year, sending him over to America, I thought it was literally like one of the most selfless things he could have done. And like, it just makes me so proud as a Rabbitohs fan to hear Latrell say that.
Yeah, for sure. Because at the end of the day, and Smithy brought this up last week, he's like, who pays his bills? I know he gets the match payments for New South Wales, but at the end of the day, Rabbitohs, they need Latrell right now. They need him.
If the Bunnies are top 4, do we think he says yes to the Blues?
You know what? I don't know. I don't think so. I think he would be like, premiership.
Let's win a comp.
Let's win a fucking comp.
Especially as well, like you think about last year, he missed the end of the year with the Joey Manu thing. The year before, he was injured. So he's actually never finished a season at South. So that's probably on his mind as well.
For sure.
When do you think he made this decision? Because 10 days ago, he wanted to play. There's no doubting that whatsoever. He wanted to play. Do you think he's made this game, like, is he playing that game against Parramatta and just, as much as he played well, do you think he thought within himself, maybe I'm not quite ready for that just yet? What do you think?
I think it would have been prior to game.
Yeah.
I think it would have like probably as his return came closer and closer and the pressure builds and you realise, like, I'm the guy that needs to get us out of trouble, I think it would have, like, really dawned on him on how important he is to the club. I also think the Rabbitohs, and again, I've got no evidence for this, I think they probably would have sat him down and be like, mate, like,
Yeah.
if we can't, we need you. We need you right now. Like, the club is on its knees. And you know, I know, say what you will about Latrell, but he's currently on massive unders at the Rabbitohs. And he got offered, I know for a fact he was offered a way bigger contract by a couple of clubs, and he declined it because he wanted to play with Cody Walker and he wanted to be coached by Wayne Bennett. You know, and we often praise, like, people taking pay cuts is like unheard of these days. Latrell Mitchell, he's on a massive pay cut right now. So he does care about the club. Like, he truly does care. Anyway, so great stuff by Latrell, but let's get to Stephen Crichton and Burton. Do we agree with Whiten not being selected, and do we agree that Crichton keeps his spot?
I don't know what the answer is. It's tough. I mean, Jack was our best player in game one.
Easy.
By far and away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. So it's tough. I think Burton definitely should be there. I think that left foot kicking game,
Yep.
it just has to be there on the left, out on the right. I don't know. It's tough. I could understand if he went either way. Jack's obviously got the runs on the board from game one. Crichton hasn't had the greatest series, but as we said before game one, every big game before that, he stood up and he has delivered every single time. So I think I probably would have gone with Stephen Crichton to keep it the same, but I think, and I'm going to fall on my sword here with you too, I think I would have found a spot for Whiten somewhere. Let's move on anyway.
Look, we're wrong so much on this podcast, and I think do you reckon it's like once a week that we have to say we were wrong? I honestly think
At least, and how it should be.
Yeah, and how it absolutely
That's what makes
should be.
footy so good.
Absolutely. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I'd have gone with Jack Whiten, surprise. And look, while the big people got sitting there going, oh, Canberra Raiders fan bias there, I think Jack's a fantastic player, but at times I think he gets higher accolades than he probably deserves at times in raps. I just think he was so good in game one. He's been there and done it for the Blues for a number of years now. He's been a part of a lot of successful series. And just... Look, and he wasn't very good against the Dragons.
I was going to say, do you think his game on the weekend hurt him?
No, it wasn't.
6 errors.
Yeah, he was ordinary, but I mean, the conditions were so horrid.
Yeah,
but I just think Crichton was poor in game one off the bench. I don't think Crichton was very good in game two. He'll be a Blues centre for a long time, and his time, well, it's already come. But I just think we could have gone Jackie again at centre, and obviously the issue was all right. Jack's more of a left side dominant player, always has been at the Raiders. Ever since the question marks have come up about can he play right side, I've spoken to a few people down at Raiders HQ just asking the same question. What do you reckon? Can Jack play right side? And they said, everyone I spoke to said, yep. Obviously preferred on the left, but he's a good enough footballer. He's not fully reliant on that right-hand fend, right foot step, that he could slot in and play on the right side of the field. So after hearing that, I thought that I would have gone with Jack Whiten.
Yeah, so initially I probably would have gone with Jackie Whiten, but the more I sat down and thought about it, the more I thought, look, it's game 3, and you want as much combinations as possible. You want everyone in there as right as position as you can. I know Burton's out of position, but he did play a whole year there. He is Dally M centre there. And I was just thinking, Stephen Crichton, yeah, okay, his first game was a bit tough. I don't really blame that on Crichton. I actually blame that more on, you know, the use of Crichton. Game 2, I didn't think he was that bad game 2. Like, I think he had one miss that hurt a little bit, but outside of that, I thought he was pretty solid. And I just think going into game 3, with so much on the line, you've got enough strike power. That's clearly not the issue. You've got enough good ball playing through the middle. Why not keep a specialist centre that knows how to defend outside of Cleary and Luai? And on top of all of that, we have to remember, like, maybe there's something about the Panthers and Suncorp. They went up there and won that grand final against Rabbitohs. And I wonder whether Freddie sat back and gone and looked at that and looked at Crichton's big play at Suncorp. He clearly doesn't wither in Suncorp. He's been there before. He's felt the huge pressure. Now, I know Origin is a much different beast, but I just wonder whether Freddie has sat back and gone, look, I just want as many combinations that are played together as possible, because we can't risk just the small what if. Like, what if Whiten doesn't gel outside? Is it Luai on that edge there, the defending?
Cleary.
Or Cleary. Like, what if Whiten just doesn't gel? Like, what if? Whereas we know Crichton can win premierships defending near, on the edge.
Well, you are taking the entire Penrith right edge. It's Cleary, Liam Martin, Critter. Toto.
And so it's kind of like, at least defensively, again, I know he missed that one tackle, but this is a premiership winning edge.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of, and they did it at Suncorp. And I wonder whether that played a bit of a role in their selection.
And I will say I'm certainly not upset by Crichton being there. I'd have preferred Jacko based on what happened in game 1, but for all those reasons you just mentioned with the combinations, it's fine that Crichton's there, and I'm excited for it. So we'll see how it pans out.
And another thing, just what you said as well, Guru, is like, fuck, when he's been in a big game, I know game 2 was a big game, but I don't know, I'm getting a feeling Crichton's going to do something special. He's going to have one of those plays that only Crichton's physique can let him do.
And I look back at game 1 and I said it then, like, yes, he gave away that penalty on Munster, but someone needed to get up and whack Munster.
It's a good point.
And I was so glad to see someone come on the field and just go after him.
Yeah, for sure. It's a great point. It's a great point. Like, you did need someone, whether it was within the rules or not within the rules, just to fucking give it to him.
He was taking the piss out of us.
Yeah, and that's what Origin's about. Like, you almost, we try to keep it a clean image and, no grubs or whatever. I'm not saying Crichton is a grub, but sometimes you need a grub to go and fucking sort a bloke out to just to get the game back to where you want it to get be. So, yeah, initially, if you had asked me last week, I would have said, mate, Whiten was way too good game 1, bring him in. But the more I thought about it, the pressure cooker that is Suncorp, the pressure cooker of game 3, you want as many combinations on there as possible. Sometimes I feel like if Freddie Coody picked the whole Panthers side just because not because he's biased, but because they can play an extremely high level of footy. And right now, Panthers are, I know they had some calls go their way on the weekend, but they're a step above the comp. So I can understand it. Matty Burton, look, I'm super excited to see. If he has another couple big moments, it'll be incredible. Yeah. What do you now? I know we're getting way too far ahead of ourselves. Let's say Burton and Crichton go out and kill it, and you win solidly. Matty Burton, let's say he goes out and kills it again. He has a try assist or whatever. Latrell Mitchell and Tom Trbojevic come back in the squad next year. What do you do with Burton? Because I feel like Burton, if he continues this form, is becoming so important. Like, it would become so important to that point of difference that would almost be impossible to leave him out of the squad. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, isn't it crazy that if Turbo and Latrell were available game 1, we would have never mentioned these two names as far as Origin goes. Yeah. Like, as crazy as that, we're now saying it's good that they're there for game 3, the decider in Suncorp.
Yep.
We wouldn't have even spoken about them. It's crazy. Yeah.
Do you put Tommy on the wing?
Yeah, I don't know what you'd do. I'd probably bring Tom in at centre, I think, probably right centre.
Yep.
But then I don't know what to do with Latrell. I guess you could play him on the wing, but Toto, Tupu and Fox, I don't know if I could.
I think you're overthinking it. Latrell Mitchell in for Crichton, Tom Trbojevic on the wing for Tupu. Then your back line of Teddy, Toto, Burton, Latrell, Turbo. Oh.
Yeah.
Stop that.
Yeah,
Good luck.
It is pretty incredible.
Dynasty.
I will say, for everything that Burton did game 1, Tom's done, and Latrell's done.
Yeah.
Over and over.
Over and over again. So it's kind of like, it's so tough. Tupou and To'o were so good in game. They've been arguably the most consistent players for the Blues, To'o and Tupou for this series.
Okay, so gun to your head, out of To'o, Burton, Crichton, Tupu, how many of them play game 1 next year if everyone's available? Is To'o safe? Is he the only safe one? Is he safe?
See, for me as a winger, Tupou and To'o have been so vital to your go-forward sets that unfortunately, I think you just put in Latrell, you put in Tom Trbojevic, and you say, like, sorry, boys, like, you will get your crack, but at the moment, we've got 2 generational talents in your position, and it's just, fuck.
Okay, yeah, right. So then who becomes, like, that 14 jersey is going to be crazy next year.
Exactly.
If they don't go for a hooker.
It became even harder because you've still got...
Yeah, he picked Crichton there round 1, in game 1. Burton's well and truly capable of playing there. Jack is well and truly capable of playing there. It's going to be very... that's if Nico Hines hasn't even got a spot there. He might be the unluckiest bastard of all time, Nico Hines. Pappy, if he's fit next year...
I personally think that what Freddie would try to do is like whoever is he's 9... get like 70 minutes out of him or 60 minutes out of him and bring Burton on at 14. That's what I think happened next year.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just squeeze as much you can out of him and you just bring Burton on to fucking bomb the ball, 10 minutes before and after half time or something. And that's how you get.
I mean, if we get through game 3 and the Blues have won and the Nines have been the difference though, all of a sudden, like...
I just think Burton, he's just got so much upside.
Yeah.
Like, there's such a long future ahead. Like, it's tough. I'm not locked into that decision, but if there was a way to squeeze him in, it probably would be the 14.
The other thing that makes it hard is because you've got the best 13 in the game. You can't just short ball someone into the 13.
No,
either.
you can't. You got Cam Murray Martin that can play 80 easy. The good thing is that, you know, the Blues' depth is insane. It is so deep.
There's a young fella coming through the grades, Suwali, is it?
Yeah. Oh, shit. Didn't even think about Suwali. Imagine a back line with Suwali, To'o, Travojevic, Latrell. Holy fuck. Wow. I mean, imagine wingers with Suwali and Tupou. Like, again, oh, man.
Someone needs to Simpsons meme Kempy right there of like, you can see the moment his heart broke.
Yeah. Mate.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Suwali as well. How do you get Suwali into that squad? This honestly might be the most depth you guys have had in recent memory.
Well, I think there's a really good chance that Pappy wins a Dally M this year.
Yeah.
When is Pappy going to play Origin?
Good point.
Is Pappy going to play? Like, you would have to think at some point he does, but I mean, if something happens to Teddy, surely we move Tom there, and then you've got all these 14s to pick from. It's brutal.
Yeah.
You got guys like Campbell Graham, Zach Lomax, who are supremely talented. They're not even going to be in. They're not going to get a look in.
Yeah. It's look, the depth that New South Wales and I've given credit to him so many times, but I'll give it to him again. Like, Freddie's been a reason for this depth. He started this program 10 years ago or so. 6 or 10 years ago?
About 2013, yeah. Say 10 years ago.
Yeah, 10 years ago,
yeah.
roughly 10. And it's paying massive dividends. To think of a squad that's not going to have these, you know, could have a different 3 or 4 people in the back line next year. So, look, great things. And whether they had Crichton or Whiten, I don't think you could go wrong either way, to be honest. I really don't. I would tip towards Crichton just thinking about it more, but Whiten, I think he'd do a job as well. Now, on to the other bombshell, in my opinion, Jordan McLean coming into start for Payne Haas. RCG doesn't get the call back. Do you think that this was because the Eels lost on the weekend, or?
I mean, he's obviously liked Jordan McLean. He brought him in before game 2. I think Jordan McLean's been doing a good job, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he would have, especially for the guy he's replacing, Payne Haas. Like, we just lose so, and they're such different front rowers. Just to make your debut at Suncorp Stadium in a decider, fuck, it's a lot.
It's a big ask in the front row. And, I mean, you could argue like McLean and Travojevic are the old school type front rower, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very old school front row. That's the, yeah.
And maybe that's what you just need, though, because you've got such a youthful, you know, backs or whatever,
yeah,
and spine.
And like you can't, like, there's not really someone else in the comp you can pick a like for Payne Haas, realistically.
No way.
So,
massive congratulations to Jordan. Unreal. What an incredible journey. Like, honestly, and I say this because I am so impressed, but like last year, you know, he was almost lucky to be making that Cowboys side. Like, and that's not just his fault. The whole squad was, you know, they come 15th. You know, in the year before that, they were struggling. Like, for him to be able to like pull everything together, come back out this year at the age that he's at. He's what, 30 years old? 30 years old in the front row. It just shows you, like, there's a reason why he was playing for Australia when he was, what, 24, 25 in the front row. And class always rises to the top, and McLean has managed to do that. I think that it's an absolutely incredible journey back into Origin.
And credit to Todd Payton, like him, Tom Gilbert, we'll talk about him soon. Imagine if you would have said at the start of the year that we've already seen Ruben Cotter fall out of the side through injury. Credit to Todd Payton. Fuck, he's done well up there.
Oh, man, honestly. Thoughts on the McLean selection?
Yeah, I mean, I'd call it relatively like for like for Campbell Gillard. They're two big boppers, not a lot of footwork between them. Campbell Gillard's got a little bit at times, probably maybe a little bit harsh on him, but yeah, big inclusion for a big game. I mean, at the same time, they've picked a 4-forward bench, so he could play that Papali'i role for the Blues, where he comes on, plays the first 20 minutes, just goes hammer and tong, all out, everything he's got, then goes to the bench for 60 minutes, particularly with Junior Paulo on the bench there, who will come on, and like we saw him play close to 60 straight, might have been a bit less, 55 straight in game 2. So maybe that's the plan. Yeah, I said I would have gone with Campbell Gillard, but I said good luck to him, congrats on the recall, but probably not which way I would have gone. I don't probably think it's going to make that much of a difference, but we'll see.
Yeah. I will say Junior Paulo, this new style of Junior Paulo just fucking go straight, run hard, mate. He ran for nearly 200 metres on the weekend. I'm liking this aggressive. Like, he's always been that, but I think the Eels have kind of forced him to become a ball player because it works so well for them.
Yeah.
But I think Freddie must have sat him down before game 2 and said, mate, here's a mirror. You see this mirror? That's you, bro. That's how fucking big you are, bro.
But like, there has been a definite change.
100% there's been a change.
Yeah.
And again, I think that's no knock on Junior. I think Junior has been told to play that way at club. Like, mate, we need you to get to line ball play so we get some room on the edges. I think Junior probably loves playing like this.
And mate, it looked to me in game 1, that's how he was told to play too.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Freddie almost kind of came out and admitted after game 1 he said the game didn't play the way we thought it was going to play, and we all thought Paulo would be selected for like the ability to shift the ball. So this new version of Junior, I fucking love it.
I will say, I just looked up the stats. Jake Javojevic's tackle efficiency is 95.5%, which you all know is one of the best defenders in the comp. McLean's is actually better.
Yeah, wow.
Jeez.
He's missed 12 all year.
Missed 12 all year.
12 tackles.
Wow. So he's really looked into that first 20 of defence. Okay, interesting. Fuck, it just shows you, like, no matter how far like this game goes into like the attacking mind and the sixes again, that age-old adage, defence, it's like wins premierships, and he gets selected pretty much, gets the best 2 front row defend. I mean, I know Jake plays club, but defensively wise, he'd probably be the best defensive front row in the comp. And so, yeah, maybe that's what they've done. They've just looked at the defensive stats and gone, fuck, we need 2 monsters out there for the first, or not Jake, because he'll play 70 minutes or so. I tell you what, Jake's ability to play long minutes, it makes it so good for your bench rotation. Like, it just makes it so that you've got this guy out that can play 70. You don't have to waste, 2 interchanges?
Yep.
And on top of that, like that almost can turn into like 3 or 4 because you're putting them into different positions that can just go hell for leather and be brought off quite quickly. Look, Jordan McLean, what were you going to say something to me?
I was just say add in, obviously not there for this game with injury, but Payne Haas who's gone. Between Payne Haas, Junior Paulo, I'll get that one day.
I think I'm still saying it wrong.
Yeah,
though.
Isaiah Yeo, Liam Martin, Cam Murray. They're all blokes that if you asked them to, they could go 80 minutes without making a sub. Like, I know that's been dramatic, but like, we know that them players in those front rows can go 80 minutes. And as you said, what that does for the bench, it just opens up so many options. Yep. Had Freddie wanted to have opted for Jackie Whiten on the bench as utility alongside having Cookie there as well, he could have done it because of the cattle he's got there, which going forward for the Blues, it's a massive thing.
Yeah, and injury too. Like, it covers you injury-wise massively if you go... let's say 2 of your forwards get head knocks or whatever, and you go, sorry, mate, you've got to play 80. And when you've got a starting pack that can nearly do that, and Junior Paulo, he played 60 game 2. So his motor is pretty, for huge, a guy that big, it's huge.
What about Jake on the weekend when he got taken off with 4 minutes to go and they were up by 20? I know it got closer, but he was filthy. Smack in the middle of Origin, you give your front rower a spell for 5 minutes. He's spitting chips everywhere.
And you know what? He was right because they went to absolute water without him in the middle.
It was so good. Like, bloke's trying to high-five him and pat him on the back. He's just having a tantrum because he's a competitor. He wants to be out there.
And that's the intangible. You can't measure that shit, but you can feel it when you're with him and around him in the forward pack. When you're in the forward pack, your ass is hanging out and you look across from you and you see Jakey still ripping and tearing. You almost can't afford to let it go because you don't want to let him down.
I think it was Dylan Walker on the bench that sort of started a half conversation, then just went, oh, fuck.
Yeah,
no.
whatever.
I don't want anything to do with this.
I'll just chill out. I'm just going to chill out. So look, massive congratulations to McLean, and I think, Matty, that's a great pick up there. That it does seem that the front row has just been selected not purely on defence. Like, they both can ball run quite well, but a huge reason is that defensive side of things. Could you actually get up RCG's defensive percentage? Because that'll be interesting to see if it's quite low.
93.
93, and what is McLean?
90, almost 97.
Fuck. So McLean is almost one of the best defensive front rowers in the comp.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, Api Coruscant keeps his 9 spot. Look, I think he would have been crazy to change this. Even though in game 2, I don't really feel like it had that much impact. It didn't have noticeable impact. Now, it may have had impact that it showed itself in other ways. Like, he's obviously fucking towed us up. That's the impact. But like noticeable impact of like Appy coming on and like tearing a team apart. I don't think it did, but why upset the balance? Clearly it balanced everything out for Nathan Cleary.
Yeah, I think it was pretty clear in game 2. Like, that wasn't a game for the Nines, realistically. I personally think if they would have played Appy for 80 or Cook for 80, I'm not sure if much would have changed, to be honest with you. But that's just, sometimes games are like that, but you don't try and fix what's not broken.
Exactly, like why risk it? If you said, oh, you know what, let's put Cook back on for 80, and then it comes out and it just, unbalances itself.
I thought there was a chance they would, though, just trying to get Jack into the team. Yeah. That was my worry. But I like the decision that he's made.
I do as well. Same, Timmy?
Yeah, same.
Keep it same. Okay, Jake DeVoich, 10, Cam Murray, 11, Liam Martin, 12, Isaiah Yeo. I wonder whether, like, the way Freddie is trying to balance his pack is like, look, 2 big, less mobile blokes in the middle. But when you look at that back row of Murray, Martin, Yeo, that's super lateral. Like that, they're almost the best lateral defenders in the comp. Because they're not real. Like Isaiah Yeo's a big, tall body, but he's not a fucking unit. And we know Cam Murray and Martin, they're not big bodies at all. They're just super mobile. Now, Angus Crichton on the bench, Junior Paulo, Talakai at 17, Jackie Whiten at 18. Now, I'm just going to throw a Hail Mary out here, boys, and I'm happy to say I'm wrong. I think by the time the game rolls around, Whiten finds his way onto the bench for Talakai. I will be shocked. Freddie loves Whiten so much. I'll be shocked if he's not in at 17. In saying that, I feel for Talakai because it's kind of like he did nothing wrong. Like he came on, he did his job, he did nothing wrong to lose that spot. What do you guys think? Do you think Whiten, finds his way?
Yeah, look, it wouldn't surprise me one bit. And we spoke about it last week, how much Freddie loves Jackie White. And we know his incredible versatility off the bench and what he can offer to this team. That being said, see for Talakai what he can do as well, jumping in at centre, edge, middle, also very versatile and adds a lot to that side. Yeah, come game day, wouldn't shock me one bit if Jack plays off the bench.
Guru?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about pre-show and we'll get to Queensland soon, but I think whichever, if they go with Talakai or Whiten, we know where they're going to send both of them at Queensland's right edge. I think both could be as damaging. I wouldn't be surprised if Freddie does bring him in, like you're saying. We know how much he loves Jack. We know that Jack will do a job. But yeah, as you said, Talakai didn't do anything. I thought Talakai was similar to the hookers in game 2. The role that he was meant to play really wasn't necessary at the end, but I think at Suncorp it will be.
Yeah, it's and also like in defence of Talakai as well. Like the work that he did do was quality. Like he handled the contact really well. He found his front. So it's going to be really, really interesting. I do if Whiten doesn't get that 17 spot, I'm really happy for Talakai because it gives him another chance to show what he can do at Origin level. I always find it, a bit unfair when players get called into Origin. They get like 10 minutes, if that. They get like 5 minutes, and then they get dropped, and you're like, well, they didn't even get a chance. Like, you didn't give them a crack to like do what we know they can do. And I think Talakai's in that boat of like, I personally, if I was selecting the side, I probably would keep Talakai in there. The only reason why I pushed so hard for Whiten on that Talakai spot is because of how much Freddie loves Whiten. Look, Talakai in a huge game 3 when you need something special, I think Whiten could offer it, but I also think Talakai could do something special too.
Do you think that potentially losing Payne Haas and going to a footballer like Jordan McLean, has that played a role in keeping Talakai there? Bit of a bigger body potentially?
Yeah, maybe. And like, can McLean play as long minutes like Payne Haas can? Like, we know Payne can play fucking nearly 70 minutes as well. Yeah, I wonder whether...
Just from looking at that team, you'd have to assume that Talakai, if he's 17, he's going to have to play a bigger role than what he probably did in game 2 when Payne Haas isn't there.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I'd even go as far as like, does McLean just get the first 20 and then...
That's it? That's it wouldn't shock me if that's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd go McLean first 20?
Yeah, and then just bring on, Polo for the rest of that game. Like, maybe not the rest, but you bring him 50 straight. If he's going good enough, you can play him 60 straight.
Yep.
But bring McLean on for the last 10. Yeah, I think Angus Crichton can very easily play middle. We've seen him do it a stat for the Roosters. And just on Talakai, should that, very speculative as we said, but if Talakai did drop to sort of 18th man and Jack came in, you'd be looking at it not as Talakai getting dropped as such because Jack was unavailable for game 2 due to COVID.
That's
so it's like... they're not going, mate, you weren't good enough in game 2 or in your opportunity, or you haven't been good for the Sharks in the one game since. It's like, we've got to play it back because it's the stalwart of this side.
True.
So,
it's
it
very
is
true.
what it is.
And that's a good point. Like, the context of it is much different too. You made the side. It was more, there was a player that was dropped due to being sick. Yeah, it's a really good point. Really, really interesting. Really interesting.
I thought it was crazy on the weekend with Talakai. Played in the pissing rain out there. A low-scoring game. Check the stats at the end.
It's massive.
195 metres.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
He does it every week. He's honestly, like, he had that huge game for him. I swear it's hurt. It's hurt him.
It's hindered him. Yeah.
It's hurt him because people just look for that now.
Yeah.
Whereas when you look at his games since then, he's been a beast in the middle, like an absolute beast. This is his stats. 19 runs, 186 metres, 78 post-contact, 4 tackle breaks, a line break assist, an offload, 18 tackles, only 1 miss. I actually thought Talakai and Ramian were outstanding on the weekend. Outstanding. On top of that, Talakai, 3 one-on-one tackles, no misses on the one-on-one tackles. So,
They were dirty runs as well.
Oh.
Coming out of an absolute... He had to swim to get to dummy half to get
Fucking
the ball.
oath.
He'd get out and just truck it up off his own line. Oh.
Yeah, they were shit runs. Oh, and he had a try assist as well. Far.
And it's like when you think about, ever since that Manly game, like, people want the highlights. Do you remember anyone beating him in that entire time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the Talakai of the last few years, he'd have these unbelievable games, then he'd miss a heap of tackles, he'd be inconsistent.
The only player, I don't think he actually played poorly, but the only player that's probably got it over him was the Stags one, but it wasn't like it wasn't as big as people made out. Like, it wasn't like Talakai was quiet.
I think it was an even matchup. I don't think it was
I thought Stags won the battle, but it was, again, I don't think
you
it was...
wouldn't call it like a knockout.
No way, not at all. I actually, that's what I'm saying. I think people made a bigger deal out of it than it actually was, because when you go back and you look at his stats, he still ran for nearly 200 metres.
And respectfully, Stags is a centre.
Yeah, absolutely.
He should be getting the bit. I think Siva's done incredibly well this year.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, when you look at winning the battle with the season, Stags, he did have a couple of good games, but he's been relatively quiet since probably pre-Origin, really. Like, have we had a big game from Stags? He's been quite quiet, whereas Talakai's kicked on and he's one of their more consistent players. So, again, massive congratulations to Talakai. He's earned it the hard way too. Now, 19, Nico Hines, far out. I tell you what, if it's torrential rain, get him in the starting 7. Drop Cleary. Torrential rain, wet hair, Hines, game 3 decided. You need a bit of magic.
Different beast.
You fucking wet that hair and you say, mate, just go for it and just get that hair streaming. Like, on the weekend, he was just flying everywhere, dominating the doggies with that wet hair. Nico Hines, man, talk about like one of the most form players to not play. Like, he's taken the Sharks to the top 4 side now. I thought they looked much better on the weekend. And Nico Hines is like, I know he had 1 or 2 poor kicks, but outside of that, he was on his hands were on everything. Gutho in 20. I honestly, like, Gutho's there for energy. Like, apparently he is seriously one of the best, like, squad members there, like, when it comes to bringing energy for the boys, lifting them up. And it worked last time. We got Jacob Saifidi. Huge shout out. Reece Robson. His game has improved dramatically. And another one of Todd Payton's, like, proteges, if you would. Like, Reece Robson came from the Dragons, and when he was at the Dragons, like, he was the next best 9 in the sense of, like, I think he played Australia, schoolboys at 9, had huge raps on him, couldn't get a crack at the Dragons because they had McInnes. Gets signed by the Cowboys, goes to the Cowboys, probably doesn't kick on the way we think he would. And it's a testament to, like, how it's not necessarily, like, it is the player's fault, but it's not the player's fault. And what I mean by that is like, Reece Robson is the same person as he was 2 years ago. He's just in a different system. He's in the Todd Payton system, and he's gone from a guy that isn't kicking on to the way we thought he would be to a guy that's now making Origin squads, and he's been outstanding. What a catch, son! What a catch! That's an omen. Cobbo's not dropping a ball. Omen. Again, Reece Robson, I think, like, for example, last year I thought his passing was pretty poor. Like a lot of the time, hit the deck, forward passes. Again, that's just an eye test. I've got no stats to back that up. This year, he's been explosive out of dummy half. His passing has improved out of sight. And he's been one of probably the most underappreciated 9s in the comp, if I'm being honest. Like, they're a top 4 side right now, and you compare him to, like, most people wouldn't even, a lot of people, like, and this is no disrespect to Reece, but, like, a lot of people wouldn't even know who Reece is. Like, the casual fan.
Yep.
and yet he's fought his way into an Origin squad.
And like when he arrived at the Cowboys, like they had a premiership winning hooker there.
Yeah.
They also had Ruben Cotter, who at that point was a hooker. He was the Queensland hooker coming through all the juniors and everything. So
And he pushed Cotter out of that spot.
yeah, he's turned Cotter into it. He's probably done Cotter the biggest favour of his career, just quietly. But yeah, like Jake Granville, whenever he comes in and plays, he does a good job. He's a premiership winner there. Reece Robertson, he's just gone to another level.
Yeah.
Robinson's another one of those that Freddie's brought through. He played every single age group.
Yeah, because he was like the man coming through. So,
you talk about just the impact of being in a new system. But if you ever want a mark of how good your forward pack's going, have a look at how the hooker's going,
Yeah,
because
that's a good point.
he's been behind a pretty ordinary Dragons pack in very limited game time there. Last year the Cowboys were terrible. The forward pack weren't going forward at all, and Robson was very quiet. This year they get their shit together. They're one of the best packs in the competition at the moment. And Robson just comes from the clouds and he is now in the blue squad. It's like, honestly, a hooker and where they end up and what club they're at, and when they're making decisions on contracts and all sorts of things, if they're looking at a good pack that they can run behind, it'd make a big difference in your decision.
Mate, you know what's crazy is it's a great point, because you look at like the Broncos. Billy Walters wasn't even a 9, but because the pack has improved so much, Billy Walters is playing pretty solid footy at 9. Yeah, so it's a great point. Like the forward pack really does dictate, because like if your forward pack's not getting forward, like what can you do as a 9? Seriously,
Nothing.
Literally nothing. So massive congratulations to Reece and to all those Cowboys boys. They've pulled it together. I mean, so impressive. Toddy Payton, is he a shoo-in for Coach of the Year?
Has to be.
Surely. They look every bit, maybe not a premiership threat, but I tell you what, they're the closest thing to it. I want to see them one more game against a big dog. I just want to see one more game against a Storm or Penrith to see, because, for example, their game when they played Penrith last time, their completion rate was abysmal. I just want to see them get through a game against a big dog with like 80% completion, and that will tell me whether they're a premiership threat or not. But right now, like, mate, they're looking so good. So massive congratulations to Reece and for just continuing to work at his craft, because you can just leveling up. Every game he's just getting better and better and better. And like, honestly, if he keeps on this trajectory, I truly can see him putting pressure on Cook and Api Coruscant in the next 3 to 4 years. Again, he's still a ways to go, but fuck. He's not as far off as some people think, in my opinion. Now, anything else from the side that caught your eye, boys?
Nah. Just the depth is just great. Like Nico Hines, I can't believe how unlucky
I know
he's going to be. And once again, we haven't even spoken about Pappenhausen.
Yeah, Pappenhausen. Mate, the depth that New South Wales have is honest. You could honestly field a New South Wales B side, and it would be competitive, in my opinion. That's how much depth. Like, think about your B side. Like, it's a fucking fair side.
It's crazy.
RCG in the front row. You could have Reece Robson at 9, Hines at 7, or Mitchell Moses at 7. At 6, who would you have at 6? Jackie Whiten, if you want. Oh, no. Well, Jackie's 18. Yeah, so Jackie Whiten at 6. That's a fair fucking side. Anyway, Matty, anything that you saw from the blue side that stands out to you?
Oh, nothing really to add. Yeah, I'm kind of happy they've stuck with the flavour of the team to get it done. So I'm not at all. After Latrell withdrew, because my head was Latrell right centre pretty much this whole week.
Yeah.
But yeah, since he did that, I was like, oh, I'm sure I'll just leave it now. Because Joey said something about Joey was adamant in some interview that he did on Channel 9 that Whiten won't play right centre, and that kind of put it in my head that Crichton will keep his spot and Whiten will be 80th man. But other than that, happy, ready to go.
Yeah, good stuff. Now on to Queensland. I tell you what, if you ever question whether Queensland pick and stick, they've picked and stuck. Selwyn Cobbo and Taulagi probably didn't have the best games. Game 2, well, they had, especially Selwyn. I thought he had a pretty poor game, unfortunately. I thought he was outstanding on the weekend at fullback, though. Holy fuck! Talk about getting aroused seeing that guy fly through the air at the fullback. He's so good. Anyway, I like it. You know what? A lot of people. Just for everyone, Callum Ponga's at the fullback, Cobbo at wing, Holmes centre, Gagai centre, Taulagi number 5. The more I thought about it, like with Corey Oates, I probably would have had Corey Oates there, probably from game 1, if I'm being honest, probably from game 1. But the more I've sat back and thought about it and looked at some of these selections, I actually think that Billy Slater is kind of holding his nerve, and what I mean by that is I actually think Billy has like a longer term plan, and I think that's why I think Corey Oates is the kind of giveaway in the sense of, him not being selected says to me that Billy is going, nah, I'm getting some young boys together, and we are going to build something great here, just like we did, way back in the day. Because the other selection that I think proves that is Jeremiah Nanai starting. Now, we'll get to Nanai and what New South Wales may do on that edge. But for him to bring Jeremiah Nanai into the starting side over Jai Arrow says to me that Billy is holding his nerve and saying, no, I had a plan, and the plan was we're going to get some young boys together. We're going to build something great, get the culture, get the standards, get everything that we need to get together early. Because these selections say to me exactly that. So first thoughts, guys. Cobbo, Taulagi, do you think that they both should have kept their spots, or do you think Oates should have got a crack?
I probably would have gone for Oates, but as you said, I think it's pretty evident what Billy Slater is doing. This is how he was treated at the very start of his Origin career as well. Heap of young guys that came in that 04, 05, 06, they stuck with him, and that certainly paid dividends. So, yeah, I probably would have made a change, but I can understand what Billy's doing.
Timmy?
I would have gone out over Taulagi. And that's not so much a knock on Taulagi. I know he wasn't great in game 2. I think he's got a big future with the Maroons. It's just the yardage. We spoke about it after game 1. We spoke about it after game 2, how important it is. We've spoken about it for weeks on end about the Bunnies and their poor form and how much Latrell would help purely just for that yardage coming out of the end. And we saw what a difference he made to them on the weekend. Granted, he's a very special player, bit of an exception, but I just think they need me just coming out of their end. And not only that, he's finishing unbelievably well this season. The Broncos are using him midfield, running some really shifty type lines that he's scoring tries off. So he's not a one-trick pony on the wing there. I would have gone with him, but as you said, it's a clear eye to the future for the Maroons and from Billy Slater.
Yeah, and I think, look, it sends a really strong message. Like, if Billy ever wanted to build loyalty up with a couple of young guns, I think this is it. I think that, I don't know if Billy will say this, but I do think someone will get in their ear and go, boys, like Billy showed a mountain of faith in you, so you need to repay that. Because if we go out and Selwyn and Taulagi have poor games, you actually make Billy look like the idiot. He's the one that is on the chop. Like, you guys may not keep your spot, but all the articles will be about how Billy Slater made the wrong call. Do you want to do that to the great Billy Slater? Now, maybe that's too harsh to say in today's generation, but I know when I was coming through, you'd probably have those conversations about letting people down and letting people that put faith in you down. So what I like about Billy Slater is he's shown a lot of conviction here. Like, he's shown he had a plan from the start and he's going to stick to it and reassess after the series ends. And look, I know you don't like to hear this, Guru.
We're going to throw hands again, aren't we?
Yes, I will be devastated if we lose game 3. No denying. But if we lose it only by a little bit, I still think it is a massive improvement on last year. And I think that Billy Slater's plan is all about progression. Just keep moving forward. So that's where I think that that's what's helped him keep his nerve, I think, is like how far they've come in such a short time. Imagine how far they can come in 24 months or, 36 months. And I think that Billy Slater's looking at that going, okay, we've had this much progress. If we keep with these principles and these standards and these tactics, imagine how good we're going to be in 24 months. In saying that, if we lose by a fair margin, then the pressure is on.
Do you think that these two wingers knew after game 2 that they were safe?
No, well, Selwyn came out after game 2 and he said, look, he said, I'll get it up here to get the exact quote. He said, I hope Billy picks me in the team again. I'm not sure if he will pick me for game 3. I have to perform well this week and hopefully Billy wants me back there. I've been shocked at how tough Origin is. It's a different game to NRL. I've enjoyed it, but it's really physical and faster than anything I've ever played. So he was definitely not sure that he was going to get selected. Now on to anything else, boys. What are your anything else, Timmy?
On backline.
Yep. Oh, Dane Gagai.
Dane Gagai, yeah.
So there were reports that Dane Gagai was under pressure. I thought those reports were insane. But he has missed quite a few tackles. Now, that edge has struggled. DCE, and Dane Gagai have really struggled this Origin. DCE, and that's their side, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's this. We'll get to it anyway. So Jeremiah Nanai has been brought into the starting side. We'll read the side out. So Lindsay Collins has been selected at 8, DCE, Cam Munster, Benny Hunt, Josh Papali'i 10, Kurt Capewell 11. Jeremiah Nanai has been brought in for Kofusi, who is overseas on personal with his family. So Jeremiah Nanai has brought in. Now, I'm not sure whether they swap sides or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that will make Queensland's right edge Nanai, DCE, Gagai, Cobbo.
Yep.
Now, the concern is that Nanai's had issues with his defence. DCE has had issues with his defence. And in this series, Gagai has an issue with his defence. And Cobbo to an extent, but not as, we'll just say the whole side. That whole edge has had a history of having issues in defence. Do you think it's a concern putting a rookie next to a guy like DCE, who we have discussed defends much better when he has a centre outside him who knows what DCE does, because he does have a tendency to be a bit erratic sometimes. Do you think that's a concern for Queensland?
Oh, I think it is. I think especially, Nanai and DC have never defended together before. Like, it's a lot to ask. And Nanai, his defence has improved, but especially after game 2, that missed tackle that he had on Jerome Luai as well,
really
off the
cool.
back of that to back him in for this.
Well, he had a good game on the weekend in attack, but he still missed 5 tackles.
Yeah, as a New South Wales fan, I think it's also been pretty evident that New South Wales have addressed this in the first 2 games and targeted it, so they'll be going at them heavy here. You saw in game 2, when Talakai did come on, they just planted him over on that side. I think he'll probably come on a little bit, whether it's him, Jack, whatever. I think they'll have the same role, terrorise these guys.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this is where New South Wales will go, and I think they'll be able to get results out of it.
Timmy?
I think they'll send 80% of their footy at that edge.
Yeah, well.
As a Blues fan, Freddie Fittler would be licking his lips at DC and Nanai together. To get that combination in an Origin arena, you're just going, I've been blessed with this. And they're every chance to stand up and whack us and be all good. But we speak about DCE's defensive deficiencies plenty in the past. We're about to do it again when we get to the Manly game. We've seen it with Nanai in the last game of Origin. Boy, they're going to get some tack there. And then the fact that it goes on an edge that is the Penrith Panthers backline of last year, effectively left edge, give or take the back rower. There was a try that the Blues scored in game 2 that was Toto in the corner that was just slick through the hands movement from that Panthers edge, Burton tipping on at the end. I think they could have a field day. And it excites me a lot.
Is there a world where Arrow is brought in late?
I was about to ask you, is that what you would have done? I think it's what I would have done personally.
Tactically, I think if it's a genius move. If you go, you put Nanai there, Blues prepare the whole week, we're fucking coming down this edge, and then you pull Arrow in at the last minute, and Arrow has a massive game, it could be a masterstroke, because we know Arrow can defend. And that's what's so surprising is, I love Nanai. I think he's a star of the future. He's already a star. But Arrow's a dog. We know, put it this way, Arrow on that edge, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, I'd be way less confident.
And even as a centre, who would you rather run at, Nanai or Arrow? Or even as a half, who would you rather have kick chasing on you? Arrow, the dog that loves that shit, coming flying at you. Every time you're kicking the ball, Arrow's flying at you, or Nanai? You'd rather fucking... Because Nanai's not the same... He's got a lot of upside and probably more skill set upside, attacking wise than Arrow, but defensively.
But I think that's what we all liked about having Nanai on the bench, that he was a bit of an X factor.
Yeah, for sure.
All of a sudden now he is he's a back rower who's playing arguably as far as this Queensland side goes defensively. I think that's probably the most important defensive spot in your team, considering the other stuff that has happened around there.
Yeah,
you lost. In my opinion, you've lost the best defensive back rower in rugby league, Felice Kafusi.
Easily. It
is such a hard role to fill. I agree with you. I think there will be a change. I personally, Tom Gilbert's in 17. I think it would have been better having him there. Nanai would have been my third choice out of the guy that are in the team.
And it's it's absolutely, everyone knows that listen to this podcast, Nanai for us is a superstar.
Yep.
We love Nanai. But, I mean, you even look at so you've got Kurt Capewell, who is a solid defender. He can miss tackles too. Then you've got Tino there, who is only still 22 years old. You've got Jeremiah Nanai, who is 19 or 18.
Yeah.
19.
He's 19.
And for me, like, you're going to send so much traffic at him. Even if he does defend well, I think he's going to be too gassed to do it, to do the great things that should worry us about Nanai in attack.
I personally think, and again, I'm just going to put myself out there, just like the Whiten call, I think Arrow comes into the starting side before kick-off. And I think that I'm probably outthinking the room here, but I think it's a tactical move by Billy to draw them to coming down that edge.
In saying that, I mean, it's a small history, but we've got no indication, according to Billy Slater's history so far, that he does work like that as a coach.
For sure.
But I agree with you. It makes sense.
And the thing is, even if he does that, it's still not going to change the Blues' plan because they're still going to go at DCE and Gagai. And then even Arrow on the edge, the more and more I watch Arrow and the Bunnies play, I'm like, he's an out-and-out 13. Like, he's a lock just for that defensive hard nut in the middle. Because even if he's still on the... I know I'm with you. As a Blues fan, I'd much prefer see Nanai starting than Arrow. But let's say it is Arrow. They're still going to be looking at the footwork of Luai and Cam Murray going at that edge going, we can get around Arrow.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I would say, like, Arrow, for example, trains with Cam Murray all the time, which would help him understand what he does, how he plays. But you're right, though. We have seen no evidence. Billy has not operated that way of, like, naming players and then bringing them back in. Look, put it this way. I think if he does start, it is a very clear indication that Billy Slater is building for the future.
Yep.
I think that nearly 90% of coaches that like Billy Slater doesn't have the need to win game one. Like, obviously he does have the need to it. Don't just chill boys, chill. But like, his legacy isn't in question. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't. Let's say just a normal coach goes into coach Origin. Like, he's like, everything's on the line for him. His reputation, his legacy. Like, if we lose the first series that he's ever coached, I don't think anyone's going to be like, oh, Billy, like, doesn't know how to coach, rah. So yeah, if he does stay in the starting side, I think it's a very, very clear indication that Billy is just he before the Origin started, he sat down, he had a plan, and regardless of result, he was going to stick with that plan no matter what, which is the way you're actually supposed to do things. You don't want to become reactionary and pulling blokes in and out because of certain things happen. Because the only way you can build something is if you lay a foundation that is sturdy, not something that flimsy and doesn't exist. I will say though, Game 3, huge occasion. Blokes like Nanai sometimes just turn up and do something special. You know what I mean? If there is a guy if there's a back row in the comp right now outside of like a kick out that could turn up and just put in one of the all-time performances, it's a guy like Nanai.
We could rock up the day after the game and go, career-defining performance at 18, 19, whatever he is, and just going, all right, he's not just good, like he's the real deal.
He's a real deal.
Like it could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Or like he was the best forward on the field. He caught a cross-field kick, scored a try. He fucking jammed ex-player constantly. Yeah. His footwork was totally unstoppable. I do think that there is a good chance, there's a substantial chance that could happen.
And if Billy didn't think that was a chance, he wouldn't have picked him there as well.
For sure. What do you think about the selection, having some guys defensively next to each other?
Yeah, pretty much the same. I'd definitely have Arrow in there just seeing him play for South. Like he's as safe as they come. So yeah, as a Blues fan, I'm quite happy to see that. Just going back, I'm stunned they didn't pick Oates. Like I understand all the loyalty stuff, but I know Oates has errors in him, but like he's one of the premier wingers in the game, I think. And like, I don't know, he's averaging 175 meters a game. I can't understand. I do understand why they didn't pick him, but I think the picking him outweighs not picking him, to be honest. But it is what it is. I understand he's sticking loyal and good on him for that. That's what Queensland have always done, and it's worked for them. So why not? But yeah, I'm a bit shocked about the Oates thing mostly.
Me and Matty think very alike, and I'm a big fan. Because I was already a big fan of Matty, and then every time I hear him speak, I'm like, I'm with this bloke.
When you look at that back row, I mean, Kurt Capewell, he played 60 minutes in Game 2. if Nanai is there, I can't see him playing 80 minutes in the back row. Did you see Kurt Capewell playing the whole game there? Because it's going to be a lot of interchanges, especially when you already use 3 to 4 in your hooker.
Yeah, look, I think you probably asked Kurt to go 80.
Yep.
Yeah. Because you can't have Jeremiah going 80. Yeah, probably. Yeah, you're probably going to ask Kurt to go 80. You're going to have to sub off Tino at some stage for Paddy.
Because like when I look at it now, if Nanai does start, it's fair to assume that Jairo probably won't be on that edge at any point. It'll be Gilbert that'll go there, won't it? Sure, like they're gonna they're gonna have to use Arrow as a middle then. That's
Gilbert Gilbert is down as a prop in his description.
And then Papali'i has played 22 and 26 minutes the first 2 games, so it's big middle minutes to go around. So I reckon you're right.
Yeah, if you do bring Nanai to the bench, it's a bit of an odd sort of makeup. It's a small makeup anyway, I think.
Yeah, but we've had pretty small bench since
you're
game
right.
1.
Yep.
It seems to be a tactic that we've kind of gone with is not to go too big on the bench because like we could have had Moe Fodawaker there. Jared Wallace has played.
Who's in the extended? What other forwards are there?
Dearden, Flegler, Fermor,
only
Tabuai, Fido, Walker.
right,
So
okay.
if there's 3 backs.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, interesting. Really interesting. So, going to be interesting to see what happens come game 3. But I do think that there is a chance that Nano comes out and just blitzes it. What I do is I hope that these young guys respond to Billy because that's what they need. They need the young guys to respond to Billy because, like, if it does, let's say they all come out and kill it and they win the game, like, Queensland are in this great spot of, like, this youthful young team. Anyway, now just quickly. Now, I know he's captain. Is DCE under pressure if we lose this series?
For sure, I think. I think that Billy has sent a little warning, shout out to him. You've got Tommy Dearden in the 19 who's been there all series. You've then got now young Sammy Walker in the 22. And you got the 9 there, Ben Hunt as well. All 3 guys that could play halfback next year. I think DCE is probably... I genuinely think he is defending for his Origin career.
Yeah, wow. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, well put, defending for his Origin career. Well, if they lose this, we've got 4 of the last 5 series.
Yep.
DC will obviously have been there for all of that. When next year comes around, he'll be 34 and a half or something. So getting on with blokes like Tommy did, knocking the door down, defensively very good. So, yeah, I think we know what he can do with ball in hand, but he needs to shape up in D, basically. And if they lose this game and he's ordinary, well, it could be the end of him.
Yeah, tough, really tough. Like, he's kicking... His attack you could almost argue, has never been better. Like, he's been so good in attack. Just in defence, it seems like, it seems like every new centre that plays outside him, whatever, does seem to struggle. And so defensively, you're right. Like, it really all depends on defence for him. And to be clear, it's not his attitude. Like, it's not, he pulls out of tackles or whatever. He's actually got some of the best contact for a half in the game. It's just the read sometimes.
He's not a bad tackler.
Yeah, not a bad tackler at all. And it's nothing to do with attitude. It's just sometimes he might turn his body in when he doesn't need to, or he'll stay on a lead runner when he could slide. Now, to be fair, in DC's defence, that could be because he's not getting communication from his fore-in. Could be because he's not getting communication from his fullback or his centre. But, yeah, look, I just think that if you lose 4 out of 5 series and you're the guy, has he been the guy the whole time, or was Ben Hunt for the first year? Did he get selected at 7?
No, I think it's been Ches, hasn't
Ches.
it? Yeah.
Regardless, it has to be. There has to be some kind of pressure. If you lose 4 out of 5 series, there has to be some pressure on you. Like, even if it was Darren Lockyer at 7, and or we'll say Thurston. Even if Thurston was at 7, now I know he's an immortal, and they lost 4 out of 5 series, I think there would be some people questioning, like, is he the guy?
There was pressure on Darren Lockyer. You go back to 2006, Mal Meninga had said to them all, you need to turn this around, or I'm going to make changes.
Yeah. Well, Lockyer was nearly gone.
He was nearly gone. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think that DCE, incredible 7, great, had such a good career. And it doesn't look like he's slowing down. Like at Manly, he plays some great footy in attack.
I think that's the hard thing with Ches defensively. Like, it's not like he does. Like, it's not like every week he does the same thing wrong, and you can get used to it and work around it. It's like it changes all the time.
Yeah.
You never know what it's going to be, and it's not always him. But it just, like, when you don't know what to get used to.
Yeah.
It changes every week defensively, but the one that keeps cropping up is he just flies out of the line, and then the blokes either the side of him are just going, "What are you doing, mate? Like, you're leaving us stranded." Then if he doesn't shut down his player, it'll either be the half or the back row or lead run. If he doesn't shut them down, they're just shot, and then the whole team are just scrambling to make that tackle. So maybe he needs to be slightly more passive, I don't know, but when he's shooting out, it is not working.
Just confirming what you said before. So Blue started winning in 18. Cherry Evans was the halfback for game 3, which was a dead rubber, so you can cancel that one. So he's been the halfback since 2019, really.
Okay.
So he's 1 from 3.
Let's say it in a world where New South Wales go up, they get the win, and it's a
What a
strong
world.
win.
How good.
We honestly, it wouldn't
For a
matter.
while.
Wouldn't matter. Wouldn't care. I'll be like, boys, you tried really hard. That's all that matters. That's what I would. That's
It
what
was
I would
fun.
say.
We had a good time.
Yeah, it was fun. And like, look at their squad. Look at the depth. We had no chance. Next game 1 rolls around. I'm going to throw it. I'm going to throw a makeup out to you. And this is not to say it's definitely DCE's fault or whatever, but this is just, we're talking about DCE if he's under pressure. Do you finally go, Benny Hunt, you're the 7, Munster, you're the 6, Harry Grant, you're going to start at 9, you've had an extra year to bring everything together, work on a few deficiencies here or there, even though there's not many for Harry Grant. Tommy Dearden at 14, Kalen Ponga at the back. What do you guys think?
I think so. The other option is you could run with Reid Marnie in the 14 if you wanted to go with your 2 hookers.
Yep.
You could run with Reid at 9 and bring Harry off the bench.
Yep.
You could do any of those options. I think there's a good chance that does play out. Maybe that's a bit of New South Wales bias in me.
Yeah.
But in saying that, if you go out next Wednesday,
Dearden has been picked at 19 every game.
every game.
And it seems a pretty strong message to me.
Yeah, and I think as well, like obviously out of Dearden and Sam Walker, yes, Sam Walker's younger, but Dearden's obviously the better defender out of them.
Yeah,
I would
sure.
say Sam Walker's got more upside to him, which for me that sends more of a message to DCE this entire series.
Yep. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I could see that happening. And I love the idea of, with another year under his belt, Harry Grant starting, playing big minutes at hooker. The only thing with Ben Hunt would be if Billy's really looking to the future and looking down the track. Benny Hunt will also be 33 come next year, so do they want to throw him in it as a 33-year-old? Again, if his form's there, you know, it's a great thing about the future, but you also want to be winning series right now.
Yeah.
Even though just speaking next year. So, you know, if Benny Hunt's the man for the job next year and he's still killing it for the Dragons, which there's every chance he is, then yeah, it could happen.
The other option they've got is next year you'll have Reuben Cotter back. Could start him at 9 for the first 20, bring Grant off the bench,
Yeah.
then Cotter just falls into a middle sort of role for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
There's plenty of options there.
Yeah. The only concern I have at the moment for Queensland is we don't really have a form 7 or 6 right now that you could put in. Whereas New South Wales, you literally have, you've got Hines, you've got Moses, you've got Reynolds, you've got like your depth in the halves is crazy. Whereas Queensland right now, we've got what? We've got Dearden, who is more of a 6. We've got Sam Walker, who, you know, he's still developing his game. He's not close, you know, he may be eventually, but right now he's not ready for Origin.
Your other option would be Reece Walsh to fullback, Caitlin Pong to 5'8". I know it's unpopular opinion, but
Oh, man. Yeah, again, that's not a ready-made 6 or 7, you know. Like,
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
So, bit of a tough spot for Queensland. It's going to be hard to figure that out.
I think a lot will depend as well on how far the Cowboys go this year. Like if they make a prelim or even a grand final and Tommy Dearden steering them around, then he'll be, you know, much more likely for next year.
If Ben Hunt was 27, conversation different for you?
As in,
Well, I mean, like for me, when you say, oh, we don't, like, you don't have a 7 you can bring straight in, like, for me, I look at Ben Hunt and he is that guy. I agree,
Yeah.
he's a better hooker than, I think he's a better hooker than he is 7.
Yeah.
But I think he would do a fine job for you at 7.
oh, for sure. But yeah, you're right. It's because he's 30,
Yeah.
like 33 or whatever. Like I'm talking about, you know, a bloke that can genuinely be brought in and be like, he's the next up after DCE. Like he's going to take over DCE's mantle and be here for the next 5 years, and then we're going to bring another guy in 5 years.
I agree with what Matty said. The Cowboys go a long way, but I still, if the Cowboys go and they make it to a prelim and Dearden plays well, like, I'm still not going to be convinced he's a halfback.
No, he's a 6. Like that's my concern would be is like him and Munster. Like Munster needs someone to lay the platform.
Yeah.
And I just don't know whether Dearden is that guy.
I think he's probably got it in him, but we haven't seen it. It's
Yeah.
a punt to take him into a...
Yeah. Interesting times. Now, just quickly, Lindsay Collins at 8. He keeps his spot. Tino at 13. I'm not surprised, but I thought there may be a chance Tino got moved back into that 8 and Paddy Carrigan came on to start. I think after the game, like Paddy Carrigan was probably our best player game 2. And I know, like, you don't want to change a winning formula and they won it in game 1, but I don't know. I would have been really tempted to get Paddy on for as long as possible because he's just fucking so good. And I thought Tino did a really good job in the front row. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I mean, if we get to game 3 and you've moved Arrow to the back row and Pat Carrigan into 13, I'm going to be really worried. That's the team that would scare me the most. I think, is it fair to say across the 2 games, Carrigan's been the best player of the series?
For Queensland?
Maybe across both games. I think he's been unreal in both of them.
I mean,
he'd be top 3.
He'd be top 3, yeah. I mean, you've got what? You got Teddy probably. Oh, fuck, it'd be tough. You got Teddy, you got Tupou have been found outstanding for both games. Yeah, he'd be up there.
He turned game 1 pretty heavily when he came on the field.
Yeah, for sure.
He was their best in game 2.
Look, I mean, it wouldn't be a crazy take.
Yeah, I don't think it's an outrageous take. But he has done that role coming off the bench. So, I personally don't think Tino's a 13. I don't like him there. But with the makeup of this team, it has worked.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Timmy?
So it's been the same 8, 10, 13. Oh, no, Cotter was 13. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So where were we? Cotter didn't play game 2, so he played game 1. So Tino played 13, game 2.
Yeah, and Lindsay was brought off the bench into the front row.
Yeah. It's interesting because the first game 1, you dominated, not dominated, but you're on top of us in that first sort of 20, 25 minutes. Game 2, you were every bit as good as us early on. We might have just had the edge on you, and then the changes were made. So it's a very big middle 3, which could go either way. For that opening 20, they're just battering rams. You want them to win the middle, and then, Papali'i goes off, etc. But, if they don't, and they're tiring from a quick contest, which it will be because it's Origin, it'll be like the Blues could get on top of them early. The one thing I will say with Papali'i, again, definitely a bit of Canberra bias coming in here, but don't mind. I know it's probably more of a media beat up than anything. I don't know if there was anyone around the Maroons who were quoted, but saying Papali'i, he's playing for his Origin career, he's getting too old and not mobile enough these days. Like I said, 26 minutes in game 2, 22 minutes in game 1, it might have been the other way around. And in both of those games where he played all his minutes at the start, Queensland were riding the contest, if not on top on both of those. And all of a sudden, it's Papali'i's fault that Queensland lost game 2 and are in trouble. Is it?
Yeah, that was crazy to me.
Give him a bit of a break.
Yeah, even the Dane Gagai one, I was like, okay, he hasn't had the best. Yeah. And sorry, boys, I've got to stand up. Me fucking Gary Jack's killing me.
I also think the other one with Papali'i, when I look at him, I'm like, if he's under pressure, who's going to replace him? Like, you've got Tom Gilbert, who's been playing in the back row, and Arrow, who's been playing in the back row. Then you look at your extended.
Tom Flegler.
Yeah, it's like I can't see a world where he's not in the team next year still.
Yeah, look, I just think that blowout at the end is really, it's like tainted people's perception of the game a bit. And look, the score was a score. We cannot deny that. But I think people forget, for 50 minutes, it was tight as anything. Like, we're talking razor close calls. Someone gets sent to the bin, and then all of a sudden, in the back end of the game, we get absolutely blown off the park. I don't think he was under pressure at all. Again, and also he wasn't really given that much of a chance to. I mean, 20 minutes in the first?
He can't pick how many minutes he plays.
Yeah, it's not his kind of. Look what the job he did in game 1, outstanding at Accor Stadium. So, anyone else that stands out for you boys?
It feels like the sort of game, and he tends to do a lot in his career.
Tom Gilbert,
Josh Papali'i will cross for a try here.
Yeah.
He tends to always do it come big moments.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Tommy Gilbert, what an incredible! I think he's 23 years old. 22 years old maybe. 21 or 22, on the bench for Queensland. You know what's crazy? So I put up the post for Queensland getting selected, and someone wrote, "Who the hell is Tom Gilbert?" First of all, super rude. Just Google it. But all jokes aside, and not disrespectful to Tom Gilbert, but he's not a household name. He's not a big name in the NRL, but anyone that's been watching the Cowboys for any period of time longer than a match this year will tell you Tom Gilbert's been a beast this year for the Cowboys. And he's such a good example of that system up there, bringing the best out of their players. They've been honestly outstanding, and I think it's a great selection. I will say, though, do you think it's surprising that Flegler, who was part of the squad last 2 games, isn't brought into that 17 role, and Gilbert is brought in out of the squad into the 17?
Oh, I think so. I know that you said before Gilbert's got front row forward on his profile. For me, he's a back rower. So I don't think it's a bad pick. I didn't expect him to be there. But yeah, I thought Flegler would definitely be the next man up to come onto that bench.
Yeah, I thought they'd go Flegler on the bench, but they brought Gilbert. I mean, on the weekend though, as a back rower, which they don't usually run for that many meters, 124 meters, 2 tackle breaks, 30 tackles, 45 post contact. Not a bad knock. 74 minutes. Not a bad knock at all. So massive congratulations to Tom Gilbert. And who knows? Queensland have such a history of bringing these guys in that are, relatively not known that well or whatever. And then, boom, they come to Origin and they just come alive. And you're like, what happened here? Where did this come from?
Who was your mate from Canberra? Mogg?
Adam Mogg, 2 tries on debut. Mate, and then he played outstanding. It wasn't just the 2 tries. He was incredible. So massive congratulations to Tommy Gilbert and the Cowboys up there. What a turnaround. What an absolutely incredible turnaround. Anything before we move on?
Just on that Cowboys side, there was honestly a world in the preseason where if we named our Cowboys 1 to 13, Gilbert and Nano wouldn't have been in that.
100%. 100%.
There's a world where Jordan McLean wouldn't have been in it either.
For sure. Absolutely.
We would have had Cotter at 13. We would have had Taumalolo at 10. You could have quite easily started.
Even Cohen Hess, we probably would have been lucky to be on the bench. And now all of a sudden it's hard to Griffin
We
Ning.
didn't want Dearden in the team. We want Drinky at 16.
Yeah,
that's another guy that we wouldn't have had in our starting 13.
Yeah.
For the Cowboys that are now in the Origin arena.
Crazy. Just matters. What system you're in matters. Massive congratulations to Tommy Gilbert. Massive congratulations. Anything else, boys, that from the selections that stood out to you? Sam Walker, that's interesting, being selected there, finally being brought in. Outside of that, some pretty solid squads. Now, team of the week. Number 1, I had Drinkwater. 2, Johnston. 3, Sully. 4, Cooler. 5, Edric Lee. 6, Foran. 7, I had Benny Hunt. Clemmer at 8. Appy at 9. Tokiaho at 10. Young at 11. Olakawatu 12. Harris, that is Tohu Harris at 13. Jeremy Marshall King at 14. Aitken at 15. Arrow at 16. And Taumalolo at 17.
I had Drinky at fullback, Edric Lee on the wing, AJ on the other wing. Then I had Val and Kohler in the centres. Foz at 6, DCE at 7. Tapane up front with Toby Rudolph. I thought he was unreal for the Cronulla Sharks.
He took it to him.
Robson. Then I had Aitken, Olakuatu in the second row. Joe O at 13. Then my bench was Marshall King, Takiaho, Pappy, and Tohu Harris.
A lot of Latrell love there, boys, but not following the hype train, which is good to see. I went Latrell at fullback. I just got sick of picking Drinky, so I went Latrell, Eddie Lee on the wing. How could you not? Alex Johnston, Cooler and Tungo at centre. Foz and Cleary in the halves. Taukiaho, Tapani up front. Marshall King 9. Olakuatu, kick out, and Tohu my back row. Bench was Nico Hines, Robson, Hutto Young, and Taukiaho.
Mate, what a side. Anyone else?
How tough for Dominic Young scoring 3 tries.
Oh, mate.
And unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. Edric Lee, what do we think of that 4th try? What a rough call, seriously. But broke the record, 5 tries. It's etched in history now. Etched in history.
It's the most ever for Newcastle, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's number 1. Wow. He's number 1 now.
Eddie Lee just quietly building a very impressive legacy in between Origin Series wins from nothing, 5 tries at the night.
Mate.
It's quite a list of Newcastle players like Joey, Mad Dog, Tahu. It was best of the best. Arku.
Now it's Edric Lee, number 1, baby. Manly versus Storm. Some major talking points. I think Davey has been absolutely outstanding for Manly. Seriously, on the edge there, some of the lines he's running, the fact that he's keeping Schuster on the bench is pretty impressive. First half was 63% completion for Manly, 85% completion for Storm. But the crazy thing is that like in the first 10 minutes, I think Manly was like 2-10 or something crazy, yet they were up 14-16. It was mental, or 3-10 or something like that. Ref gave a penalty for offside of a kick. Oh, yeah. So what about 4 minutes to go and the ref gives an offside penalty off a kickoff?
Oh.
Give me a fucking break. Give me a break. Like, talk about trying to even the counter. Like, I'm going to try not to be too harsh on the ref this week, but this week was tough. Giving did you watch the replay of he was offside by half a step. You can find that in every kickoff. That's when you're looking for penalties. Like, come on. Anyway, what do you guys think of Manly v Storm?
Just on that was the one where Josh Schuster was half a step.
Come on.
Imagine being Schuster when he subbed on, and that's when Jake came off. He would have been able to hear Jake blowing up, and then he was on his edge. Imagine walking back past that bench,
but
trying to make eye contact with Jake.
Mate, it's just like, when you think about it, like, really? That's a penalty, is it? Like, you needed to, that had any effect on the bloke catching the ball. It was half a step. Like, do you, put it this way, do you make that call if the game is 14-16 Manly ahead? No chance. Anyway, what do you think of the game, Timmy?
Referees love making big calls in the final minutes. Just ask the Raiders.
Fuck.
It was a bit of a throwback to last year minus Tom Trebojevic brilliance, where you're going, Manly, this is what we've been waiting for all season, a really dominant performance against a gun Melbourne Storm side, give or take a couple of players out. And it was just, we've spoken about him so much already, but it was just everything was Daly Cherry Evans. His attack was sensational. His kicking game, I think he had 3 repeat sets.
Yep.
He had that monster torp for the Tui Pilotu try. He might have had a 40-20 in there as well. And then defensively, on the flip side, he nearly handed it back to him in the last 7 minutes. The whole game revolved around him, and it just made me sit there and go, if they can get that edge right defensively, that left edge, I'm not going to say they can compete after what we've seen this season without Tommy Turbo, but there's such a good football team in there, isn't there?
Oh, mate, 100%. It is really like their Achilles heel, like just that edge defence. It can just happen out of nowhere. Like, all of a sudden, boom, 3 tries down. I mean, it's been 2 games in a row now where they've been ahead by a huge margin, and then it's like, just everyone goes, nah, Dunskies, game's over. And then all of a sudden the other team comes back in it.
Something's got to change drastically if they seriously want to compete at all this year for sort of top 4 late into the finals, any of that, like top 8 at the least.
Yeah.
And they're so up and in, Manly, and have been for a long time off the back of DC's preference in defence. Do they just sit there and go, let's try, and I know this is so much easier said than done, but try and emulate the Melbourne Storm and just be that up and out defence. And I know that comes back to the middles and you have to win the ruck and all that, but they've got to try something, don't they? Because the longer this goes on, they're not competing come September. Yeah,
it's interesting. It's such an interesting one because it's like, you know, they've had some good runs. Like last year, they had some good runs, but then they got into that big game and their defence just literally fell to water like last year. I don't know what the answer is because, like, again, DC is so good. He's so good, but he just has this tendency to turn in or turn out, and it's kind of like, do you say to DCE, like, mate, let's just try it? But, like, as if they haven't had a conversation before. Like, I'm sure they would have had conversations where, like, you know, I mean, I'm sure DCE himself is watching video going, okay, maybe I shouldn't have done this or done that. I don't know.
It was where he just flew out of the line on the scrum off Pappy. Granted, like, a little bit dewy conditions. Pappy, just the tiniest bit of footwork. Ches slips over straight through. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, it's tough. Again, it's so tough because he's so good for that club in attack. Like, without him... Yeah.
He shot out and left that massive gap. A Sofa Solomona steaming through it, and Ruben Garrick's going, thanks, mate.
Oh, yeah. Fuck. Boosa. Yeah, it's a really tough one. It's that age-old battle of, like, you have this player that's so good in like 90% of his game, like brilliant kicking game, brilliant ball playing. He's good in contact. He has a dig. He's one of the great competitors. There's just this tiny deficiency that you're trying to work out without taking away with what makes him so great.
The thing is, it's like 50% of his game realistically.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
If we split it into attack and D, and
it's a tough one. It's a really, really tough one. What do you reckon, Guru?
Yeah, I think it's something they've definitely got to sort out because you see every single team that plays them. That's how they play.
Yeah,
Their
go
whole
straight
game
down.
is built around getting to that edge. As you said in attack, I thought that ball that he threw to Kohler,
Crazy.
it was incredible.
Yeah.
It was such a good pill. There was, we'll talk about Nathan Cleary's team. He pretty much threw the same ball to Isaac Tungo later. Yeah, it's interesting with Manly. Like they're now 9th. So they're 1 win out of the 8. They've got to bye this weekend, but as does the team above them, the Dragons, and the 2 teams below them, Roosters, Raiders. So like it's round 17 now. It's going to be round 18 when they come back. It means that they've only got 7 games left.
To pull it back in.
Yeah.
I tell you what a crucial win then.
Yeah.
To get one over the
Imagine
Storm,
if they would have lost
drop
that one at
that,
the
they would have been pretty much almost season.
Well, mate, if they would have won that game against the Cowboys, which should have, they'd be sitting 7th.
If they lost last night, I mean, they could fight their way back, but what, you've got 6-7 games really, like realistically, for the people around you to drop 2-3 games, because they would have been 2 out of the 8. They would have been 2 wins out of the 8. So massive win for the club. So we talked about the negative. We've talked about the negative with Manly. But the positive with DCE, though, he fucking was amazing in attack.
Yeah. He was
Like
incredible.
his kicking, his repeat sets, he's like his long kicking game is crazy. His short kicking game is crazy. He's like, I think his attack is almost the best it's ever been. Like some of his short balls, in attack, he's the whole package. He's the whole package.
I think it's the best it's been since 2011.
It's
when
been
he burst onto
fucking
the scene
amazing,
and he
yeah.
was just playing with so much confidence. He wasn't afraid to make mistakes ever. I think his kicking game this year is, I think as a whole, it's probably been the best in the comp. I think that's fair. You'd have Adam Reynolds there and thereabouts with him. Cherry's had some fucking good, he's kept his team in games.
I'm trying to think. I would still probably have Cleary and Matty Burton. The whole season, though, Burton was a bit tough at the start. Look, it's not a bad
I think
shout.
Cleary's got the better kicking game.
Yeah.
But I just think this year specifically, Ches has been unbelievable.
Yeah, his kicking game is fucking outstanding. He's also got the most 40-20s this year, doesn't he?
I would assume safely.
Yeah, I think he does.
All time, his 40-20s is like a mile ahead, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow. So, yeah, in attack, just amazing. Now I want to talk quickly about Ola Kawatu.
Sorry, equal first with Benny Hunt and Chanel Harris-Savita and Nathan Cleary.
Oh, okay. So they're okay. But what about all time then?
I have a feeling he's
We spoke about
mile
it. He's well and truly in
He's
front.
only
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that,
I think field goals, he's right up there as well.
Yeah, wow. But yeah, I want to talk about Ola Kawatu. Fuck. I like how he didn't get more minutes for the Tonga. I'll never know. Like, he is unbelievable. He's like a mix between, a kick out. Oh, fuck, I don't even know who else you would say, but he's just so destructive on the edge there. He must, when you're marking him, this is nightmare fuel. Like, this guy is mad footwork. He's got multiple highlight reels of knocking blokes out. Like, if you try and jam in on him, he will literally knock you out. Like, he's done that multiple times with wingers or centers trying to jam in. And all he does is just drops his hip like that. Boom, Gonskis. He is far out. He's good.
Kikau runs like an incredible line where he's unstoppable. Just like with a full head of steam, they can't stop him. As you said, Olakawatu, he could be standing still, he could be jogging along, people going to him, he just like drops his hip into him and they just they can't tackle him.
Oh, far out. Who else was it? So it was Montoya that got knocked out from him. It was like a couple of weeks in a row where he like knocked just by going like that, boom. Yeah. And they had all the steam as well. He is fucking.
I think the other thing about him too, like he's obviously got this tremendous upside in attack, and normally those guys, they're hard to handle. But then you go, okay, when I've got the ball, I can make you look silly. Though you can't with him.
No.
Defensively,
he's pretty good.
Unreal.
Yeah, absolutely fire. And like you're just seeing his game develop. Like if you've heard the story about him, he was like a basketball player, and Manasi Fainu asked him to come down to like an under-20s training session or some shit. Rocks up. And boom, kills it. Now he's playing, like, we're only seeing the start of his development. Yeah. Imagine in another 3 or 4 years where he's going to be as a footy player. Like, he could eventually be the best back row in the comp. I don't know if he's there yet. He's a mix between Papali'i and Kikau. That's who he's like right in between those two. Because he has that strong, crazy ball running of Papali'i, but also that ability just to crazy offload if he needs to. Super, super impressive. I thought Foran too. Foran's finding some... probably the best form since early on Para days, where he was playing some pretty good footy. He's been outstanding. Who stood out for you boys?
Yeah, I thought Foz was great. I'll tell you what, fuck, if you're the Titans, fuck, you must be excited.
Oh, you're like, come here now, please.
Yeah.
Please. How'd you go, Matty, with the 40-20? Can't find it?
Hard to find. In 2018, he kicked the most in like a 5-year period. That's as far as I got.
In a 5-year period? So
Yeah,
he's
so-
up there then?
Oh, yeah. In 2019, he'd kicked one every 8.8 games. Obviously, it's 3 since then, but yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Guru, anyone else some pressure?
Yeah, no, I thought, I think the elephant in the room with Manly is just how they're finishing games at the moment. That's like, we'll get to Melbourne soon, but what was it, like 20 points in 7 minutes or something?
Mate, wild.
Like Pappy's last 7 minutes, that was incredible. It was like he just all of a sudden found confidence.
Yeah.
2 tries and 2 try assists in the last 7 minutes for Pappy.
It's wild, man. It's absolutely wild. Anyone for you, Timmy, that stood out?
TOTW cooler just impressed me more and more every single week. I know he's on the DCE edge, so defensively you could say, whether he's contributing to that, I'm willing to say he's not, because physically he's so strong.
So strong.
I think his read's okay and it'll only get better and better, but he's really starting to click in attack, running his lines, getting his combinations in attack with the blokes around him. He was fantastic.
I'll say this as well with him, like with DCE, when you're playing outside him, I think you've got to earn DCE's trust. Like, and you can tell that Olakau'atu's had it for quite some time. I think over the last few weeks, I think Cole has sort of shown DCE that he's a guy that he can go to as a proper strike weapon, because Ches wasn't really using him in the first few weeks. I think it's taken time, but I feel like it's sort of clicked over the last month or so.
Yeah. No, that's a fair point. What I love about Cooler is, like, he kind of has that old school tackle technique of just straight through the guts. That hurts more than getting jammed up top. Getting hit through the guts is like, you like almost get winded. The amount of times he's shot out of the line and just gone straight through someone's midsection, it just like paralyzes you almost.
And like whacks and lifts.
And lifts.
Like really well
Mate.
coached.
I would love to see what his strength is like in the gym, lower body. I reckon he squats fucking massively, and I reckon he deadlifts massively, because like for a small body to have that much power, usually they're explosive, like they're fast twitch fibers and that. I mean, as we know, he's the fastest in the state, got the record or whatever. But I think we're just seeing the surface of what this guy is going to deliver. I think once he finds confidence, as you said, once DCE starts it's so often where, and I experienced it at the Warriors where, when I went to the Warriors, at the Broncos, I was the guy that, for a period, like a very short period, Lockie by the end of the season would look to me for points. Like, he would be like, I know Denon's going to be a good finisher. So he would, you can even see it in games against the Raiders, like he would tip me up and say, I'm going to do a cross-field kick back for you, be ready. And like, we built that trust up over a short period of time. And when I went to the Warriors, like Manu Vatuvei was that guy. So like, certain teams have certain guys as their guy, and rightly so. Manu Vatuvei should be the guy. Like, he's their best winger by a mile. You could argue he's the greatest winger of all time. And what I look at with Kohler is like, I wonder whether we're going to come to a point this year or next year where DCE decides you are the guy. Like, you're the guy that I'm going to go to for points. You're the guy, like, because every time a half goes through a set, he has to ask himself, okay, like, where are we getting to? What play are we putting on? And when you choose a player as the guy, the set is around getting the ball to that guy. Tony Staggs has become that kind of for the Broncos. He's been a little bit quiet. And so I think that once DC makes that choice and says Cooler is the guy, we're going to see more plays set up to give Cooler space. And I think we're getting closer to that each week, because he fucking is impressive.
I think last year the guy that Ches probably settled on was Jason Saab. The amount of times he'd kick earlier, he'd just fling that cutout ball out to him in space. And then I think it slowly became Olakau'atu. Now, if they can all be on that edge.
Yeah.
Saab's moved to the other side now. But if you've got Olakau'atu and you've got Kohler there who...
Well, Tui Pelotu's been outstanding this year.
He's been great too,
He's been probably...
if I was defending against that edge, for the last few weeks, I've always sort of... I would have thought, okay, he's going to go to Olakau'atu. Kohler's not going to... But now that he's starting to mix it up, it'll make them both more.
You know what I would love to see? I would love for DC to sit down with Kohler and watch Broncos when Steve Renouf was their centre, because they're similar builds. They're not that big. They're super quick. They move like lightning. And I would go back and I would watch, like, how did Steve Renouf get so much space so often? Like I imagine a time where if Renouf is used incorrectly, he could almost have a quiet game because you need to use him correctly. You need to be hitting him on those crazy out balls where, he starts on the defender, but the ball actually lands outside the defender's shoulder. And I see Cooler in a similar mould, like where he's just got that beautiful gliding running technique. He's got so much speed that you need to almost create space for him to run into. But yeah, super impressive.
And I think they wasted him for the first few months. He was constantly running an overs line.
Yeah.
Just running into traffic. And
Unders line.
Yeah, unders line. Sorry, and he just wasn't being utilised.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the tide's sort of starting to turn a little bit.
For sure. 7 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, 195 metres and 2 tries. So really exciting to see him begin to hit his straps. Where does Saab sit for you this year?
Well, is that his first or second game? And he's been out for a while, hasn't he?
Has he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I thought he'd come back like at least a month ago, but could be wrong.
He's got a few more behind him now.
Well, put it this way. Tom Trbojevic comes back. Garrick goes to one wing. Who are you picking, Saab or Tuipulotu?
4 games.
4 games. Sorry, can you say that again?
Tom Trbojevic comes back.
Yep.
Garrick goes to one wing, obviously. Who are you picking, Tuipulotu or Saab on the other wing?
Tuipulotu.
Look, I'd go Tuipulotu. Tom Trbojevic is so important in that because he's so good and creates so much space. They only need to get Saab that fraction of space, which we saw last year, and he's just away and gone try time. Like, let's say Garrick's at fullback and you had to make a decision between Tuipulotu and Saab. I'm taking Tuipulotu every day of the week. But the way Saab is utilised with Tommy Turbo there, because how much better of a side they are, and the ability to create space and strip numbers out wide, he suits Tommy. Like, he scored, 28 tries or something last year.
Crazy. It was 22 plus. Yeah. It was massive.
So 9 times out of 10, I'm going Tuipulotu, but Saab and Tommy are good together.
It's a really good point. It's like Tuipulotu does so much great work coming out of your end, and he's super solid, great finisher. But Saab just has that crazy X factor speed. Like, how many times last year did we just see him completely gas players where it looked like those players were in slow-mo and he was taking like 2 steps for every one. I still believe, like, even though Cooler has that record in the 100 metres, I think Saab's got the highest top speed, I reckon. I don't know. I just when you see him moving across the paddock at top speed, far out he's quick. I would say Cooler's got him first 50. I would love to see that last 50.
Cool got run down, I believe, earlier in the year.
Yeah, Cookie.
And then even in his runaway, like, he had all the momentum with him. Melbourne were going against the ball. He caught it and took off. And there were blokes, I'm not saying they nearly got him, but there were I think he slowed down the last sort of 5-10 metres, but someone dived on in the end. Hughes was coming after him. There might have been the opposite winger was coming after him.
Grant Anderson,
Yeah, like, if that was Saab, they're nowhere near him.
Yeah, and that's where I think with Cooler, sometimes, you see a guy like, and it happened to me to a degree, like, as in, like, my asset was speed, but the club just tells you, put on muscle mass. And so, like, the first year I came to the club, like, broke all the records and my top speed was, record or whatever. But then, like, by 4 or 5 years in, I'm 10 kilos heavier and my body isn't made for that weight. Like, it's it's just not made for it. No matter how much I balance it with it's all just muscle. There's no fat on me. I stretch, whatever. I'm just not made for that weight. When I think, like, Cooler, I wonder whether he's put on a lot of weight, because look how we just spent 10 minutes talking about how solid he is in D. And, like, you have to have a bit of weight behind you to be able to do that. So I wonder whether they've put a bit of weight on him and that's pulled him back a little bit. But, I mean, it's a good problem to have. It's a real good problem to have.
I was just having a look at those 2 wingers at the moment, and probably to be a little bit more technical. Obviously, you got Jason Saab, who played right wing last year. He's a right-hand carry. Tuipulotu's a left-hand carry, and they've got them on opposite wings.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Imagine having the problem as a 19-year-old. Do I want to be too strong or too fast?
100%. Well, a funny story is, so Leon Bott, when he came through, obviously we remember how quick he was. He had to stop doing leg weights because he was getting too big. And also, like, he just, like, basically would get into the rack, it'd be at, like, 250 or something, or 220, just conservative. And he would just go, boom, smack it up just like it's nothing. And they just said, mate, there's no point going any further. And so he basically had to stop doing heavy leg weights because his legs were just getting fucking massive. Super, super explosive.
He was an animal.
He was so quick. Beat him, but whatever. Matty, does this look weird standing up, or it's whatever?
I mean, we're so used to the seating for the last 2 years. It obviously looks a little bit different, but it's fine.
Okay. Is this blocking me too much, the mic? Or?
No.
It's all right?
It's all
Okay,
good.
sweet. Yeah, okay. Now, anyone else that stood out for you for Manly? Oh, obviously, we spoke about Andrew Davey. He's been fantastic.
He's been great, yeah.
All good.
All good. Now, on to the Melbourne Storm. I'll be honest, boys. I think, well, firstly, I think it's funny how, Storm come out and play pretty poorly. Well, really poorly, actually. Like, probably one of their poorer games. Outside of those finals games that they played last year, probably one of their poorest games I've seen in quite a while, at least the first 70 minutes. But it's interesting because, no one's sitting here going, oh, okay, Hughes isn't as good as we thought he was because, Munster's the guy. Because remember when Munster was there by himself and Munster was there without Hughes and Pappy. Mm. And all the articles started coming out like, oh, well, maybe Munster's not the guy. It's actually Hughes is the guy. And then now we look at this weekend and you watch and you go, well, fuck, they really could have used Munster. I think it's clear evidence that there is a guy, because it's Munster's got the experience, but I think they're actually so evenly spread that they actually all need each other. Like Pappy needs Munster, Munster needs Pappy, Pappy needs Hughes, Hughes needs Munster. I actually think it's just such a perfectly balanced side. And when you tinker with it a little bit by trying to bring someone else in, they just don't have the same balance as they usually do. I will say though, I am a little bit worried about the Storm. Not to any other standard in the NRL, I'm not worried. So if I was talking about the Eels and I saw the Eels play like this or whatever, I would just be like, yep, whatever. But to the Storm's crazy, crazy high standard that we've come to expect, I feel like they've been a bit patchy for the last, what would you say, since midway through last year, would you say? Or a bit longer than that, like ever since 3/4 through last year, would you say they've been a bit patchy?
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think this year, there's obviously a number of reasons for it. I think we forget they're still missing
Christian Welch. Yeah, for sure.
It's such a huge loss. Pappy, he was out for, what's he been out for, 6-7 weeks, something along those lines. He comes back into this side. Munster's not there. Obviously, just this week in particular. But I agree with you. The last probably 18 months, I would argue, it's pretty much since Cam Smith retired. There is still a hangover there to some extent, I think. Yeah,
well, they went on that run and they broke all those records last year. But seasons is long. And, I agree with you, man. They really do miss Cameron Smith. I hate to say it because, everyone's like, well, of course you're going to fucking say that. He's your mate.
But they broke all the records. They did all that. Then they got to the biggest game of the season. They didn't fire a fucking shot.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy to look back and think what the Penrith Panthers we now know, they were about $5.50 going into that game.
Yeah, wow.
Down there at Melbourne, they were rank outsiders.
Yeah. Oh. It's just funny because, remember when they came out last year and they were breaking all those records and some people had the gall to be like, nah, see, they don't need Cam Smith. They're all good, incredible system. And it's like, bro, how quickly forget how fucking good this guy was. He tortured a state for an entire, 2 decades nearly.
Oh, we know.
And that's no knock on the guys at the Storm. I just think that it's a testament to the incredible greatness of Billy Slater, Cooper Cronk, and Cam Smith. I don't think we're going to see a spine like that in my lifetime.
No way.
Smith, Slater, Cronk, and Munster.
Not a chance.
Do you think we'll ever see a spine like that again?
Yeah, you had three immortals in my opinion. They came from the same Queensland Cup team.
Yeah.
It's never going to happen. No.
And so, you have to give the Storm massive raps for being able to, still be one of the best sides in the comp after losing 3 GOATs. You have to give them massive raps for that. But I do think their depth just isn't the same as what it was in yesteryear. But they have lost Christian Welch. They've had Pappy out for a while. Hughes was out. Munster's been out. Remus Smith has been out. So, yeah. Look, the thing is, I'm saying that I'm a bit worried about the patchiness, but there's a huge part of me, there's a loud voice yelling, bro, the Storm are going to make you look stupid. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? They're going to come out and make me look stupid. So logically I look back at their last 6 months or whatever and I go, it's been patchy. But I go, well, yeah, but look at every time the Storm have been counted out and every time they make us look silly. What do you think? Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, just go back for a second. Just what you said about the big three, will we ever see it again? I was just thinking then, I don't think you could go to any period in rugby league and put together the best 7, 9 and 1 that are playing at that moment and it'd be better than the Melbourne Storm 3.
Yeah.
Slater is the best fullback.
Well,
you're not going to find a better.
like
You're not going to
Munster.
find a better hooker.
Yeah.
You might find a better 7. There's probably 2 or 3 better 7s than Cooper Cronk. But are they going to be maybe if that?
Yeah.
Are they going to be around at better times than a fullback than Billy Slater? No. Hooker than Cameron Smith? Not a hope in hell.
Yeah. Cam Munster on his day has like delivered on the biggest stages as good as anyone else ever. Like you got, in my opinion, you've got Joey Johns 2005. I don't think anyone will beat that. I don't think with everything leading up, he was a third string in, the injury, everything. The way he controlled that game was absolutely godlike. But then you've got a big space, and then second for me is Cam Munster Game 3, 2020. And to think that you have Munster, Cronk, Slater, Smith. I mean, they shouldn't have lost a game. That's how good that is. Do you think that we need to hold our horses a little bit? I mean, again, we're both saying we know we'll be proven wrong, but it just seems it's been a bit patchy.
Yeah, I just think it's one of them conversations we have about the top clubs this time every year. We're getting to the end of an Origin period, aren't we? So they had knocked off Brisbane the week before in a tough encounter. The Roosters the week before that, the week before that, and they beat Manly the week before that. So they're 3 big games. They won them all. Yes, they were underwhelming, but like a pretty shitty night out in Manly, coming off, I think it was 5 or 6 days, coming off Origin 2 and rep round in general where a lot of their players were impacted by that game. It's a one-off game. If they start losing consecutive, so be it. But they've gone through a tough period without Pappenhausen. Munster didn't play in that game. There's a lot of Harry Grant looks sore because he's had a big year, been busted a little bit. So
in their defence though, with the Origin, well, not in the defence actually. This is actually on attack, but only Harry Grant played in Origin.
Harry Grant, Kaufusi.
He didn't play on the
He didn't
weekend.
play Origin 2, and then few for Brandon Smith.
Kaufusi played Origin 2, but I don't think he played on the weekend.
Played on the weekend.
Oh yeah. So I just think basically they're coming to the end of a very tough rep period.
Yeah, okay.
And for that reason alone, coming off a few good wins, I'm happy to be like, it's the Melbourne Storm. They'll come good. But at the same time, towed up by the Cowboys, towed up by Penrith. They've now been towed up with a flattering eventual scoreline by Manly. So, yeah, you've got to raise some questions. But once they get a few of these blokes back on deck, I'm pretty confident they'll come home with a wet sail.
I agree. I think they will come home with a wet sail. I'm talking more like broad picture stuff. Like I just think that they're probably not at the same standard as they were maybe 2 or 3 years ago as a squad.
I think it should also be remembered. Like obviously they lost Smith, that was huge. But then, I mean, we look at the New Zealand Warriors. You know, they've been away from home for so long. Melbourne Storm have been in a somewhat similar situation. It's been worse for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Then I would say it's been worse for Melbourne than any of the other sides.
That's what, you know what's insane is like no one talks about it. The year they won the comp, they were living away from home. And like, you know, yes, it was a resort. You can go and stay in the nicest resort you've ever stayed in. It's still not home. Yeah. It's still not the same environment as home. Because you know why, Guru? Home is where the heart is. And the heart wasn't in the golf courses of Sunshine Coast. It was back in Melbourne.
Of course.
Sorry, one of the best stories I heard, I was talking to Ryan Pappenhausen during the 2020 Origin series, and he was like, yeah, we him and his partner put a lease on a house to rent, and they paid rent for about 9 months at that point, and he still hadn't even entered the house.
Wow. And he had to pay rent?
Yeah.
Because you just never know when you're going to go back.
Yeah.
Oh.
Some story was something like that, yeah.
Yeah, wow.
And there'd be so many of those you wouldn't know anything
about.
Well,
I don't think Smithy had his family with him. If I recall, I'll have to confirm that. I don't know if that's correct, but like, because a lot of they still had to go to school.
Yeah, there would have been a heap of families that wouldn't want to pull their kids out of school to take them somewhere
Sunshine
else.
Coast to maybe go back, and it was always like, it's an extra month, and it's an extra month. So yeah, look, to be extremely clear, this is me having the Storm at the tippity top standards of like, this is a world class organisation. Like, I do think that they're still in the running. I do think that it's them and Penrith Panthers. And, you know, to be fair, they did break records at the start of last year. Maybe it's just, look, they've got 2 players in their side right now that don't even have a bloody pitcher. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's how much they're having to pull together selections. with depth because Green Anderson wasn't even in the top squad.
No.
So they must be pretty decimated with injury to have to pulling in blokes aren't even in the top squad. Now, that's talking about the first 65 minutes. The last 15 minutes, if they can play like that, and we know they can play like that every week, holy shit, who is going to stop them? Like, I think that last 15-minute Storm takes it to Penrith all the way, all the way. Pappenhausen killing it, Hughes killing it.
Pappenhausen's first game since round 9.
Crazy. And this first 60 was a little bit rusty, but fuck. 2 tries, 2 try assists. No. So ended the game with 2 tries, 3 try assists, 94 metres, 3 tackle breaks, 1 line break, 3 line break assists. Only Pappenhausen could people say he had a bit of a quiet night.
And not only was he injured, he actually just recovered from COVID as well.
Yeah. He's incredible, man. Fuck, he's good. He's so electric quick. You know what I mean? He just plays the game at 100 miles an hour.
Is the Dalian leaderboard, is that going behind closed doors now?
I think so, yeah. Would you have Benny Hunt up there?
Yeah, but Ben Hunt, I think when I last saw it, Ben Hunt was leading. He was about 3 points ahead of Pappy, who'd missed 6 weeks.
Yeah, okay. Wow.
Yeah, Hunt was on 19 when it went down, when it went behind closed doors.
When did it go behind closed doors?
I think it's around 14.
12.
12.
Okay.
12.
Interesting.
What was Pappy on?
15. So he was 4 ahead.
Yeah,
Hunt was 4 ahead.
Interesting. Okay, so, any other final thoughts on the Storm?
No, just scary what they can do.
I tell you what, Nelson, when he came on, he's a beast, man. 171 metres in 45 minutes. You can't defend him. What do you do? You can do all the tackle technique, you can shoot out of the line. He is a man mountain. He's you know what? He's almost like one of the most underrated forwards in the comp. Because he doesn't get spoken about much in best front rowers, but he impacts games every game. Every game the Storm needs something to change the momentum of the game. He comes on and he just skittles defenses, skittles them. As you said with that stat, he's very rarely injured.
Yep.
He plays solid minutes for how big he is. I don't think he gets enough raps, Nelson. I don't think he does.
We're just going back to those stats for those that don't remember it. There was, over the last 3 years, he'd played more games for Melbourne than what Cam Smith did in his last 3 years. Cam Smith was never injured.
Yeah, he missed 2 games in 3 years or something.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I really and I think coaches probably underutilise it a little bit at times, but just getting these big, agile blokes running wider. So we saw it with the try scored against Manly the other night where, you don't have to do it often, but some of these middle forwards, you'd throw your Tino Malawi's in there, maybe not as much these days, but Joshi Papali'i, who you get them on an edge, and we see them skittle blokes in the middle. If they can get them one-on-ones with outside backs or halves, they're not a chance of stopping them.
Absolutely.
And it's just, Taumalolo's another one who's, we know now, we've known for a few years, with the failed back row experiment last year, or edge experiment, that he's a middle. But even just getting him running that wide and trying to, with a bit of good shape, get these one-on-ones, I love to see it.
It's all you need is a good half to get everyone where they need to get to, and they just need to get one-on-one.
Yeah.
And it's impossible. What are you going to do as a half when Nelson comes? You're going to get bumped. That's what you're going to do.
Even if they don't go to them, there's a decoy. You've got a Sofa Solomona going wide. Even if it gets a centre or a half to jam playing out the back or something.
Yeah. Look at kick out for the Panthers.
Yeah,
the amount of people, every single week, people just jam in on them because they're so afraid of not getting their body in front and getting bumped. So Nelson, incredible player. I can't wait. Storm versus Cronulla. This will answer a lot of questions for me, Storm versus Cronulla, just to see, because Munster should be back by then. Yeah, he's playing Origin. Oh, no, he'll miss that, won't he?
Yeah, no.
He'll miss that. Oh, okay.
But Nico will play because he's 19th.
He's 19th? No. Oh, no, sorry. What do we got? So Raiders, okay. I just want to see Storm against one of the big dogs to see how they perform. I still think they're a premiership threat. I worry that they've had so many injuries.
Yeah, Raiders round 18.
Say?
What are you talking about, mate?
I saw it and I was like, yeah, that's not a...
You're waiting for it.
So really interesting times at the Storm. Again, they're definitely a premiership threat. Just want to see just a few tweaks. Because when they... even when they played the Broncos, they would go through patches where you're like, this side's unstoppable. There's 20 minutes of footy where you're just going, holy fuck. Who's gonna defend that? Now, on to the next game. Knights v the Titans. one of the classic matches.
This was one of the great 6 p.m. Fridays of all time.
Look, I will say I'm so happy for the Knights though. Like just to get a big win on the board. Yes, it is against the Titans that aren't going that great, but like they were missing Kalen Ponga. Gagai came out, made 15 tackles. He didn't miss a single one. He ran for 169 metres, had 5 tackle breaks. Edric Lee scoring freaking 5 tries. David Clemmer, I thought, was absolutely outstanding in the middle there, and I think he's been outstanding. He's probably been their best player all year for me, Clemmer. Look, great win. Mitchell Barnett, 190 metres. Like their forward pack just really ripped in and showed us what they, are capable of. Like their forward pack's a great forward pack. What did you guys think of this match?
Yeah, good performance by Newcastle. They should have more of these. They've got a squad that they should be winning more games like this. I mean, they scored 38. Poor old Tex Hoy on the kicking tee. I think he was 1 from 6. Poor bastard. Good God. So to score 38 points when you go 1 from 6 in the NRL, well, that game could have been huge for them.
Massive.
Did you ever have one of those days where you just couldn't hit them?
I actually missed a conversion that was a really important one, I think, against the Knights. That it was a bit off to the side. It was in the tough spot where you're supposed to get them, but it's still a tough angle. No, I'd never had one where I missed everything. I'm trying to think. The tough ones are when you get 3 or 4 tries in the corners, and you're like, "Fuck, this is a tough conversion." But yeah, it gets to your head though.
You could see with poor Tex.
Yeah, because you feel guilty, you feel bad.
Yeah.
When there's 8 tries, but only 2 try scorers, both wingers.
Yeah, it's tough. As a goal kicker, you want to kick at a higher percentage, but a lot of the tries were on the sideline.
Yep.
It was in rainy conditions, I think.
Yep.
Tough night for Tex. I wouldn't hold that against
they
him.
weren't shocking strikes.
Yeah, I know, that's the
he
thing.
was missing the ball.
Yeah, it's just honestly inches, in the sense of him kicking it half a centimetre out obviously makes him miss by, 2 or 3 metres.
Yeah.
I can't hold it against Tex. No, not at all. What do you think about this game, Timmy?
Yeah, it was good to see the Knights. We've spoken about it for a while when they finally get their forward pack back on deck and see what they can do. And I think it was probably the first time, pretty well the full strength forward pack with Dan Saifidi, the final link, coming back into that side. And they were really good, and it just changed everything for them. Their attack came together because the forward pack were rolling forward. Let's see if they can do it with no disrespect to the Titans, but against a good sides in coming weeks, and see if this can become the norm. Obviously, very unconvinced, and hopefully it can. But the forward pack on paper now is exceptional. They've got Jaden Brayley back, possibly this week, probably round 18. So he would be the final piece. That'd be a full strength forward pack. So if they can do that and get KP back in there, maybe they can start stringing some results together. And as I said, there's a lot to play out, and I won't get my hopes up, but it's a start.
Where do we sit on O'Brien?
I don't know. There's a few ways that you could look at it. I think, is it fair? Do we all agree that they've underachieved?
This year they have. I think it's hard. As a squad, when you put it on paper.
On paper, they've underachieved, right? There's no.
Because they've made the finals every year. I would say they have underachieved but not as much. By not as much as people think, though.
Sorry, okay. Over the last few years.
Yeah, so for example, instead of going week 2 in the finals, they bowed out week 1 of the finals. So it's underachieving, but it's not drastically where you're sitting there going, the coach doesn't know how to fucking coach.
I would say this year they've underachieved.
Yeah, for sure. This year.
For a team with...
Absolutely gone backwards this year.
Gagai, Clemmer, Saifidi, Frizzell, Barnett, that's well and truly a top 8 forward pack, right?
Yeah, for sure.
A Gagai into the centre, struck a KP at fullback, despite him missing footy here and there or whatever.
In their defence though, look at the amount of injuries they've had over the last couple of years too. So it actually probably brings it back to I think they've maybe not underachieved. When you think about last year, they had one game where their starting spine played together or something like
incredible.
That, a crazy start. So you could make the argument that with how much has gone against them for injury wise, they got Jaden Brayley, boom, goes down before the season even starts essentially. This year for sure though, there's no excuse as to why they are where they are.
And I think the most important thing with a coach that if you are going to sack one, you got to bring someone in better.
Yeah.
Can they find someone better?
Yeah, look, I'm of the mind, but when O'Brien took over, they were sitting 9th, 10th or 11th, around there. Can you just check for us, please? I've checked this before, though. He came in, they've made the finals ever since, every year, outside of this year. I think that you have to remember, he has taken them from a non-finals footy to a finals footy side. Yes, this year isn't that great, but I think he absolutely deserves another season to work with the squad that he's been able to put together.
So since 14, they've come 12th, last, 11th, 12th. Adam O'Brien comes in, 7th.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people get caught up in the now. They are absolutely underachieving now. But when you look at the club over the last 8 years, and ever since he's come in, they've gone from an absolute shit show, the club, a shit show, they put together a squad that's definitely worthy of 8. I think he has earned the right at another full season of coming into the year, hopefully no injuries or long-term injuries to key players. I think he's earned another full year. What do you reckon, Timmy?
I think you boys have summed it up pretty well there.
Yeah.
A string of poor years in a row. He comes in 7th. As you touched on it, but the stat between the inability to get the halves together last season and even the season before was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And couldn't develop any of this cohesion. They still made finals. So this year has been a real flop, but again, a lot of injuries. So he's absolutely earned the right for one more season.
Yeah, I reckon. Look, I will say, and look, there's some people that believe Mitchell Pearce wanted to leave. Everything that I've heard or on the grapevine is Pearcey wanted to stay. He just wanted, I think he wanted 2 years, or he wanted to be wanted. So I don't know what happened there. If Pearcey wanted to leave, then it absolutely is not the club's fault. If he wanted to leave, then I 100% do not blame the Knights. But if Pearce did want to stay and the Knights were no, we need to move into the future, I think that's not a coach's fault. That's recruitment's fault. Unless it was the coach pushing that, which I doubt it would be. I don't know. Do you think that that's a call that has really come back to hurt them, especially seeing guys like Reynolds and Townsend go up to their respective clubs and just change them? And I would put Pearce as good as both of them, arguably even better.
Well, that's the thing. You look at all the teams that have taken their spot in the top 8, Cowboys, Sharks, Brisbane, what have they all got in common? When they got halfbacks.
An experienced halfback as well. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Oh, yeah, it killed him.
Yeah.
As I said, the nature of that, it'd be interesting to find out what was the context behind that decision to leave, who it was, but you can't tell me that Mitch Pearce in this side isn't a significantly better team, even if obviously there's a lot of different dominoes and ifs and buts, but let's say Pearce is in there and it's at the sacrifice of one of their gun forwards, be it a Dan Saifidi or a Tyson Frizzell or a Mitch Barnett, it's still that is a really good balanced roster.
Also, Pearcey and Milford.
Yeah,
I like that.
We've said all year, they've just great roster, but God, what they'd give for a half or a good 5'8", then they just not that the halves are poor, but to take them to the next level and be finals footy again.
Yeah, well, I mean, but I know Clune has been around for a bit, but they also need an experienced half to teach them. Yeah. They've got no one there at the moment. I know they've got ex-greats, immortals. I get that, but an actual half. Look at Tommy Dearden's game under Townsend. Look at Ezra Mam. I know Broncos didn't get the win on the weekend, but Ezra Mam has improved. Watching his trial matches to now, his improvement is fucking amazing. And it all comes off the back of day in, day out, being beside a bloke that's been there, done it, knows the ins and outs.
Yeah. I think the biggest indication Newcastle this year, they're sitting on 12 competition points. The Warriors are sitting on 10. You think about everything the Warriors have had go against them. Think about how much they've struggled. Newcastle's had a bye. The Warriors haven't yet. They've won the same amount of games.
Yeah, wow.
If you were to line up Newcastle's team with the team that the Warriors runs out every week, I'm not sure how many of the Warriors would make the night side.
Yeah, it's true. Now, just quickly, Kalen Ponga, does he need to not be so? And I know, a lot of people like to say, Kalen Ponga, defensively, this and anything. Anyone that knows anything about footy, Kalen Ponga is tough as anything. Yeah, okay, sometimes his reads in defence might not be the best or whatever, but he is so fucking tough. The amount of times he puts his body on the line is crazy. Do you think it's worth, and I know this happened outside of, the head knock happened in Origin, I get that, but do you think it's worth, the Knights sitting down with Kalen saying, mate, just need you to balance your game a little bit more? I do know Wayne once sat down with Carmichael Hunt and said, mate, I love the energy, I love the enthusiasm, but if you keep running the ball back like that, you're not going to have a long career. Is it time where you sit down with Kalen? It's tough because I've spoken to Cam Smith about this as well, and Cam Smith says the hard thing is that's what makes him great, is his competitive nature, is getting in there and ripping in. But is there a way to balance a little bit? Because he fucking goes like hell for leather constantly.
You want to touch on KP?
Yeah, well, I just don't think it can really be done. Just to tell a player to go 3% less running harder or in defensively or whatever, I just, it's ingrained in them. You know as good as anyone, and particularly KP being a tough player. I don't think you can do it. Carmichael was an exception because he was just a kamikaze, runaway freight train. He'd catch the ball, have 40 metres between him and the defensive line, and just pin it as hard as he could. That you can say, mate, you don't need to do that.
Yeah.
You will not go past 30.
Yeah.
KP is tough as nails, but not to that extent.
Well, okay, what I mean is, for example, catching technique. He often jumps in the air and he puts his knees out so that he doesn't get, it's a good technique, but how many times have we seen his legs just swept out from underneath him? That's very specific to KP. We don't really see other fullbacks that happen as often. So, there's a part of his game. That's one area where you could go, let's work on this in the off-season where you're not constantly having someone come in and fucking take out your legs and you're landing on your head. Defensive-wise, look, this is a tough one because, kick out makes a break. And so much respect that he would put his head in that position. But what do you say to him, mate, just try and wrap the ball up instead? Do you know what I mean? There's small little changes that can be made that may save him a little longevity. I get what you mean though, Timmy. How can you tell a player to just not go as hard? It's then you're just taking everything away from his game. But for example, let's say he does go up top for a kick out and he gets bumped, but it's not the same bump as he would going low.
Knocked out.
Exactly.
Going low.
He's just getting thrown off or whatever. Little tweaks here or there that you could. Look, in the heat of the battle, making that decision, you're probably going to do what you naturally do. But that's where I feel like maybe you could, just work on his catching technique to protect him a little bit more. Just say to him, mate, for this season, if there's ever a break from a big fella, just try and wrap the ball up. That's all we need from you. We don't need you going through his middle, trying to jam him or trying to chop him. Just try to wrap the ball up. If you get bumped or thrown off, we can work on that and we'll come back to it. I think sometimes he's too tough for his own good.
He's definitely too tough for his own good.
Fuck me, man. It's a similar situation with Sam Walker. For example, mate, if you're on the line and can you wrap the ball up instead of getting ushed? Maybe, I don't know. Again, just a talking point. I'm not sure where I stand on it because he's such an incredible talent, and you wouldn't want to dial anything back.
And the way that the amount of times over the last few years where he's on the end of that last player who throws that last pass and someone just comes up and bang. He does the same thing the next set.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't worry him. He just comes back for more.
He does. I don't believe KP gets enough respect for how tough he is. He always takes the ball to the line. He never cut. Again, I know because he's so famous, he's going to be polarising and whatever. But I love KP. I think he's so good for the game. He's so good for rugby league, and I just want to make sure that he plays as long as possible. Not to say that there's any reports that he is struggling with anything. I just want him on the field. Pretty much, as a fan.
But I think, and there are no reports, but I think, you can see he puts his body through the ringer.
Oh, man. Fuck, honestly. Every week, too. Every week. Now, onto the Knights. Onto the Titans. Just get straight into it. Reports came out. Holbrook under pressure. Matter of fact, more than under pressure, that Holbrook was getting a sack in the next 24 hours. Holbrook then came out and said, I'm not getting a sack and I'm the man to turn this club around. I think to sack Holbrook would be the fucking craziest thing you could do. There's finally a bit of direction at that club. I understand that they're having a terrible year. There is no sugarcoating it. But Holbrook, at least there's some direction at the club now. At least you can see the plan.
For the first time ever.
Yeah, outside of that first few years where they were fortunate enough to land guys like Scotty Prince, Preston Campbell, Luke Bailey, since then, it's been a club just floundering year to year. It's kind of just do your best and try to make the year as least bad as possible. It's kind of sometimes boxers will go into fights and they'll get into round 6 or 7 and they'll start fighting not to win, but not to get knocked out as well. And like I feel like the Titans, there were certain years where they were just trying to not get knocked out. They were just trying to be competitive to a degree. What I like at least about the Titans, and yes, they are sitting last, so there's no denying that. But at least there's a plan, and they're risking something. They're going, we're sticking with Sexton. We've got Campbell. I know Brimo's been moved to the back. I think it's crazy. Timmy, what do you think about Holbrook?
Yeah, look, I'd give him another season. I think he deserves that. What I want to know, and this is why I'm a little hesitant, I want to reserve judgment a little bit, is how much say he's had in their roster. Because the roster they're running out is like borderline first grade. It is pretty bloody ordinary. They've had a few injuries, but there are a lot of clubs who have had a lot more injuries than this year. And what they're throwing out, like, it's hard. I just don't think it's up to the standard of the NRL. I won't even say 1 to 17. I'll say 1 to sort of 25 because the depth isn't there either. So if he's got his fingerprints all over the recruitment and that's the roster that he's come up with, well, then I'm going to be pretty critical of him because I don't really see how they get out of this slump anytime soon. But, they've got big names, and correct me if I'm wrong, because they may have left the club, but Mal Meninga's in a big role there. Yeah. Gordon Tallis is in a big role there. I don't know who their other recruitment managers are, but like, how much say does he have? Because if he hasn't had much say in it, then in that case, I'm saying definitely give him more role over recruitment, and he should be under no pressure. I don't know how much say he's had over that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I will say, like, on the weekend, they just let down by some crazy errors where you're going, like, they're coming out of their end, they've just had points on them, whatever, and then an outside back, a winger, will just drop it in the play of the ball. And it's like, the position the club is in, you've only got to do, like, it's, look, I know we all make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. I made plenty of them. But ones like that is just pure concentration. And you got to, like, you have to ask, like, how much does it mean to you, mate? How much does it mean to you to put this jersey on? Because if you're just like dropping the ball without any pressure, when we are under pressure, we've just had a try scored against us. It's tough. I just think that although I actually really like their backline attacking wise, they do have a lot of flair. But I actually think they need to balance their backline a bit more with guys that make less errors and miss less tackles. So they may not get the same attacking flair as they've got. But at the moment, if I am the Titans, and I feel like I've said this for a few years now, I am going down the same route as the Cowboys. I am selecting the best defensive side that I can, and I am literally, my whole off-season is around defence. Todd Payton, when he went up there, and I said this last year as well, I said they should get a defensive coach in there that is fucking gun, and it's no disrespect to their current defensive coach. I don't know who it is. But Todd Payton went up to the Cowboys after that first season and said, I am going to pick, in season 2, I'm picking the best defensive side no matter what. And what they did was, in their whole preseason, they tackled every single day. And Scott Drinkwater talks about it was the toughest preseason they've ever done. They did contact every single day. If I'm the Titans, yeah, it's crazy.
That sounds so unenjoyable.
So unenjoyable. But look at the dividends it's paying, you know? And if I'm the Titans, I am taking a leaf out of that book. My whole fucking preseason is built around defence.
They feel like a team that they're just waiting to get the ball back and they don't care how they get it back. As long as they get it back.
Yeah. We might score it. Like, because when you look at it, like, I actually think Brimo's had a good year. I don't think he's been bad. I actually think he's been one of their only shining lights. Him, Tino, Campbell at times. You look at Brimo, 209 metres, 10 tackle breaks. Like,
he's been great.
He's been great. But, like, think about that. Like, you lose 38-12 to a team that missed essentially all their conversions, and your fullback's running for that. It shows you that their attack is not the issue. Like, even like Herbert, 113 metres. Greg Marzu, 170 metres. Isaac Liu, 125 metres. Like, it's not like they can't make meterage. It's just that defensive side. Sorry, Guru, what were you?
Yeah, no, I agree with everything you've both said. I just don't think sacking the coach is the answer. I'm sorry, but like, we all knew this was going to be a tough year for the Titans, didn't we?
Yeah.
Like, yes, we
knew there were tough times. I think we both agreed that, like, they'd go. I personally thought they'd go through tough periods, but I didn't think they'd be this poor.
Yeah. To be fair, I didn't think I thought they'd be bottom 4. I didn't think they'd be the bottom side. But yeah, I also think though that they did make their own bed to some extent with running into this season without an experienced half in the side. You got Tino, who's the captain. I love him, but what's Tino? 21 years old.
22, I think now.
22 now, like 21 when he was captain.
Probably, yeah.
It's It's just there's not many rugby league teams that have taken this avenue and been successful straight away. They can build on it.
Yeah.
But how many Holbrooks are we going to go through before the Titans are successful? And how many coaches are we going to go through before these young players start to go, well, fuck this.
Yeah.
I can go here, I can go there. There's more stability there. There's probably more money there.
Yeah.
I can play with the experienced guys there and become better there.
The thing with Holbrook is he has proven he can coach. He won a bunch of premierships over at Super League. And some might say, oh, but it's a different standard or whatever. Yeah, but coaching is coaching. Like, you still have to get... Like, he's coaching... The 17 blokes he has is the same standard as the other 17 blokes in Super League. He's coaching just better people here. It's just, like, there's no... I don't think there's, like... If you prove you can coach in Super League as well as he did, like have back-to-back titles, I think, as well, I think he's proven that he can coach, but... I just think that maybe the direction that they've taken hasn't been defensive-minded enough. There is an argument to be made that Super League is a very attack-oriented game and defence isn't anywhere near like NRL. And I wonder whether Holbrook maybe needs to reevaluate that.
It's interesting.
You know, and he's been so used to being that attack-orientated team that he hasn't maybe put as much attention to the defence. Maybe, again... All just assumptions.
It's not that big a stretch.
Yeah.
Like, it's to say, you're right, Super League is extremely attack-based, points.
Yeah.
It's never been the defensive premise that the NRL's based around, and that's exactly what the Titans have been for, what's he been there, 2 years now, 3 years?
Yeah.
So, you know, you might be on something that maybe needs to shift his thinking, well, you already said it, to defence, but...
Even when I watch them, though, like, I look at them and, you know, you mentioned the back on before, like, individually, they're good attacking players. I never feel like the Titans are a great attacking unit. Like, I never look at them and think... Fuck, that was a really good set. They were working to this. They were doing like...
I don't think that, but I think individually, like ball running and that, they do impress me sometimes. Like Paddy Herbert and Brian Kelly in attack sometimes. They're fucking great
for
ball
sure,
runners.
but I'm also saying, like, I don't even know if the coach has taken a heap from the English Super League and put it into all this structure that they do in their only focus. Yeah, they're better in attack than they are in defence, but would you say they're a top 12 attacking team in the NRL?
No, it's a good point. It's a good point. I will say, like, last year when they looked a bit better, I thought you'd put them in the top 8 attacking sides. Like their ability to score points quickly was pretty good. But yeah, you're right. Like this year, they're definitely not. You know, Fafita came on for 55 minutes. He ran for 137 metres, 4 tackle breaks, 18 tackles. But yeah, look, if I'm, as I said, if I'm the Titans, my whole MO, and I would be sitting every player down together and saying, boys, you will be selected on defence and defence alone. Like that's it. And the Foz Dog's coming. Yeah. He's here to save us.
Like the one thing, to give them credit, it has been tough as all hell. They've been criticised. They're at the bottom of the ladder. They have still stuck with their 7 and 9, which I didn't think they'd have the nerve to do.
Yeah, with the 7, I like it. With the 9, I'm not convinced Clark is a starting 9.
Nor am I.
But I see what you're saying. Yeah, for sure. I do think they really do need a good scheming 9. I think, like, if there was a design perfect 14, like, I feel like Clark is the perfect 14. He's so explosive, great ball runner, got a bit of ball playing in him, could play lock if he had to, could play...
If you had injuries or whatever, you could shove him in the back row.
Everywhere.
Okay.
I'm still surprised. Like, is Smoothie injured still?
Booth?
Smooth.
Yeah.
Sorry, Smooth. Is he injured still?
Yeah, Booth is... I think he's played a couple of weeks now.
Is Smoothie's Instagram handle? Or am I just wigging out?
Smoothie's the other hooker that was at Melbourne.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So, but there was Aaron Booth too, who's come to the top.
Okay.
That's what you're thinking of. Aaron Booth. Yeah, they've both played similar amount of games and stuff. But Booth, I think he was playing a few weeks ago in Queensland Cup. I think he's back now. I can't believe Tanner Boyd hasn't been given an opportunity anywhere. Like, he's come off the bench, but it just...
Yeah, the Tanner Boyd situation is weird. Came through the grades as like the next fucking GOAT. Crazy good 7. And then he never really... He got a couple games here or there, but...
And now they've turned him into a 9 and they don't really use him.
He had some good moments on the weekend.
Yeah. But like a Tanner Boyd, like if he's playing 9, his body shape is totally different to if he's playing 7.
Yeah.
So it's like you're not giving him a fair crack then. Like, he's a young fella. You're making him put all this muscle mass on. He's not going to be the same 7 as he is going to 9. It's like the Cheese situation. Like, the Cheese is in such a tough situation at the Storm because his body's been built to play in the forwards, but then they ask him to play 9 sometimes, and you're sitting there going, well... Anyway, yeah.
So
Look,
Booth has been playing Q Cup. He's played the last 5 or 6 games. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Has he got stats there at all or not really?
Although he has been playing off the bench.
Interesting. Who's the starting 9 been then?
I'll have a look for you.
That's interesting that he's been off the bench. So he's even not like bench in Q Cup. That's surprising. That's very surprising. The concerning thing as well for the Titans is, as you said, like if they keep going down this road, they're not going to be able to keep guys like Brimo, Tino, Campbell as well. You know, I think Campbell's been a bit of a victim of the club not going great. I think imagine Campbell in like a Storm team. He'd be tearing clubs apart.
And like I think a guy like Tino, like I think he's incredibly respectful. He's very loyal, but mate, if this happens for the next 2 or 3 years, which history tells us, unfortunately, it could happen at the Titans. Anyone that cares about Tino will say, "Mate, go."
You got to go. Yeah, you can't spend the rest
keep
of your career.
doing this.
No way. You just ruin your career. And that's regardless of that's take Titans out of that. It's just any club that would be struggling like that if they do go on to struggle.
Pat Politoni's been playing.
Who has?
Pat Politoni.
Oh, okay, he must be a young
another
fella.
fringe. No, like he's played a little bit of first grade, but he's never I don't understand how Booth has fallen behind.
Yeah, well. So hopefully they can turn around. I will say just quickly, if that Wallace is a send-off, that tackle, and granted, it wasn't the best tackle, I'm just getting really confused as to the gap between send-off, 10 in the bin, and a penalty with these spear tackles. Yeah, he did put him in a bad position, but he let go immediately in the air. If that's a send-off, then there's been plenty of tackles that should definitely be at least 10 in the bin. I just don't understand the consistency with these tackles anymore. It's like a send-off is so dramatic, and obviously it didn't affect the result, but I think they've got to find some consistency with these tackles.
Did you not think that one was a send-off?
No, I thought it was a send-off.
Okay,
but what I'm saying is how many tackles have we seen that are close-ish to that are just a penalty? And I don't know, game 1, Crichton on Munster. Munster landed on his head. And yet that wasn't 10 in the bin. But is the gap between that tackle on Munster and Wallace so far that one's a penalty and one's not 10 in the bin?
Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. So I'm just, and again, I'm not complaining. Origin's different in my opinion. I believe Origin should be officiated different, and I would not have wanted, even though technically it probably should have been 10 in the bin, I would not have wanted Crichton in the bin because I do believe Origin should be ref differently. I'm just talking about consistency across the whole. Anyway, it's a small thing. So look, let's hope that the Titans can turn it around because they got some super exciting young fellas coming through. Super exciting. Now, Panthers versus the Roosters. Let's just get into it. The penalty before half-time might have been the worst penalty I've ever seen in my life. It honestly might have been the worst penalty I've ever seen in my life on Sam Verrills.
Yeah. I said to you before that if you were to go to teenagers or kids and show them how to tackle, you'd probably use that, wouldn't you? And he gets penalised for it. I mean, that was a perfect chop tackle. The tackle was so good that it got penalised, essentially.
I don't understand. How can they see that, have the video replay as well? Because they could have easily, let's say he blows a penalty, the bunker could have immediately gone, "Oh, mate, it's not a penalty. Just, okay, yeah, the game is stopped, but just play the ball. We're all good. We keep moving." Instead, it's no, fuck it. We're going to give them 2 points right on half time. Sorry, they're going to score a try. Did they score a try the next set? Kick out?
I think
Api
so.
Coruscant, come out of
play,
just before half time. It's just I'm sorry, but and we won't stay too long because refs have the hardest gig in the game and they're so unfairly maligned sometimes. It's crazy. But unfortunately, that is not good enough. That's not good enough, and it's unfair on the Sydney Roosters. And look, I know the Roosters are the glamour club and they, salary cap jokes, and I'm sure that there were a couple of years where they had a lot of favourable calls, and we can look at the grand final with the Six again. I get all that. But take the Roosters out of it. We just want good officiating regardless. I just think that was pretty poor, man. At a crucial time in the game, and then there were a couple other calls later in the game. I think when the game was on the line, there was a few tough calls. It's just, I can understand why Trent Robinson was a bit miffed by that.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And I just don't understand how, when you've got replay and the bunker is so willing to come in and, call put you on report for a tackle that happened 2 sets ago, but it can't immediately look at that replay and go, "Oh, shit, that's definitely not a penalty." Yeah. I just don't understand it. Anyway, let's get to the game. Look, Manu at 6. I liked it. I really liked it. I think that... I get your guys' thoughts. Manu at 6. Stay or nay?
I liked it a lot more than I thought I'd like it. I thought their kicking game would really struggle. Obviously, that's why they've had Drew Hutchinson there the last.
Have I brought you around? I've been saying Manu 6 for a while.
Yeah, I mean, him playing that well in that game.
Yeah, it's only one game. Get a bit
Yeah,
of
but
himself.
it's against the Premier team.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I didn't like it originally, because I thought, okay, it's going to be close. Your kicking game's going to be super important. And you've got Sam Walker, who, hasn't done... He's done kicking.
Yeah, but his long kicking isn't
His long kicking isn't up to it.
Yeah, whereas his short kicking is fantastic.
Short kicking is fantastic, but when you're playing Penrith, your long kicking game's going to be fucking important.
for sure.
That was my worry. But I also think the Roosters would have beaten 13 other teams, potentially 14.
They've been so unlucky last couple of weeks.
They have been unlucky.
They ran into a red-hot Eels and then ran into a Panthers side that fucking, it's Panthers.
Yeah.
Timmy, Manu at 6. Is it something that they should stick with?
I just don't think they can afford to because of Keary.
Yep.
If Keary's out, sweet, go for it. I think the lesson in it is just in seeing Joey Manu at fullback at 5'8" is just we've got to get his hands on the ball as much as possible.
Yep.
What position that's at, it doesn't matter to me. I love Joey at centre because he's outstanding defensively and shores up that edge. If they put him in the halves, what are you doing with Luke Keary, or what are you doing with Sam Walker, who we know they haven't clicked all season? I'm not too sure. The whole team that Trent Robbo ran out with on the weekend. So he benched Verrills for Hutchinson. Satili Tupanua at centre with Manu already playing in the halves was like, I was just waiting to go, all right, first topic when we get on the podcast on Monday, what are those team stations? And then they come out and put in arguably their best performance of the year.
Well, it's funny because Robbo, in the press conference after the game, you could tell that it seemed like anyway, he had heard the noise about those selections and the bench. He even said a lot of people had a lot to say about my bench, but I thought our bench was really, really good. So it's just funny how coaches, they do hear it. They hear it.
Yeah.
I think you're right though. Bold play, and also tiny bench. Sam Verrills, Connor Watson, Egan Butcher.
Yep.
And then who was his fucking last one?
Was it Sluka Fafita?
Yeah.
Yes, and he didn't get on the field.
Yeah.
And didn't get on.
Didn't get on.
Wow.
Jeez.
Is it
So there's some big minutes in there. Taukei'aho, let's have a look. Taukei'aho must have played huge minutes.
Yeah, he did. Matter of fact, he
68.
Yeah, he accidentally went on. So I think they had a sub about to happen, and Taukei'aho just ran out onto the field. But apparently it wasn't supposed to be him subbed on. But then Taukei'aho was already out there, and you can't change it. And Taukei'aho ended up killing it. So really
68
interesting.
minutes in the middle, in the wet, against Penrith, and played nearly his best game of the year.
Mate, Taukei'aho, he's so there was a couple of years there where he was the best front row in the comp.
Why is he leaving?
Fuck. Maybe Bitcoin. Maybe
I
because he wouldn't be getting
believe
good
there
coin.
isn't another NRL club out there that couldn't.
Yeah.
I suppose it would be huge.
I reckon he'd be getting mad because he will absolutely decimate the Super League. Good
fucking-
footwork, big
there's
fella.
So many teams that could do with a guy like him.
Yeah.
And the Roosters could probably do with a guy like him next year too. It's disappointing to see him leave.
Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, look, Manu at 6. I get what you're saying. What do you do with Keary? And I'm kind of there too. What do you do with Keary or Walker if you put Manu at 6? I'm kind of with you there. I just want him around the ball. Yeah. So the Roosters just have to find a way to get him there, and I don't know how they do that.
You know the solution, Kempy.
Hey,
you know the solution.
Roaming centre.
It's roaming centre.
So look, maybe you have Manu sets, and you just go mate, Keary or Walk, just not sit this one out, or even Radley, the 13, and you just put Manu in that 13 for a couple sets or something along those lines. But I think it absolutely has proven they no longer can afford to, as a squad, have him out in the centres just sitting there. They need him. Maybe a couple of years ago when they had Latrell and they had Cooper Cronk just absolutely killing it, they could afford to. But I don't think as a squad they can afford to anymore. They need Manu around the ball. Yeah. They need him around the ball.
Manu's such a different guy to what he was then.
For sure. Sure. He must be fit, Manu. He must be so fit for how big he is. The amount of repeat efforts he makes, I think he might have the most bloody runs out of anyone. Well, yeah, 17 runs, which is the same as Teddy, which is massive. 14 tackle breaks. 14 tackle breaks. See, like when I look at that, I go, fuck. Do you really want to move that out of the middle? Like, do you really want to even have that out for one set? Or do you want him around the ball constantly? Going to be interesting to see what Trent does. Really, really interesting. Sam Walker, what do we think about? Does he need to be the dominant half? Like, a few weeks ago I said, is Sam Walker, like, is he struggling to be the second fiddle? Because, like, it seems like he has his best games when he's the main guy. Thoughts?
Yeah, I honestly, I don't know what the answer is here.
Yeah.
I keep thinking he needs to be the main guy, but then, I don't know, he doesn't look as comfortable to me as he did last year. I don't know. What do you reckon?
I'm a bit with you, Guru. I'm a little lost. I've been trying to work it out all year, the best fit for the side and the balance in particular between him and Luke Keary. And I'm struggling because, there's parts of me that's saying, all right, we saw how good Sammy Walker was last year in his debut in a depleted Roosters side. But then, like, are you limiting Luke Keary? But, then there's the argument, Keary's now had his head knocks, he's come back from an ACL injury and come back slowly, like all backs do. I'm struggling to put a finger on it as well.
Now, I want to give a shout out to Egan Butcher. He's just getting better and better for me. I really, really rate Egan Butcher. I love his attitude. I love how aggressive he is, how high energy. In 39 minutes, he ran for 131 metres, 52 post contact, 3 tackle breaks, 24 tackles, 1 line break assist. I just love his energy and his enthusiasm, and he brings it every week. Very like Nat Butcher, his brother, is a battler, gets through a lot of work, does all the good stuff. Like his brother made 45 tackles, which was, I think, a game high. Only 1 miss. I like the Butcher brothers. I think that they're real good, solid, and especially Egan. He's so young, so much potential. I think he's going to be fantastic. He had 4 one-on-one tackles. Like, it's a great in 30. Think about how much work you got to get through to have 131 metres, 52 post contact, 3 tackle breaks, 1 line break assist, 24 tackles, 4 of them being one-on-one in 39 minutes. That is just ripping in for the minutes you get on the field. I thought Watson and Verrills were really good when they come on as well, brought a lot of speed to the game. Now, just quickly with the Roosters, Angus Crichton still yet to re-sign. Is he free next year? It's next year, isn't it? I'm pretty sure he's off contract next year. I hope I'm wrong. Do we think, is there a chance Crichton gets squeezed out of the Roosters?
Well, I mean, have they signed anyone for next year?
Sorry, you're right. He's off contract.
That's what I mean. Like, it's scaring me. It's scaring me, Guru.
Have they signed anyone for next year? Like, is there anyone coming? There isn't, is there? From what I
don't
they're losing
know.
Takiaho. Surely they're fresh.
Smith.
I think he's we've got Brandon Smith, who will play.
Smith, okay, yeah. True.
But then you've got young guys coming through like Egan. Do you think he's a victim of the fact that the Roosters aren't going well and the Roosters may be looking to just pivot into a whole new direction instead of paying him big coin?
That's not Angus Crichton's fault.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Not saying you're saying it, but it's just like, surely that's not the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, he's such a good forward. He's arguably one of the most consistent back rowers in the last 5 years. I'm trying to think of another.
I think he definitely is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet he hasn't re-signed. It's like, what could possibly be holding it up? Now, the reports were that eventually, what's crazy is it's gone from, he came out last year and was like, it's done, it's all good, we just have to do the fine print, blah, blah, blah. And then at the start of the year, it was like, it's all good, it's all done. But then recently, there was reports coming out that the Roosters may not even be able to register his contract because they don't have space in the cap next year.
Have to say it, 2023 Rugby World Cup. We know he's got a bit of a union background behind him. We know.
Is it too soon?
Mate, if you play New South Wales Cup when played union, you play for the Wallabies. Fair income. Seriously though, like that's like the amount of league converts to go over and play for the Wallabies. It doesn't take.
But has a bit of experience in union.
Has experience. Yeah. He'll be very, very versatile in union as well. Like when he played his schoolboy rugby and just killed it. He was an outside centre.
Some of the best highlights you ever fucking seen.
Yeah. So I mean, if we're looking at reasons why it's been held up, and this isn't based on anything, but we know he's always sort of had a bit of union about him. It'd make a bit of sense.
Wow. Surely not. I mean, look, if you can get a big deal at union to play in the World Cup.
He would get a big deal.
Yeah, you get a massive deal. You get a monster deal.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but I reckon with the 2027 World Cup being announced that it's going to be here, Like I think we could lose a few players in the next few years.
You reckon we'll
That's just
lose a few, you reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see that. And didn't Australia beat England on the weekend?
Yeah, beat him.
So, like, that, at the World Cup, we should go okay. And, like, it seems as though the Roosters they're not offering a massive deal to keep him because they don't have the money in the cap. Very interesting.
If you're the Wallabies, surely you are looking to get.
Mate.
I mean, like, respectfully, and I don't want to do the Union League fucking bullshit argument, but you look at the last few years in rugby union, you look at the guys that are winning their Player of the Year. It's Israel, it's Marika. It's like...
Did Marika win their Player of the Year?
I could be wrong, but I remember I almost falling off my chair when I saw that.
Well, I think he was pretty good what I've seen of him play, he was pretty bloody good.
I'm pretty sure he won the John Eales medal last year or the year before. Matty will find out. But, I mean, you look at the Wallabies over the last few years, not that I watched them closely, but I feel like whenever I am watching them, whether it's the early 2000s with Rogers, Wendell, Takiri.
The great Ryan Cross.
Ryan Cross went over. Like, there's a...
The great Ryan.
Whenever they are successful, there tends to be a few leagueies in there.
Yeah.
Doing their thing.
Here's a good thought exercise. We've done it a few times in the podcast. If Union, let's say league didn't exist, and Australian Union could pick all the best leagueies to play Union, like Greg Inglis, Thurston, Smithy, or whatever. Do you think we would beat the All Blacks, who Union is the number one sport for them?
I think so. I might be a little biased, but I think so.
Just a little. Yeah, great clash. Be a fucking outstanding clash. Imagine GI versus who was coming through there for oh, fuck, I don't even know, man. It's been that long. I remember the days of is it Rokothoko?
Yeah.
Mate, he was outstanding. Spencer? Carlos Spencer?
Carlos Spencer.
Dan
Showman.
Carter?
Dan Carter, yeah.
Now it's like Aaron Smith, Barrett. Bodine Barrett.
Corabelli was the first winger to win the John Eales medal.
Holy shit. Okay. Angus Crichton would, mate.
Yeah.
If you watch his highlights, would you reckon he plays centre? I reckon outside centre.
Probably
or
outside.
Centre?
He's a big boy nowadays. Maybe again, I've played a bit of union over the years and whatnot. Like maybe be that crash inside centre because he is big now.
Yeah, fucking oath. He's big enough to play Origin front row.
Yeah,
so
exactly right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, really, really interesting. Anything else that stood out for this game, boys?
Yeah, just on like obviously you had the Angus Crichton. He got binned in this game. And we've spoken about it a lot when there's a sin bin, how it impacts the game. From the moment he got sin bin to the end of the game, which I think is a huge positive to the Roosters against Penrith, it was 18 all.
Yeah.
Like normally...
And tough calls against him as well.
Tough calls against him. So a heap of positives to take out of it for the Roosters.
Heaps of positives. They've just been so unlucky the last two games. Like I almost feel like they've kind of found that form a little bit again, that aggressive nature. I felt like they dominated for a lot of big periods of the game against a big Panthers pack. But now onto the Panthers, they get the job done, 26-18. It was just a real winner's win. And what I mean by that is like when you've won so often, you know how to win. So you just find ways to do it. They didn't necessarily play their best footy, but they just found a way to win. Found a way to win against the red-hot Roosters that played probably the best game of the year for the Roosters. Nathan Cleary's ball to Tungo was absolutely fucking amazing. And Tungo, is he a smoky for Dally M Centre of the Year?
He'll be up there.
Yeah, surely. Give me another centre that's been as consistent as him.
Yeah, I'd say he's been the most consistent.
Joey Manu,
but yeah, chance for sure.
But Manu's going to, if he gets it, he'll collect most of his points at 5'8" and fullback.
Yeah.
Isaac Tungo has played centre the entire season.
Could you, actually I'll get it up, but that ball where he just holds it long enough to hit that outside line so Tilly, he just didn't have plays like that are so good, it takes a big play in defence to stop it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't, just doing your job isn't good enough because they've created an environment where if you just do your job, you'll keep your spacing, you won't jam in, you won't jam out, you'll wait until a decision is made. Whereas plays like that, they almost need you to read it, make a decision before the play happens to stop it. That's how good the timing was with a play like that. Actually, yeah, Matty, could you get Tungo's stats up for us, please, for the year? Is he the best centre this year? Like, as in just form, take names out of it. Tungo, week in, week out.
Yeah, I think probably him and Val Holmes I would have.
Yeah.
If you take out everything in the past, just this season, I think those two have probably been the best two centres. Tungo's been... The thing that I love about him is that he's been stood up a few times. Like Gagai stood him up, but whenever they do, they come back.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like when they do get punched in the face, that's when they tend to play their best footy.
Yeah, kind of wakes them up a little bit.
I love that about him. Yeah.
What do you got there, Matty?
16 games, 10 tries, 7 try assists, 45 tackle breaks, 11 line breaks, and average of 139 metres a game.
Fuck. In his debut, like essentially his debut year.
And
I put at the bottom of the notes, because you asked me to do Sully, so I've got other centres there if you want to compare.
Oh, okay, so we'll go, because I just wanted to compare Sully because I was going to give Sully a massive rap, but so we'll go down so that we can see. Okay, this is Sully's games, 15 games, 4 tries, 3 try assists, 81 tackle breaks. Holy shit, 4 line breaks, average of 151 metres. That's Moses Sully. Get Tony Staggs, 14 games, 3 tries, 2 try assists, 62 tackle breaks, so it's 19 less than, is it 19? Yeah, 19 less than Sully. Line break 7, average metres 94. Joey Manu, 16 games, 7 tries, 10 try assists, 85 tackle breaks. Holy shit. 9 line breaks, 124 metres. Campbell Graham, 15 games, 4 tries, 8 try assists, 48 tackle breaks, 7 line breaks, 140 metres. Stephen Crichton, 15 games, 9 tries, 5 try assists, 32 tackle breaks, 8 line breaks, average metres 143. And Val Holmes, 15 games, 6 tries, 0 try assists, 56 tackle breaks, 6 line breaks, 147 metres. I mean, Crichton's fucking way up there when it comes to like tries and that.
It's not Manu, sorry. I noticed this before. Manu and Teddy are 1 and 2 when it comes to tackle breaks in the NRL this year.
Yeah, that's amazing. How many games has Manu played at fullback? 2 or 3?
I'll have a look.
1 at 6 and 2 or 3.
I think he's only played 1.
Okay, 1. Okay.
just Canberra, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Canberra's the only one.
I just showed Moses Sully is having an outrageously
And
good
the
year.
Kiwis go. Yeah.
So
Yeah, one against Canberra.
and can you just Tungo has 10 tries. Read that. Can you read that out again for us, please?
So Isaac Tungo has 16 games, 10 tries, 7 try assists, 45 tackle breaks, 11 line breaks, and 139 average running metres.
So he has the most tries. He has the most line breaks. And he averaging, what was the meters again, sorry?
139.
He's averaging just under Crichton and Val Holmes. Pretty fucking good.
Can I add into the stat that doesn't tell you? You have a look at Viliami Kikau. He's had 12 line break assists this year. Every single time Kikau has one of those, it's because Tungo's run the line and Kikau's come out the back of him.
Yeah, okay.
So there's also there'd be a heap of things that happen around Tungo that it doesn't appear in stats too.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
And then the one more in there's obviously Sifa, who's
Yes, Talakai.
I think he's got 9 try assists, 6 tries, averaging 170 metres a game
So he's averaging the most then of any centre.
of metres. Yeah, so he'd be right up there.
Yeah, look, I think Tungo, if you said he was the best centre this year form-wise, I wouldn't argue against it.
Nah,
Is there a world where Taylor May gets winger of the year and Tungo gets centre of the year?
I think Taylor May, I'm trying to think. For me right now, and he was my prediction, he's my rookie of the year. And I'm probably
How
going
many
to win
games
this.
he played? Was he under 4 last year?
Yeah, pretty sure. Played 2, I
okay.
think. And I'm trying to think of another rookie.
Was Tungo under 4 last year?
Nah, I think he played like five I think. He was
Okay.
off the bench and that. I'm trying to think of other rookies this year. For me, Talon May, like he's been as good as To'o at club.
he's been unreal.
Is Nanai a rookie? How many games did he play last year?
Yeah, Nano's a rookie. I'm pretty sure he's a
Cobbo?
rookie. Cobbo's,
No, he
oh,
played a heap at centre last year.
yeah, like, not
What is it,
5 or
under
6.
five?
He would have
5,
played
did you
more.
say?
I think it's under 4.
It's under 4, so 4 or under, I'm pretty sure.
I think Cobbo would have
Yeah, Cobbo
played
definitely
5 or
played. Yeah, he
6,
definitely played more.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, look, probably right now for me, it's between Nanai and May. I honestly would still have May as my rookie of the year. I mean, I just got such big rats on him. As soon as I saw him play last year, his ability to break tackles, his ability to finish, he's solid in defence. He actually doesn't have that many errors, which is rare for a guy that's as explosive as he is. I think he's amazing, and I think that like you put Taylor May and To'o against some of the better wing pairings in the comp, they'd be right up there. Right up there.
Let's say hypothetical, if Tungo had played 3 games last year, who would you go, Tungo or May for your rookie?
It,
tough.
honestly, couldn't split them.
Yeah.
Couldn't split them. Like I just think like they're probably the best wing centre combination form wise this season. Trying to think, maybe Val Holmes, Talangi, maybe. But those two have been fucking destructive. Yeah. Could you actually get May's? Let us know in the comments section who your rookie of the year is this year. Who your rookie of the year is, and apologies if we've forgotten someone.
Sorry, I just confirmed. So Nano played 4 games last year, and according to this, it's 4 or under, so he's eligible.
He qualifies. Yeah. Okay, so you'd have to say Nanai or May are right up there. I think like it's going to be a bit unfair to May because like Nanai played Origin, and I think that's going to like sway people's decision for rookie of the year.
Especially because that award's given before the premierships won too.
Yeah. Whereas like Talon May, although Nanai has been outstanding, I think Talon May's been woe to go from game 1 to now, hasn't had even an average game. Whereas Nanai has had 1 or 2 games where he's missed a few tackles or whatever, even though he's incredible.
So May's stats, 14 games, 14 tries, 1 try assist, 70 tackle breaks, 13 line breaks, and 168 average running meters.
Cobbo he played 7 games.
Yeah, 7 games.
He's out. 7.
Yeah, well, so probably between Nanai and May, I'd have to say at the moment. Okay, Penrith Panthers, well-oiled machine, got the job done. Is there anyone else that stood out for you boys for the Penny Panthers?
I thought that try that Api Curacao scored at the very end, I thought that was sensational just to address that. So, you know, it can get hard when you're so close, when you're that awkward 3 metres out from the line instead of 1, what markers sort of do. And I just thought the ruck recognition by Api in that moment.
To know Radley had already put his eyes up to go long. Yep. And also like to know, I don't know whether he knew this in the moment, but like Victor Radley is the kind of player that, because he's so effort-based, he's already looking at like, how can I help my team as much as possible?
Especially after he put that hit on.
Adrenaline
was high and it was all happening. Appy, just being the cool head he is, just took it all in.
Yeah, and it was a split-second quick decision of like, because like Victor Radley still like he had the time to turn and chase, but just that 1 second where he saw, like he would have looked up. Matty Johns made a great point. He's like, if you go and watch Cam Smith's work at the ruck, like he's one of the very rare hookers that like a lot of hookers will come in and they'll be immediately like looking down at like the ball, the ruck, looking across like that. He says Cam Smith used to walk in constantly and he would always walk in like this. He wouldn't be looking at where the ball is. He'd always just be going like that and just looking up. And I think Api Coruscant a similar-ish mould where he's very good at like noticing, like we were talking about the other week, he may not be as good at running the ball as Damien Cook, but his ability to pick his moments.
The ruck recognition he's got is just
the try with kick out earlier in the game, the to call kick out onto that.
He sees it all.
Yeah.
His running game isn't as good, but he picks his moments so much more better that it almost makes his running game.
Right now, he's probably the craftiest 9 in the comp. I think
he's definitely the craftiest.
I'd say Harry Grant is the best 9 in the comp. He's probably the craftiest 9 in the comp.
Yeah. He's done it on big stages too.
For sure. Now, on to Bulldogs v the Sharkies. Look, I thought the Doggies looked pretty good here. I really do. Now, I know the Sharkies end up getting the Chockies, but I think this new look dog side with Averillo at the back. Now, I know Averillo doesn't get through, 200 metres a game or whatever, but I just think he adds that extra dimension in attack. Obviously that kick chase where he scores that try. He's a good ball player. I like him at the back there. Like I thought the Doggies looked pretty good here. I really did. And I know, there was a few plays where Kyle Flanagan's desperation and competitiveness, like diving on balls, he took a couple of good scoots. He had quite a few plays that were just effort. A one-on-one steal. So I reckon Flano is starting to find his feet a little bit there. A bit of confidence behind him, a coach that's, racing.
That ball that he dove on was big.
Massive.
That was a big moment.
And there was a bunch of players around him, and it was a pure effort play. Look, I think the Doggies I thought they looked really good. I really did. What do you think? Do you think?
Yeah, fantastic. The combination's coming together more and more every single week. It's great. And it's really hard to be critical of anyone or anything about this game because of the conditions.
Yeah.
It was... The pools of water on the field made it so difficult to play in. Result could have gone either way. Probably a bit of class factor. Got the Sharks over the line. I thought Nico Hines, who was only okay in the first half. Really lifted in the back end of the game when they needed to close that out. His kicking game in particular, he really started to play the conditions well, just kicking in behind the line, particularly short kicking game, getting repeat sets. The big long ball he threw for, I think it was Katoa's try, in the wet was so gutsy and nailed it. So I thought, probably Nico in the last 20 was the difference in this one.
What do you reckon about the doggies, Guru?
Yeah, I sort of said last week, watching them live 2 weeks ago, I was very impressed with them. I sort of feel like they have turned a corner despite not winning this game. If they would have played the Sharks 8 weeks ago, it would have been a bloodbath, I think. I love your line there that you've got there. I love Kiraz. I think we all feel that way. He's just...
I love his fucking
so
energy.
good,
Kiraz could be like the fine of the season of outside backs. Like his energy, and when I say fine of the season, it's like he wasn't really on anyone's radar, came in, debuted, and you could make the argument he's one of their better outside backs outside of Josh Adokar.
It's one thing that I know when we were out there the other day, as soon as he gets the ball, the whole crowd stands up.
Yeah.
I love his energy.
Yeah.
Like, I love his energy. He's chasing, he's trying on everything. Every run, it's like his last run.
Yeah.
I'm fucking such a big fan of Kiraz. And he's kind of like just that injection of energy that you need sometimes. You need a young guy to come in and just have that youthful enthusiasm that sometimes the day-to-day grind of NRL gets to you a little bit and you lose that kind of youthful keenness. He has that in spades. I really, really rate him. He had nearly 100 metres, 11 tackles, only one miss, an offload, a tackle break, 14 runs. So, like, they're all gutsy fucking, 14 of the best. I think that's actually the most... It's the second most, equals second most of any player on the ground. I will say I feel super sorry for Declan Casey because unfortunately had a... It's a tough one. Tough debut, poor fella. And then he came out, he tried to lift his team and shot for feeder, and he got absolutely KO'd, poor fella. Hopefully he's all good.
No, you go.
I was going to say, Jeremy Marshall-King, every single, you want to say as well? Yeah, just every single week, he's getting better and better. And I mentioned earlier about Reece Robson and how quickly he's come on this year behind a dominant Cowboys pack. Marshall King's been fantastic just about every game this season, give or take a couple. Him behind like a dominant forward pack right now would be killing teams.
Yeah.
Because like the line breaks that he's pulling out of nowhere when they don't even have go forward. Like if he was doing that with the team rolling, he's been fantastic.
I think I would say Jeremy Marshall-King's probably the most improved 9 in the comp. His game has just improved out of sight. And we have to remember, he was not a 9 initially. He was a 6, a ball-running 6 even. Now, some of the options he chooses is fantastic. His defence has gotten better. And as you said, like, this is in a team that has been struggling. Like, this is a guy, he has a try assist, 100 metres run from dummy half, 5 tackle breaks, a line break, 45 tackles and 2 misses.
Mate, he does it most weeks.
Yeah,
he's scoring a try every second or third week. There's always a line break where you watch him run and you're like, you're not that quick.
Yeah.
Everyone else just seems slow around. I reckon at the Dolphins next year, he's going to be a really good signing. Obviously, Wayne's got a history with Benji. I think once he gets his hands on Jeremy, I think he could go really good up there.
Guys like Corey Waddell, had a massive game, 172 metres, 63 post contact. Even guys like Max King have been standing up. Paul Vaughan has been really solid, in my opinion. I thought Burton was probably a little bit quiet, but understandable. So, look, there's not much to complain about with the Dogs. Like, the Sharkies, we have to remember, like, at their best, they're a top 4 side. And I actually think that, last week we discussed how they looked a bit patchy and probably weren't, even though they were in the top 4, form-wise, we probably didn't have them as a top 4 side. I think the Doggies, after the 2 weeks that they've had and the way the Sharkies played on the weekend, they've probably re-cemented themselves as, I would consider them a form top 4 side right now. Obviously, we need a bit more of a sample size, but I put it this way, they weren't beating a Doggies from the start of the year. They were beating a new improved Doggies that were willing to grind it out in really tough conditions. Doggies fans, I would be excited. I really would. I think Raymond Fatala-Mariner, he's really starting to find his feet again. Now, the Dogs, there has been reports that he is going to extend with the Bulldogs, which is a great get for the Bulldogs. 144 metres, 51 post contact, 2 tackle breaks, 22 tackles. Good signs for the Doggies. Really, really good signs, honestly.
They play Souths in their next game, so round 18.
It's winnable.
Oh, mate, if they win that, the stocks of Mick Potter are going to fucking explode because he wasn't there for this game. He had COVID.
Yeah.
So this is the only game they've lost since he's taken over, I
Yep,
believe. They've
absolutely.
won every other game.
Yep, outside the first one, I think. Outside the first one, yeah. The first week, I think, when he took over.
Yeah, but they still scored a bunch of points. Which
Scored a bunch of points. Look, Doggies fans, I think there's some really good signs there. Some really good signs. You get Reed Marnie, you get Kickow. I think there's great signs. So be excited, Doggies fans. Don't take the loss too harshly. Now, on to the Sharkies. Mate, their outside backs were absolutely phenomenal in my opinion. Mulata, like every single one of them, had one of their better games of the season. Kennedy is super slick. Katoa's finishing, and Katoa's ball running ability and the amount of tackles he breaks, super impressive. I thought Matty Moylan, he started, the first 5 minutes he absolutely owned the game. Brilliant kicking. He forced an error as well. And then for about 20 minutes, he faded out of the game and made a 7-tackle set, which is understandable. You're in fucking torrential rain. Then he came back into the game and absolutely dominated. Right now, you probably have to say him, Townsend or Reynolds are the buy of the season. Because him at the Sharkies, they just look constantly dangerous. Every time he gets his hand on the ball, they're so slick in their ball playing ability. And we have to remember, this is the first time Hines, Moylan, Brayley and Kennedy have even worked together as a spine, and they look this slick. Imagine how slick they're going to look in 12 months. Toby Rudolph, I loved his energy. He really came out with a different energy this game. He took it to the Bulldogs forward pack. He was aggressive. Dale Finucane, again, he just takes all the tough carries. I thought this was the Sharks back in form. What do you think, Timmy?
Yeah, they're very impressive, and they've lucked out with the draw a little bit in the sense that through not being given favours as such, but they've got Melbourne this week coming, who'll be depleted with Origin. Yeah, there'll be no Munster, there'll be no Harry Grant, Kafusi's out, so a few good things. They get Nicho Hines back. They then get the Cowboys in round 18, which is 2 days after Origin. So there's every chance of resting is there. There'll still be no Reuben Cotter. And then it goes into a really quite soft draw for the run home. So, look, they're in a position to finish top 4 if they can maintain the form, which we know how vital that is to any finals credentials. So, they were good. And to see some pretty decent ball movement in those conditions is something special.
Yeah.
As much as it is a good draw over the next few weeks, if you're Craig Fitzgibbon, would you rather have, your Melbourne, your Penrith, the Cowboys, these sort of sides, full strength to get an idea of where you're at? Because they're essentially only playing bottom 8 teams after that, aren't they?
You would. However, if playing the Storm and Cows when they do can jag them 4 points and a top 4 spot in the second crack at finals. But a little late round 23 or 24. They got Manly at 4 Pines in round 23. So if Manly are firing then, maybe that's a good test of them. But it's, you always want that good hit out, don't you?
In saying that, the Sharkies might be one of those sides that if they can get a few big wins leading into finals, that might be better for them. Just to go in confident.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always a tough, you don't know what the right answer is because you don't want to go in bashed and downtrodden. But you also don't want to go in, for example, I think it actually hurt Manly. They had a run last year where they were playing all bottom 8 sides. And I think it gave them a false sense of security in there. They relied too much on even if we start the game poorly, we'll be able to score enough points to get back in it. The game I always point to, a game against the Cowboys, they started actually pretty poorly. The Cowboys actually, I think they were winning the first 20, or not winning, but at the very least it was competitive. And then in the second half, they just came out and put a bunch of points on them. Then they go into the final series and they just get blown off the park, and then they never were in the match essentially. So I'm not sure what the right answer is there. What I can say though is that I think the Sharkies looked like the Sharkies that we saw at the start of the season. They looked disciplined. They looked aggressive, energised. How long until Braden Hamlin-Uele?
I was about to say that. So they're pretty well full strength. Hamlin-Uele is indefinite with that pec injury, but Pecs can be long term, but he's been out for a long stint. Jack Williams is the only other bloke, according to NRL.com, in their casualty ward who's due back. He'll nearly play this weekend, even if it's New South Wales Cup, I think. So depth-wise, fantastic for them. And Hamlin-Uele, he hasn't played since well before Origin 1, I think, so he can't be too far. Round 6.
So it's substantial. So we're getting up to 10 weeks now.
Yeah.
Have to be soon, wouldn't he?
It wasn't a season-ending injury or anything
Yeah.
from memory. So
And like you're coming up to 3 months. That's like
Yeah.
in today's science and that it's a fucking fair whack. I mean, some blokes coming back from shoulder recos in like 4 or 5 months these days.
Yeah.
Really interesting to see him come back again. I love their backline. I feel like I say it every week, but it's one of the most underrated backlines in the comp. Ramian has had probably the best year he's had since his breakout year at the Sharkies initially, and then he went to Knights, obviously come back. Was it the Knights? Yeah, he went to the Knights, didn't he?
doesn't that feel like a world ago?
Yeah, it feels like forever ago. I
years.
can't even imagine him in a Knights jersey anymore. Mate, I love their backline. I really, really do. Mulatalo, Talakai, Ramian, Katoa, Kennedy. That's a fucking good backline, man. It doesn't get... I don't think it gets the respect it deserves, but when you actually watch the Sharks, whenever they're playing well, their backline is just tearing teams apart.
I was just having to think what you said before about how it's hard to get that balance of who you want to play on the run home. I was thinking about Parramatta last year. Like they went Roosters, South, Manly, Cowboys, Storm, Penrith, and then had to play finals and sort of ran out of gas in that week too against Penrith. Lost that one 8-6. It is a tough balance to work out.
It's really tough. And the Eels as well, like, fuck. I don't know what the right answer is. Maybe a tough hit out the last game, maybe, is what you'd want. Like, maybe an easy run and then a fucking reminder in the last game. Oh, shit, like, this is the standard we need to be at.
A tough win in round 24, and then in a position where the ladder's not affected, you can just rest some players round 25 and then be fresh into the finals.
Was it the Rabbitohs that had a really tough loss just before the finals last year and it kind of, like, checked them a little bit? I don't know who it was. Anyway, all good. Now, on to Cowboys versus the Broncos. Look, I put a picture up during the game when Selwyn Cobbo made a break just before halftime, and there was honestly about 7 Cowboys jumpers around Cobbo, and you couldn't see a Broncos jersey in sight. And I just thought, first of all, I wrote, Cowboys just won the game with that, because like that was an example of like, this is what they're willing to go to. Broncos, are you willing to match this intensity? And I don't think they were willing to match that kind of intensity, which I don't think the Broncos played poorly by any stretch. I just think that the Cowboys' attitude right now is tippity top. And they went on to run away with it. Now, there was a period there where it looked like the Broncos were going to fight back into it. But a sign of a great side is that sometimes you lose momentum, but the great sides have an ability to wrestle it back, whether it be kicking it out, slowing the ruck down, or speeding things up. Just a way to like upset the opponent's rhythm to get it back. Whereas a lot of the poor sides, like when they lose momentum, it's just over. Like the game is fucking done. Cowboys' ability to wrestle that back in 5 minutes just shows mental toughness. Look, I thought Taulagi had a fantastic game. Scotty Drinkwater is so slick. His ball playing is just... it's so pretty to watch, eh? He's almost the most pretty fullback to watch. Seriously. He's slick handling and just the way he glides across, and he like creates space for passes that isn't there, like whether it's like under someone's hands or over the top. It's just super impressive. Tom Gilbert had a massive game. Jason Taumalolo, I think he put the stat up where this is the most he's passed all year. And I spoke about a few weeks ago how like this year his ball playing, it's on another level compared to his, like he didn't even do it last Taumalolo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I think that's a really good indication. Like he is just so hard to stop. Like if you can ball play as well as being the most damaging ball runner of all time, essentially, it's almost impossible to stop. The Cowboys looked incredible. Townsend's defense, the amount of blokes that he fucking picked up and dropped on their back, and big players too. Like he did it to Staggs. Like Dearden got underneath Staggs, picked him up and put him on his back. Katoni Staggs. That's incredible defense. This is a great win for the Cowboys too, because it was just a reminder of, like, yeah, the Broncos are having a great year, but I think the Cowboys are just stamping their authority of like, no, we're the best side in Queensland. Like, we've had the best year. I think it's the first time in a decade that they've beaten the Broncos twice in a season, not in the year, but in season, not like finals or whatever. Yeah. Now, I think there are other years where they beat them in the season and then like post, like as in the finals or whatever. But I think again, this is a Fox commentary that said this, but amazing stuff by the Cowboys. What did you think about the Cowboys, Gurino?
Yeah, I thought Drinkwater was very impressive. I think it was the last try that they scored where he got the ball, and just to show his confidence at the moment, he had Adam Reynolds in front of him, and he just took him on.
Yeah.
I love, there was a try that he scored a number of weeks ago where he scored off a scrum where he just about went untouched. Like, his confidence at the moment, Drinky's crazy, and, we kept saying, I can't believe he wasn't in the team at the start of the year, but I think we've got to give a lot of credit to Todd Payton that he's managed to get this out of him.
Masterstroke.
I knew Drinky was good. I didn't know he was this good.
Yeah. It was
a
masterstroke.
Yeah.
Like, an absolute masterstroke by Todd Payton, and also on so many levels, because, like, not only you have to make the big call of, like, yeah, okay, he is definitely a better attacking player than Dearden, but, like, people were saying Payton's career, like, his coaching was under pressure. Like, there were literally people saying that after a friggin' 1 year of rugby league. And so, like, a lot of coaches would not have held their nerve. They would have gone, "Oh, I need to have Drinkwater in the side because his attacking play is just so good." But what I love about Payton is he stuck to his guns. He said, "No, I made a decision in preseason that we would be a defensive side, and you can come on board or not." And he kept Dearden there. And what I love about Drinkwater, he reacted to that and said, "Okay, I'm on board. Just give us a crack." Boom, he's there. What do you think about the Cowboys, Timmy?
They're becoming a little bit, when we do these recaps each week, the Panthers for me, where I'm sort of saying the same things every week. Drinky did a freak pass.
Yeah.
Of course he did. The halves were awesome defensively and got around. Again, Taumalo's ball playing's gone to another level. Again, it's like I'm finding it hard to criticise them, which is as a mark of how good their footy is at the moment.
Yeah. Like, even Kyle Felt, like, I don't know why he hates the Broncos so much, but he always fucking scores against us and towers us up.
Because he's human.
Fucking hell. Yeah, Timmy. Yeah, Dragons, that wasn't a penalty, and Raiders deserve to lose. Great win by the Dragons. Fuck, had them. Talk about mental toughness all the way to the end there. Good solid defence, good line speed at the end there, getting away from marker. He was 100% square. There was nothing wrong with that play. Kyle Felt, 6 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, 9 tackles, only 1 miss, 172 metres. Valentine Holmes comes out again, 144 metres. Bit of a question. What do you sign Holmes on after this contract? Because, like, by all reports, he's on just under $1 million. Now, reports came out that he was on $1 million, but I think he actually came out and said that's not true a while ago. Could you try and Google that, please, for me, Matt?
When's he contracted?
I think he comes off at the end of next year. Oh, actually, no, it was a 5-year deal, wasn't it? So it might even be the year after. But just let's just play, what ifs kind of game.
Well, I think, I think regardless of whatever it is, I think he's signed on fullback money. He's obviously a centre now, and to be fair, I think he's one of the strike centres in the competition, if not the strike centre. 750.
Ooh, for a centre.
That's a lot, but I think he is one of the better centres. So
yeah,
I think if you're not going to pay him 750, someone will.
Yeah. Okay. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it's such a great question. And it's
Thanks,
interesting that he's signed. Yeah, that's right, mate.
I got the biggest podcast in the country.
Yeah. I had to win you back after the last one. I was going to be sacked, so I had to cut with something. No, it is, and it's like you've said that he's signed for actually a bit longer than I thought, that deal. But I was thinking similar to Guru, 700K as a centre. But, like, what if he's off contract next year and he's sitting here currently killing it as a centre? And he's happy. I was wondering, like, is he happy to play centre knowing that it'll probably cost him money his next contract, but then the fact that he's on a long-term deal, it makes sense now. But, like, does another club look to sign him as a fullback on bigger money, or does he cost himself money on his next contract? Now that the contract's so far away, it probably doesn't matter, but what would you give him as a...
Mate, it's so tough because, like, Scotty Drinkwater needs an upgrade, baby. Scotty Drinkwater needs an upgrade. So I'll ask you the next question.
Noting, like, he's an 83% goal kicker too.
For sure. So I'll ask you, what do you got there?
It was a 6-year deal, so he's contracted until 2025, but that was a few years ago, obviously. And it says here it's just under $1 million a year.
Okay.
So 5.7.
It's a lot for a centre, isn't it?
Now, I'll ask you the next question then. Like, as a centre, I'd probably sign him around 600, 650. Not because of Holmes. I just can't pay that much for a centre. Like, it's just tough. Now, the next question. Can you check out how long he's contracted for. Scotty Drinkwater, how much do you pay for him on the open market? Because right now, he's honestly probably on 400K.
Before you answer, Scotty Drinkwater can start talking November 1.
And that's why I asked the question, is the fact that the Cowboys are paying so much for a centre, fullback money for a centre, going to put pressure on keeping, because it's actually not Valentine Holmes that's taking the pay cut now, it's actually Scotty Drinkwater that's taking the pay cut.
Yeah, now thinking about that, I'd have to play, I think, Scotty in the 700, 750 sort of realm. So maybe my first suggestion on Val was a little bit high.
Yeah. It's hard though because like you look at Origin.
I also look at teams and I look at it like you said, 650 for Val, right? Which is fine. If you were to spend 750, it might be a little bit overs, but the difference, like that 100K, where would you have taken that and spent it elsewhere?
Yeah.
That would have got you the difference that Val between another centre.
The way I see it is more like, okay, I'd probably pay him 600 so that like that extra 150 or 200 can be given to Drinkwater.
Yeah.
You know, so like instead of Drinkwater being on 400K, he's now on 600K. And that's where I would try to make that balance. But I again, it's fuck.
If Drinkwater hits the open.
What would you pay for Drinkwater on the open market?
Once again, it depends who I am. But like if you're the Dolphins.
Mate, I'm 100% interested.
What's the highest that he could get out of the Dolphins? Like, could he get 8s from the Dolphins?
Oh, I don't know about 8.
Given the current situation... I mean,
they've got no one else.
I think Ewan Aitken's their best player at the moment.
Yeah.
They've got a good forward pack, and I'm also looking at their pack. I don't know if Aitken's going to make the starting team. They've got Bromwich and Felice, so you need some strike out there.
I wonder how Aiken would go at 13. Just because like he's got a little bit of ball playing. Anyway,
You play Kenny Bromwich at 13, maybe. Got a bit more.
Yeah, Scotty Drinkwater, Timmy, how much you paying him?
I was thinking probably 7 to 750, exactly what you said, and it's. Where the Cowboys might luck out there a little bit is that there's not a heap of money taken up in their 6, 7, 9. Did wouldn't be on March.
Mate, I reckon he'd be on 3 or 4 because he's a 7. That like even though he was inexperienced, you pay that like for a 7 because it's the most valuable
Townsend
position.
was
7, about 7.
So decent money, but not ridiculous. And then Reece Robson wouldn't be on anything crazy. So, like. In that sense, maybe they do have more money to spend on Drinkies and upgrade while carrying Val at centre. Of course, these players are going to upgrade in the next year.
Because then you've got Dearden that's probably going to get a fucking...
Like Reece Robson will upgrade as well. So whether they can manage to pay Drinky what he's worth and upgrade the others, well, that's where it's going to become an issue, isn't it?
It's tough. I'm with you on the Drinkwater, 750. I think he's so fucking slick. You know, I'd even make the argument he could be the best ball-playing fullback in the comp at the moment. I'm trying to think.
It'd be up
Ponga.
there for just ball playing.
Just ball playing. Like his slickness and ball playing ability. You've got KP that's really good. But outside of that...
Yeah, but him and KP.
Because like Scotty Drinkwater was a top touch footy player. That's why he's so good with the ball.
I think I know the answer, but if you could sign Val or Drinkwater as a fullback for 750 and you're the Dolphins, which would you...
Oh, fuck. That's a fucking good question, Guru, because like... Valentine Holmes brings so much experience to the young boys, like teaching them how to do this or that, or, mate, I can't answer that. I don't
I thought
know.
you'd say Drinkwater. Okay.
No, well, it's just Val Holmes we're talking about. He's still 26 years old, but he's seen it all. He's seen it all, and so the amount of like experience that he can bring to, and you'd have to think that he's a senior player currently at the Cowboys. So you have to give him his flowers for how good they've been going. The senior playing group plays a massive role in the team culture.
What would you do?
I was hoping you weren't going to turn it around. I'd go Val, just for what you said. Like, there's a lot of runs on the board for Val.
Yeah, and like, could you work on his ball playing enough to like, maybe drop a few kilos, get him? I don't know. Again.
I think you could. I think his ball playing can go up a fair bit from what
I agree too. But in saying that, if you took Drinky, I would not bat an eyelid. Because Drinky for me, he's so slick, bro. He's so slick. So that's the Cowboys' biggest challenge now, if they can continue doing this, is there's going to be a lot of people upgrading. I mean, we haven't even spoken about a guy like Hamiso. Yeah. Like, 6 months ago, he was one of the game's biggest next superstars.
He marked Turbo in Game 3.
Highlight reel for the days, and he's going to want to upgrade as well. It's just incredible what they've achieved there. It's the good problem to have. So look, great stuff for the Cowboys. Be excited. Thoughts on Luciano Leilua's debut for the club?
Yeah, solid. It'll be interesting to see what role he plays moving forward.
Crazy to think that they're bringing him off the bench. Like,
Yeah, like they were already good.
yeah.
Like
This is what puts me in a position where I'm like, maybe they could become a premiership threat because it's just that extra fucking punch in the middle where you go, oh, okay, well, they've got Nanai and Luai, like as Leilua, bit scary.
I mean, I think on their if they played their best football come finals time, I think they can. Probably not win it, but I think they can definitely push for a grand final. But they're going to have to play their best.
I tell you what, they're a team that I would not want to play in finals
thank
time.
you.
Probably out of the only other team at the moment that I'd be more scared of is the Eels, just because you don't know what the fuck is going to happen.
Yeah.
And obviously Penrith and Storm are the best. Now, on to the Brizzy Broncos. I was proud of the effort. I thought it was pretty good. We lost Tomato Martin 28 minutes in. I thought that was a huge loss for us. It really threw things out of whack. I just think there were periods where when we needed to go with them and we needed to like go with their intensity and not make silly errors. Like, for example, a guy like Jordan Riki, he's got so much potential and he's improved his game so much since last year, but he still has some crucial errors. Like, the game was in the balance and he's coming out of his end throwing offloads. And this is just the natural progression. This is no knock on Ricky personally, because I really like him as a back row, and I actually think we're not even close to his potential. But it's just that young mindset of just overplaying your hand a little bit. And if we could this is just the rough edges of a diamond. Ricky's a diamond. He's going to be fantastic. Just little things like that really hurt us. Like, that was game in the balance kind of stuff, and he threw the, it was no point. There was no point to it. It wasn't. This is where, as a young player, you learn about timing. If you throw that ball in their 20 on the fourth tackle, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, it was still a silly pass, but we're attacking, we're in their end of the field. That's where you can make those mistakes because you're trying to get points. Coming out of your own end, it's just never on. So just little things like that I think hurt the Broncos. But all in all, including Ricky, I thought it was I'm proud of the performance. I thought they fought back really well, especially when the game looked like it was about to run away from them. I thought Ezra Mann's defence was outstanding. Far out, he's good. I will say, I love Reno. He's done so much for the club, but was a pretty poor outing from Reno.
Yeah.
His kicking game in the first half was is pretty poor for his standard, and I think it really hurt us towards the back end of the game. Now, I saw some comments saying, like, drop Reynolds. I was like, oh, my God.
Tyson Gamble's available.
Oh.
Gamble-Mam combination.
It's just like, bro, he's done so much for the club. He had one off match after being out with broken ribs, and all of a sudden it's bloody drop Reynolds. But as I said, I was super proud of the boys' effort. I thought they can hold their heads high. We have to remember they're going up to the home ground of the current top 3 Cowboys. Outside of 1 or 2 errors, the game could have been much closer. I'm happy with the performance. What do you think, Timmy?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the game of footy.
It's a great game of footy. It's probably the higher quality games, to be honest.
It was fantastic. And, I wouldn't be too disheartened by the loss from the Broncos' point of view. You mentioned it, but Reynolds, who just has not been able to put a foot wrong this season. It had to turn eventually for him. It just wasn't his night, unfortunately. Selwyn Cobbo moving to fullback was so exciting to see. And that ties into a little bit of one. I don't have a lot of issues with the Broncos at the moment because they're playing such good footy. Your inability to get Katoni Staggs and Cobbo as a result of that any decent ball at times astounds me. Staggs hardly touched it in this game. In dry weather, good footy conditions, I think it was about the 73rd minute that I was watching the game and he got some early ball and he was well defended. But it's like, and look, you've won games without using him as a strike weapon, so it's okay. It's not the be-all and end-all, but at the same time, you've got this X factor that is just not getting enough.
33 metres. 33 metres, 2 tackle breaks.
Yeah, you've got to be getting him into the game more.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, when you put it in that context, having 2 tackle breaks with 33 metres is a pretty good effort, realistically. But it's crazy that he isn't being utilised. more.
Does he need to change it up though? Do you know what I mean? Like we look at a guy like Talakai, is when he doesn't have those crazy games, he comes in and fucking works his dick off. And a guy like Staggs, like I don't get me wrong, I want him to be a Ferrari. But I do think that if I'm Staggs, I need to identify, is this a game where it's coming to me? No, it's not. Okay, I'm going to change my tack this game. I'm going to go in and just scoot constantly, take runs off the hit up in the middle of sets because his ball running is as strong as any of our forwards' ball running. So just replace one forward's run. I will say though, maybe he is being told, and apologies to Tony if he is, maybe Walters is telling him, mate, keep your width. There is a very high possibility of that. So it may not be Katoni's fault. He may want to go and get the ball. It's just, a game plan to keep him out there to keep the width. Because even though he's not getting the ball, it seems to be working for the Broncos that him keeping their width helps their structure.
Yeah. And if that's correct, so be it.
Yeah, for sure.
But if it's not, and like, as you said, he's a Ferrari, and I don't want him to come into the middle and beat the living shit out of the Ferrari, but he had 11 touches of the football in 80 minutes.
Yeah.
God.
Well, that's not like, even if you just bump that up to 16, which is just coming in once or, an extra 2 or 3 times, it can make such a huge difference. And we're only saying it because he's so fucking talented.
Yeah, for sure.
You look, Kempy, and you've spoken about it multiple times this year about Penrith and how well they use their back five coming out of their own end. And like, Brisbane have certainly 2 decent wingers in Cobbo and Oates for their yardage, but maybe like if they just get Stads coming out, he can hold his shape when they're attacking the line and attacking in the opposition half, but coming out of their own end, just as another bloke, as you said, to take a run off the forwards, he can do just as much damage than them, if not more, with his footwork and strength. It's got to be beneficial to him, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure. Well, in my opinion, I want to see Tony Staggs getting more involved. I understand sometimes the coach is telling you to stay out, and if that is the case, fair enough. You do whatever the coach says. But if it isn't a coach, there is really no reason why Tony Staggs isn't taking similar amount of hit-ups to a guy like Tung or to a guy like Valentine Holmes. I will say I felt like we really missed Herbie Farnworth because he gets through a mountain of work. It's like when you think about it, you got Selwyn Cobbo that went to the back, but Tomato Martin literally ran for 0 metres in 28 minutes. Then you've got Staggs 33 metres, you've got Lee 75 metres. Like, that's a lot of metres we're missing out on. Herbie Farnworth is minimum 150 metres a game. He's minimum 20 carries a game. And so, yeah, if I'm Walters, I would be saying to Staggs, I need you to get in there once a set. Just get someone in there to pass you the ball. Get one of the other outside backs because you're literally the most damaging outside back ball runner probably in the competition. If not the most, you're in the top 3. So hopefully he can get more ball. I will say his defence was really solid. I think his defence has improved out of sight this year, Tony Staggs. Again, it was just one of those games where, unfortunately, our main guy, Reno, just didn't have the best game. Look, put it this way. Imagine Reno comes out and kicks really well in that first half. I think we'd be looking at a bit of a different result. And I don't think, not win, I just think it would have been a really, really close fight.
Yeah, well, I mean, you lost by 14. You didn't lose by 30.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think, like, respectfully to Reynolds, I think that's the worst game I've seen him play in probably 2.5 years, realistically.
Yeah. He just looked rusty. Rusty.
Yeah, and everyone's going to have those games.
Yeah,
is what it is.
For sure.
I thought Ezra Mam, you mentioned his defence. I thought he came up with one play at one point, which I think they kicked a penalty off the back of, where he noticed that Drinkwater was in the line, chipped over his head, got the penalty. Just good eyes up.
Yeah.
There. So I think Ezra's really heading in a great direction.
He's so much further ahead than what I thought he would be at this time. I thought he would be really raw, but he makes really smart, almost conservative decisions sometimes, which I like. Like his ability to sometimes, when it looks like a lot of other halves would not panic, but they would get like a rush of blood and throw the ball really early to hit their winger. He holds it so long to make sure it's the right decision. It's really good.
Which when I was watching his Queensland Cup highlights and everything, like they were so impressive, but you were looking at it going, a lot of this wouldn't happen in first grade.
For sure.
It is a little bit erratic. It's a little bit over the top, but it's like he's just matured as soon as he's walked in.
Tamari Martin's stats are very reminiscent of mine back in the day. 28 minutes, 0 metres, hooked. Takes me back.
Well, it's crazy. What's crazy is like
he didn't to be humbled sometimes.
He didn't even have a run. Tomato Martin, poor fella. Corey Oates was outstanding. I will say, the fact that Payne Haas is out of Origin, I feel like we probably should have rested him. I said it before the game as well. We should have rested Payne. I didn't want to see him playing. But talk about a bloke just going until his body starts falling apart. Both ACs are fucked. He was in a moon boot. Give him some time off and let's go for a run towards the end of the season, in my opinion.
I had that in my notes. It's like you blokes trying to kill him. Honestly, he went into the game
Yeah.
with... He'd had AC joint injuries to both shoulders this season, was in massive doubt for the game. You were sitting top 4. He comes out. Not only does he play, he plays 65 minutes. He played some stupid amount straight. I know there was a HIA that he came back on for after getting like a 2-minute spell, but like just give him a rest.
Yeah, 137 metres, 35 tackles, 0 misses.
Yeah, and I was just about to read out his stats. Like if you said that and didn't say who it was, you go, fuck, that's a good performance.
It's a great
from the front
performance
row.
in the front
But
row.
because it's Payne, we don't even...
Talk about it.
Yeah, I almost feel like saying Payne was a bit quiet.
Yeah.
That's by
Which
his
is crazy.
standards, you
This
know?
is crazy. Yeah, look, give the bloke a rest. As I said it before the game as well. Give him a rest. We can make it. I know we need to, we do want to make the top 4, but we still, I don't know, if we make the top 8, I think that's a really successful year for us. Now, to be clear though, we are not smooth sailing yet. We drop a couple games, we could move out of the 8. That's a very real possibility. So I reckon give him a couple games off, get his body right, bring him back for a late push towards the end of the season to get us into that 8. And that's a win for me at the Broncos. Flegler, again, another good innings off the bench. Look, I'm not too unhappy with it. I thought they showed a lot of grit, a lot of effort. The ball just wasn't bouncing their way, and just a few little errors here or there that we could clean up. Outside of that, I was pretty happy with
You
it.
played a quality team too.
For sure.
Yeah.
At home. Now, on to Rabbitohs versus the Eels. I tell you what, Latrell made a massive difference, and not just what he did with his hands, just his presence. The Rabbitohs looked like a totally different side. Cody Walker looked like Cody Walker of old. That first pass to Johnston was fucking outrageous. Outrageous.
You don't even know how he does that.
I don't know how he does it. It almost defies physics, the way it floats. It's almost as if it should float a metre backwards, but it does. It's just amazing. And that's such a good example of Cody Walker throws that pass 10 times out of 10 in the last 10 weeks, and it's an inch off, and so it doesn't go. But with Latrell there, it just seems like that inch he can find it because he's just in a different mindset. I thought the Rabbitohs were really bloody good. I honestly thought the Eels never really looked in it. And again, look, the Eels are so inconsistent. We don't know what they're going to turn out. They looked great. And looking at that performance, they would be, just on that performance, I want to see more, obviously. But they have now, in my opinion, leapfrogged the Dragons and the Raiders, even Manly to an extent, to make the 8. That's how good I felt they looked. Again, need to see more from them. But even guys like Keon, 164 metres. Jaira, 150 metres. Tavita Totola, 163 metres. You got Tom Burgess and Mick Nichols coming off the bench. Thomas Burgess had probably the best game of his of this year, 184 metres in 59 minutes off the bench. All from Latrell coming back. That's the kind of charisma and star power this kid has. He's still only 24 years old. Yep. I thought they looked amazing. I really did. They looked did they look as good as they looked last year? Not yet, but I tell you what, it's the closest, in my opinion, that they've looked to last year.
And they had every reason to shit the bed the other night. They lost Harmsilo, they lost Mark Nichols. I mean, going up against that Parramatta forward pack, that should be you done and dusted.
Yeah. Yep. And it's not like Junior Bowler wasn't fucking killing it. He played outstanding.
The number one thing I was thinking watching South, we all talk about, obviously, Adam Reynolds left. Huge loss. They played Isaiah Tass at centre. They've moved Campbell Graham back to the right. Here we are in round 17. They're still trying to work out how to cover Dane Gagai.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They have tried so many guys, between Paulo playing centre, between Isaiah Tass playing, Campbell Graham swapping sides, Josh Mansell coming into the side. They have tried everything to fill the gap that Dane Gagai's left.
Mate, I'm sticking with Tass. I know he has errors in him. I know he has a few errors in him in his other game. But he looks dangerous. He ran for 194 metres. He had 19 runs, 16 tackles, only 1 miss. I'm sticking with Tass.
Yeah.
leave him in there.
I mean, I just ran through a million things that they've done.
Yeah.
Tane Mill, they've tried him everywhere as well.
Yeah.
They're just trying to fill this gap left. And now I agree. Like, we've liked him since the preseason, obviously, Tass. And you're right, he has got errors in him. So does everyone else they've picked.
Yeah.
I think he's the best of the bunch, really.
He's the best of the bunch. Stick with Tass. Give him some confidence. Give him an opportunity. Give him a month of footy. Just, mate, the position's yours. You can take it or leave it. It's up to you. I thought he was, the thing is, even in the games where he had errors, he still looked dangerous in attack. Like, even in that game. So I reckon you stick with Tass for sure. Alex Johnson running for 274 metres. Amazing. Timmy, what do you think of the Rabbitohs?
Well, I think all three of us, all four of us, even reserved judgment on the Bunnies all season, despite how poor they've been, just because we want to see what happens when Latrell gets back. Well, we got our answer within 80 minutes in one game of footy that, all right, you're not going to say they're back in one game, particularly in the conditions, but I've sort of said over and over again, I want to see their yardage with Latrell back. So you throw Latrell's 150-odd metres in there, and then you throw 190 for Tass in there, and you're going, all right, we've got some metres coming out of our end and getting our sets off to a good start. So, as you said, it's only 1 week, but promising signs. And the big one for me, aside from Latrell Mitchell's return, how good was it to see Lachlan Ilias bounce back from being hooked in that last start? Going public saying that they're going to back him, to his credit. There was held in the team. He was fantastic in these games. Kicking game was good. He didn't look like he was a player under pressure, and a really promising sign for his future.
Yeah, it shows what he's made of as a bloke. Very easy to crumble under that pressure and kick rocks and be upset. I did find it interesting, though, that Cody Walker actually kicked much more regularly than Lachie Ilias. And I wonder if that's a sign of things to come, just to ease the pressure on Ilias a little bit. Like, maybe they thought Ilias was ready to just step right into that Reynolds shoe. But maybe Cody Walker needs to take the reins a little bit, take a bit of pressure off Ilias.
I've been impressed all year with when Cody Walker does kick. He's got a much better kicking game than what I thought.
100% he does, yeah, for sure.
I think he should be taking the reins a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. So look, really, really good win for the Rabbitohs. You look at their outside backs, like 145 Trell, 274 Johnston, Tass 194, and then Jackson Paulo 154. Like, that's been missing. Like, I can't remember a game where they had this many metres in the back. The times that have gone where you can afford to have outside backs running for 50 metres, you need your outside backs almost generating more metres than your forwards, which is crazy to think. Even again, we talk about it all the time because they've got the worst completion rate in the comp. But the completion, 75%, like, it's not the best, but at least it's not bloody 60%. And it was more than the Eels. So, look, great win by the Rabbitohs. It's going to be really interesting to see how they turn up next week. I think Latrell showing his commitment to the club is just going to buoy them a lot. So, exciting time. Like, finally, you can sit down at the Rabbitohs and go, at least now we know where we stand. Like, if we come out the next month and play poorly, there's some real issues at the club that we need to sort out, whether it's recruitment or whatever. Or we come out and they play really well. We go, okay, we saw the problem. Our star player was out. It's fixed now.
Just on South Sydney, they're meant to play this weekend, round 17. They'll keep Latrell, which is a positive, but their depth is going to be tested, obviously. You got Jair and Cam Murray, they're going to go play Origin. Harm Sele, I think he'll be out for this one, and I think Marky Nichols will be out for this one.
And they lose Cook as well.
They lose Cook and Mamazelis. I think he broke his hand last week in reserve grade.
Oh, really?
So you'll probably see Havili and Cody Nikorima jump into hooker, but then they're going to have to bring a couple of forwards up from reserve grade. So it'll be a good little test for South Sydney this week in their depth.
Cook, 49 tackles, 0 misses. And then the Origin one, 54 tackles, 0 misses. So he's nearly made, in his last 3 games, it's made 120 tackles or whatever, and he missed 1 maybe. Just amazing stuff. Fuck, that's a lot of work. Now, on to the Eels. Look, I thought about this on the weekend, and I've come to the conclusion that regardless of how the Eels go for the rest of the year, I still think they're premiership threats. I cannot get a read on this team. I honestly have no idea, because it seems like the answer is right in front of them. Now, it's very easy for talk about it. Being on the field is fucking way harder. But I just think I think as long as they can get themselves into finals footy, they have the potential to shock everyone. It's just a matter of making sure they get into finals footy. That's the matter. That's a concern.
I was listening to one of my mates who's a big Parramatta fan talking to some South Sydney people on Saturday night, and he said at the end of the game, and I sort of thought he was joking. He sort of said, we lost that because the Rabbitohs aren't important enough. And, they all sort of laughed. And he said, no, I'm genuinely fucking serious. Like, unless you're Melbourne or Penrith, we're not going to show up. That's what we are. That's who we are. And I was just sitting there going, fuck, it's not wrong. Like that's just the sort of team they are.
They rocked up against the Roosters and were red hot.
Red hot, yeah. But they just, some weeks they're just not there and you just can't, like, I don't know. They're such a better team than what they show sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is, honestly. Yeah. I don't know what the answer is for them. Timmy?
They played awful wet weather footy. Seriously. Like, that was just dumb. South Sydney played okay wet weather footy, and it was flattered a little bit by what Parramatta did, just chanting their arm too often, throwing stupid passes, stupid offloads, and they just turned over possession over and over again. Like, wet weather footy isn't that hard to do, is it? You complete, you keep things simple, you kick early, turn them around, and force an error.
Yeah. Well, it's like there's 30 minutes to go. They're 18-6 down, so 100% still in the game, and they do a midfield chip and chase.
Yeah,
and it's like,
there you go. It was just all game.
I don't understand. That's what I'm like. I feel like I don't get it because it's like the answer's right in front of you, boys. You've got the best forward pack in the comp on their day. Like that forward pack has bashed the Penrith forward pack and the Storm forward pack, and yet, and again, it's so much easier. Like so much easier for us to sit here and talk about it, and in hindsight, all that kind of stuff. Like we're not the ones on the battlefield. But I just don't get it.
And you think that pack would be tailor-made to that torrential rain and conditions. All right, let's keep it tight, just play through the middle and batter them down the middle. And then the points will come. But they just... No.
Especially when they lost two of their front rowers.
I know. They had every reason to win it.
That was perfectly set for Parramatta.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... mate, they must be super frustrating to coach because you just don't know. You don't know what is going to... Yeah.
I'd love to know if the coach has a vibe for it before they run out. Like, can he tell in the change room they're on today, they're off today? Because it's so evident within 10 minutes of the game.
Which Eels team
you've got. I'd love to know if they're on the bus, whatever it is, at what point can he tell, fuck, here we go.
The issue is, like, we know that on their day they can beat Penrith, they can beat Melbourne, they can be the best team in the competition. It's now looking more and more like, and it could change, but that they'll be a 5 to 8 team. They're going to have to win 4 in a row to win a grand final. Can they do that? Does it come to finals time where you get up because it's finals?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You see who they got the last round of the season? They have to go to Melbourne. Play Melbourne. So
do you still consider them premiership threats?
I never really have. I don't think
you never really have? Timmy?
Yeah, I do. I do because I really like their roster and we've seen them at their best and I think that's fantastic. I don't think they can put 4 on the trot together, but we know they're good enough. We've seen it.
Yeah, we've seen it. What do you reckon, Matty?
Yeah, I definitely think they are, and I'm basing that off last year, like how they were pretty average all year, and then went to the finals and were great. So,
thoughts on the Rabbitohs as a Rabbitohs fan?
Oh, thank God! Like seriously, after that Dragons game, and the Dragons game is so disappointing now because now South would have been up there with like equal 5th, but that's all right.
That's crazy to think. If they win that game, they would have been equal. Well, we don't do equals around here.
We don't do equals.
But anyway, this motherfucker just said equal 5th. How dare you, mate? How dare you motherfucker? No, but it's a great point, Matty. It's a great point. You guys beat the Dragons, which you definitely could have done. You're sitting equal 5th. All of a sudden, we are sitting here going, hang on a sec, all this shit we've been chatting about the Rabbitohs, they're fucking 5th. It's an incredible year for them. Like, an incredible year for them, which is crazy to think, like, how everything has gone wrong, or everything's gone against them, new coach, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And if they were sitting 5th right now, you'd be going, you cannot say that Demetrio doesn't deserve massive raps for the ability to get him into 5th. Instead, we're sitting here going, ooh, tough year. Sorry, Matty, keep going.
No, that's pretty much it. And just the performance on the weekend was probably equal best performance of the year for South. Maybe the best with the round 3 game against the Roosters, and surprise, Latrell had his paws all over that game as well. From I talked to someone who was at the ground, there was no one there, so you could hear a lot of the chat. Apparently, like Latrell just barking orders from the back in defence, like made a huge difference for us too.
Yeah.
So fantastic.
Mate, that is...
I will say as well, South's play next week. We've already had our bye. Dragons, Manly, Roosters, Rays, I'm pretty sure all have a bye. But the next 2 games are against Newcastle and the Dogs. So
Definitely can win them.
definitely can win those.
Look, if you guys finish in the top... I mean, you could... If you went on a run, you could finish top 4, which is incredible.
For sure. It's a tough end to the year.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if you go... It's not like you're completely out of touch. If you guys finish top 5... Jason Demetrio deserves a massive pat on the back. And now that I look at the ladder and I see that, I'm like, you know what? Maybe the Rabbitohs year hasn't been as bad as we probably thought it's been. What are you going to say, Guru?
I was just going to say, it's interesting how it's worked out that teams 4 to 8 right now, they're all playing this weekend, and teams 9 to 11 all have the bye this weekend. Like, there's only 2 of the bottom 8 teams that are actually playing this weekend. So the vast majority of the top 8 it's
playing.
interesting how it's ended up as far as the ladder goes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, Eels... I honestly, Eels fans, I think that this is the kind of squad that you have. It is just going to be inconsistent. I don't know, because you don't want to change a lot in this squad because it's an incredible squad. But I just, if I'm the Eels fans, I'm just sitting there going, look, we just want to be in the best position possible when we get to finals. And then we can go on a run and hopefully make a challenge for it. Anyway, on to the Warriors-Tigers. Look, that entrance of the boys running out, what an incredible moment. Like, we can talk about it all day long, the sacrifices, the work, everything that had to go on behind the scenes for the Warriors to do what they've done. A monumental effort to be living an entire organisation in a different country. For them to come back and just to have that moment, I thought was amazing for the Warriors. Massive congratulations. And also the fact that they got the win in the fashion they got it. Massive congratulations to all the staff and all the family that sacrificed for that moment. It was actually the first time in, I think, 8 years that they've held a team scoreless at home, and they did it like that. So massive, massive congratulations, and I hope everyone enjoyed the moment. All the Kiwis that got to experience that. What an incredible turnout by the fans and the community. Guru, what do you think about the Warriors-Tigers?
Yeah, I thought it was great. I messaged you. Like, I had goosebumps just watching them run out. I thought the way it was done was very, very well. It was very well done when they ran out, and I loved it. Yeah, I mean, keeping any team in this competition to no tries, it's a bloody good knock. I was a little bit worried about the Warriors in the first 20 minutes, the amount of ball they had, but they weren't able to turn it into points. And then the Tigers had one set, and they did come all the way up the other end. I sort of thought, oh, fuck, please, no. Don't let this happen in their return game. But they found a way. I thought the hooker was unreal, Wade Egan. We mentioned Jeremy Marshall-King being the most improved 9 in the comp. I'd probably have Egan at number 2. I think he's had a really good season for them.
Just need to keep him fit, don't they? He keeps getting injured.
Yeah, he's always getting knocked about. Another one out of the Penrith system. Yeah, I thought it was just perfect that Tohu Harris scored the first try back.
Absolutely.
You couldn't write it anything.
Yeah.
Probably outside of SJ, maybe.
Yeah.
But Harris, club captain, perfect.
I thought SJ was pretty good, actually.
Yep.
I thought, like, he wasn't incredible, but he did exactly what they needed, is just a calm, steady hand.
Happy.
He was happy. He was enjoying his footy. He was back at home. Kicked for 522 metres. Couple of try assists, 100 metres, 25 tackles with 0 misses. I mean, you can't ask more from SJ. Like, if you're gonna have a crack at him for his bad games, at least give him raps for turning something out like that in a big moment. That was a huge moment for the club. Imagine the pressure SJ would have been feeling before running out there. What if they go out and get towed up? I mean, his head is 100% on the chopping block. He come out and perform like that. You can say it's against the Tigers all you want. The Tigers are an NRL side. They're still going to be tough to beat. Timmy, what do you think about this game with the Warriors?
Yeah, it was a perfect little script, wasn't it? From the moment they walked out, and just in that first 20-odd minutes where it was just disallowed try, disallowed try, disallowed try, and every time it happened, the crowd would get up, and then they go, oh, and pulled it back.
Yep.
I think they were all like awarded as well and had them pulled back.
Yep.
And then it was the skipper Tohu crashing over for the first try in over 1,000 days at home.
Yep.
It was beautiful. And I tell you what, the bookies got that one wrong because the line wasn't too much in that one, but the Warriors were never losing that game of footy going home.
Yeah. Oh, I thought the same thing. I was like, they just won't. Like, they're playing for everything.
And that, like, And that was even before Reece Walsh got ruled out. They were just lacking genuine class on the end of that back line. If Reece Walsh plays, I reckon they put 50 on them.
Wouldn't there have been some bookies holding a heap of money on the Warriors watching Reece Walsh get ruled out?
Yeah.
And hearing Adam Fanua-Blake then thinking, oh, here we go. This could be huge for us.
Fanua-Blake had COVID all week. He went negative, I think, Saturday and then Canton played Sunday and played.
163 metres, 71 post-contact, 5 tackle breaks, 2 offloads for Adam Fanua-Blake after a week of COVID.
Pretty well. And I could be wrong, and I feel like just about every player who's had COVID this year and they've only had like 8 or 9 days haven't played. Like there can't have been many.
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely not. And some of them have taken a couple of weeks to, when they do get back, they don't play that great. So massive effort from Fanua-Blake. Ewan Aiken, 49 tackles, only 1 miss. I thought Jace Tavunga was outstanding in the front row. I thought he added exactly what the day needed, which was aggression, just to dominate in the middle there. His line speed was outstanding. Tohu Harris, even walking on the field, he was limping at the start of the game. As in before the game started, he was already limping. So his knee's clearly not fucking sweet. And yet he goes out and put a performance on like that. What a great moment for New Zealand. Look, I thought Ronald Volkman had some really decent moments. I think he had 1 error that he could have probably reeled in a little bit. But outside of that, 22 tackles, 0 misses. I think that Sean Johnson and Volkman really complement each other really well. I think Chanel Harris-Tavita had one of his better games. I just loved his attitude. He ripped and teared all game long. It was just a great performance. I thought Wateni Zalesniak, he brought the ball back with so much vigor. Holy shit. It's a really, really good win for the Warriors. And this is a kind of win we hope that they can just build some confidence, just go, okay, we got it out of our system. We're back home now. We can have this kind of a fortress for us and build on that and then really build on that. Was there anyone else that stood out for you boys?
I thought, obviously, Ewan Aiken was named in the centres during the week. Jack Murchie got ruled out, so they've moved Aiken back in. And obviously, defensively, they were moving Aiken out there because their edges have struggled. Adam Pompey came in yesterday, and granted, it was against the West Tigers, not the greatest team in the comp, but I thought defensively he did a really good job. I wouldn't.
And he struggled quite a bit with defence as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you see Aiken now probably stay in the back row.
I think he's a great back rower.
Yeah,
great back rower.
But when your edges are as poor as the Warriors have been this year, I can understand the move.
Well, Jesse Arthur's being back is really good. I think he's quite solid for them, Jesse Arthur's. He doesn't miss as many tackles in defence. If Pompey can continue this kind of form up in defence at least, then because their edges were just so brittle, so brittle. Yeah. So, look, I think Josh Curran is easing back into things as well. He just has that. He's almost like another version of Tohu with just the heart in the middle there, getting through a bunch of work. He revs the boys up. He's in everything. Great win for the Warriors. Great win.
It probably doesn't matter now, but, Chanel Harris-Tavita, is fullback maybe his spot?
Yeah, interesting. Really interesting because they toyed with it at the start of the year, remember, when Reece Walsh was he out or they moved him to 6? Anyway, they toyed with it at the start of the year, and I think I said to you, do you reckon they're putting Harris-Tavita there just to have a backup for Reece in case she goes down?
Walsh suspended first game, round.
Okay. I don't mind Chanel at the back there because he can get through the tough work too because he seems to love that shit.
He loves it.
I don't mind him at fullback. Now, obviously, you've got Reece Walsh. What do you do with him? Do you put Reece at 6 and Ronald to 14 or?
No, I think I'd still run with Reece at 1 and Chanel at 14. But it was interesting to see him in a different role. I thought he looked great. I don't know if I'd move this Warriors team around to fit him in, especially when he's not going to be there next year.
Yeah.
I thought he was good. I'd say, I was nervous when Jazz went down with that HIA early.
Oh, fuck.
Just...
He's so good for them.
It was the most Jazz thing to ever do. Go so hard in the opening minute that you knock yourself out.
He's so good. I love watching Joe Stavunga. He's such an old school player. Yeah. He would suit any era and thrive in it. Now, on to the Tigers. Mate, honestly, tough year. The year's done. Seriously. Letting go of Madge in the middle of the year has been a disaster. An unmitigated disaster. And it isn't the fact that they're losing, it's the way they're losing. The fact they couldn't score a try against the Warriors, that's crazy to me. their backs still got through a bunch of work, had a bunch of meters, so it wasn't like they couldn't get any go forward going. Hastings ran for 184 meters
Holy shit.
as a 7.
On one leg.
Like, what's going on? Like, what are we doing? So Jackson Hastings, 184 metres, 54 post contacts, 16 tackles, 0 misses. Like, you can't ask him to do any more as a 7. Like, very rarely do you see 7s move that much. I thought it was really interesting. There were periods where Brooks was 6, but then he moved to 9, and Dewey came on, and Dewey was bombing. And, mate, I just think that the call to get rid of Madge mid-season has absolutely derailed their season. And honestly, you could sit there and say, even with Madge there, they weren't getting very many wins. But I tell you what, I feel like they looked a lot they were just turning a corner, and I thought they looked a lot better than what they've... Ever since he's gone, they have looked like the old Tigers.
100%. Yeah, even if they weren't winning games, they were playing much better. They were looking much better. It's just fans were appreciating what they were doing more.
It's like the boys seemed like they were finally buying in. After all these years, they were finally buying into Madge's ways, and then boom.
That decision was made weeks before he obviously started to turn it around. It's just
for what too? Like,
yeah, exactly.
For what?
Right. Yeah,
you could have been negotiating with Serraldo.
It's not like you rushed out and signed someone.
That's what I'm saying.
You didn't even have someone fucking lined up.
You could have been negotiating with Serraldo, and you could have said to Serraldo, if you agree to take this job, we will be moving Madge on.
Yeah.
And keep it all under wraps so Madge doesn't know, because if you want to save money, so that Madge... Because if Madge finds out, then he can say, I'm not leaving, then they have to force pay him, blah, 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 all that kind of shit. You could have kept everything on wraps. The handling of this situation, in my opinion, it just has not worked. If you're going to get rid of Madge, it should have been 12 to 16 months ago. But again, as a club... You're in an even worse position. And I don't know what direction, like what is being put in place right now for them to go forward. They don't even have a coach for next year at the moment.
And I've said it before, but and I know it doesn't matter now, but I cannot believe they decided to sack him the week after a bye.
So
it just summarises how stupid the entire situation is, that they sat on their hands for 10 days when they could have said the Monday before to Brett Kamali, you got 2 weeks to prepare for your game instead of 4. Yeah. Here's
4
the hardest
days.
job in the NRL. Enjoy.
Yeah. And does Kamali even want to be a head coach?
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, or is he?
I think he does.
Okay, so he does want to be one.
Apparently, he's taking it very seriously, and he wants that role.
He's
next
been
year.
fast tracked into it very quickly. Like, I mean, I didn't even
as
an interim. Like.
Yeah, because I didn't even know he was on the radar. I thought he was just a good assistant coach, like that worked with halves.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was aspirations to be a head coach. Timmy, thoughts on the Tigers?
So, following last round, the Warriors had the worst defence in the competition, having conceded 53 more points than in 15th place, the Titans. And the Tigers couldn't put a point on them. Like, that's so grim. And look, I just think with the season done and dusted for them, they need to start trying to put a few things in place looking next season. And they have to drop Luke Brooks, I think, and run with a spine, even if for a month or whatever, of Laurie, Adam Dewey, Jacko Hastings, and then which of the 6 hookers they want to go from, and just see how that goes. Because the halves of Hastings and Dewey is quite exciting to me. Laurie's been very hit and miss this year. He's had his moments. He's had his shockers.
But is there any surprise that with Laurie in the climate he has to be trying? Like, as a rookie developing in that climate, is it any surprise? And I'm agreeing with you. Like,
yeah, and it's. I'm certainly not saying that all the problems are on Luke Brooks and because of him and he's losing them these games, but I just think like we make excuses for him and the Tigers year after year after year. The fact is they haven't played finals footy since 2010 or something. He's been halfback that whole time. At what point do you go, something's got to change?
Well, mate, what I don't get about the Brooks situation is like I actually think it's best for him that he goes somewhere else.
Yeah.
And I don't know who's advising him where, look, money is great. Like, of course, we all want to earn a lot of money and set our families up. That's, pretty much every bloke's dream is to make sure his family is secure. I think we can all agree on that. But surely someone could sit down with Brooks and go, mate, that extra $400 or $500K, it's not worth it, bro. You've already earned millions of dollars, like millions and millions of dollars. How about you take a pay cut, go to another club that, is a better system, and you can earn that money back when you become the half we all know you can be. That's what I'm not getting. Like, is he like whoever's advising him? Like, are they sitting there saying to him, "It's like, mate, stay, get that 1.2 million. It's absolutely worth it." I thought, like, what do you guys think about that?
Oh, definitely. And I'll just say, we've spoke about it before, but Newcastle just looked the perfect fit for him. And Newcastle being so, like, stacked in their forward pack, I just love for him just to do a little switch next season of, all right, maybe we'll give you a Tyson Frizzell or someone to add a bit of punch to your pack, and you can have Luke Brooks. And I just think it'll be a win for both clubs.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
I just think that they remind me of similar to what we talked about with Canterbury last year. They've got Api Kurosawa arriving. They've got Isaiah Papali'i. They have to work out who their halves is going to be next year. Now, if we get to next year and it's round 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and we're still fucking working out who's going to play what position, but they have to make hard calls now and stick with whatever hard call they make.
I think the call has to be Hastings, Dewey, and Laurie. That's your full. That's your spine.
Yeah.
Stick with it.
Stick with it no matter what.
No matter what the result is, no matter how poorly or whatever it goes, everything should be. And Timmy, you were already on this this sentiment. Everything should be planning for when Api Kurosawa and Papali'i arrive, because at the moment they're definitely not playing finals footy. They're playing so poorly they can't even score against the worst defensive side in the competition. What do they gain by continuing down this route? I do not know. But at the least, it's tough because they don't even know who the coach is going to be next year. But I'd almost be sitting down and go, okay, what team do we want to be next year? This is a team we want to be? Okay, let's begin preparing right now for that team. The thing is, the effort is there. Like, Offa Galway, 139 metres, 58 tackles, 3 tackle breaks. Like, the effort is there. It's just, they're just not gelling. Like, Dane Laurie, 130 metres, David Nofawaluma, 131, Toa, 129, Ken Momalo, 184. So, like, they're getting through meterage, but just not working. On
one silver lining, the kid that made his debut off the bench, the front rower, Fanua Pole, 6 runs, 61 metres, made 37 tackles, a couple of tackle breaks as well. So, congratulations to him on his debut. Solid.
Look at, Stefano Utukamanu. How do you say it again?
Utukamanu.
Utukamanu? Utoi Kamanu? Sorry, I forgot that wrong. I mean, I definitely got it wrong. Sorry. But the big fella Stefano, like last year, at the back end of the year, he was honestly one of the form front rowers in the comp. Now, with all this drama going on, all this instability, he hasn't been anywhere near as good as the player that we know he can be.
Yeah, that's his. Yeah,
I know he's been injured and in and out or whatever, but
hopefully he can turn a corner. But yeah,
but regardless of being in and out or whatever, he has not hit. Even when he comes back, like, he hasn't been anywhere close to what we know he can be. Like, you take Stefano to any of the big dog clubs, he would be tearing teams apart.
Oh, you know who, once again, I thought was the shining light? Luke Garner. Fuck, he's going to be good next year.
I bet you he kills it.
He's
So, look, tough times for Tigers. I feel, honestly, this is where I 100% feel sorry for the playing group, because they made it very clear that they wanted Madge to stay. There was a clear consensus from the playing group that they wanted Madge to stay. So you can't blame them for this decision. This was an admin decision of getting rid of Madge. And so they've been forced in this environment that just is not conducive to good footy. Now, final game of the round, Dragons versus Raiders. We'll just get straight to the big controversy. For the life of me, I cannot understand why the Raiders weren't given the option of a penalty. It's the last play of the game. Ben Hunt flops onto, he's already been tackled. Ben Hunt sees the tackle, runs over, jumps on top of him, boom, there's one penalty. He gives a 6 again away. Then, boom, Benny Hunt is 100% not even close to being square. And look, fair play to Benny Hunt. He did everything right to win that game. It's the ref that should get it right. Comes out, they call, it wasn't a penalty, they end the game. How is a 6 again beneficial when the score is 12-10 and you've got a penalty right in front? Please correct me if I'm wrong, but is it not at the ref's discretion as to whether they can blow a penalty or a 6 again? Could they not stop and go, I'm just going to give a penalty because this is getting ridiculous? Now, whether the Dragons would have gone on to win, I don't want to take anything away from the Dragons because they were really gutsy. I'm specifically speaking about the refs. That is a clear call that robbed the Raiders of a chance to level it up. That wasn't a 50 touch and go. They would have scored the next set, or we didn't get that call and we had all the momentum. That was an incorrect call. They should have been given a penalty and it should have been 12 all. And yet the game is over. Where is the video ref coming in and saying that's a penalty, that's a penalty, that's a penalty? Like, I feel super sorry for the Raiders. And you know what? I feel sorry for the Dragons too, because all we're going to be talking about is this terrible call that cost the Raiders a fair crack at ending that game. We'll get to Guru first.
Ballsy.
I just want to let Timmy marinate a little bit. Let him simmer and marinate on a little bit.
No, mate, I agree with you. I think it's. I think you could tell in the last 10 minutes of that game that the referee didn't want to decide that game, and I think Ben Hunt probably addressed that too. Realistically,
it was a
bullshit.
It was a veteran play by Benny Hunt.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, I think you got to give credit to Ben Hunt for that, for addressing that. Just make sure to get punched in the back of the head. Yeah, I'll let Timmy take it now, but I agree with everything you said, mate.
Yeah, well, just another day, another game for us scrappers from the nation's capital. Get given the short end of the stick by you big wigs up in Sydney who run the game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I'm a Queenslander, mate.
it was just a tough one. It was a really tough one because it was bullshit and it was a penalty and it should have been 12-all, golden point. And the Raiders were really poor. Let's not overlook that. They went into half-time, I think it was 8 down, and there was that enormous breeze behind their back coming into the second half. They had opportunities and they should have won that game without the without the referee intervention, but it was a tough way to finish off because we should have been going to golden point.
Yeah, and you're totally right. Let's not forget the Raiders made 15 errors. 15 errors. Look, we'll go to Dragons first. Dragons, look, it was a gutsy win. I think that it was one of those wins where it's kind of the win that you would sign those players for, the experienced players that just know how to find a way to get the win. We're not playing that well, but we're going to grind through it. I just want to talk about Moses Suli for a bit. I am so impressed with the player Moses Suli is turning into. He has arguably been, outside of Benny Hunt, he's been arguably their most consistent player. And Suli has been through so much in such a short career. He's gone through family tragedy. He's gone through getting released from clubs. He's gone through, not getting a crack at Manly because Des decided to stick with a certain centre. When I think if you look back at it now, you'd have to say, and again, maybe Manly couldn't afford him, but I reckon you'd have to say Des probably made the wrong call there. He probably should have kept Suli in the centres rather than Morgan or Brad Parker. Now, I don't know if it was a money thing and that's what was the reason why they went. And in Desi's defence, he did give Suli a crack when a lot of clubs wouldn't give him a crack. It's very easy for us to say in hindsight, but I think Suli has developed into a premier centre. I'd go as far to say as I'm surprised, if he is a New South Welshman, I'm surprised his name wasn't even discussed for that New South Wales spot. Now, that ship has probably sailed because they've got so many centres, but Moses Suli for me has been absolutely outstanding. He's a beast. He's consistent. He constantly, his tackle breaks is the second most tackle breaks of any centre in the competition. A bunch of tries, a bunch of metres. Statistically, he is right up there with the best centres in the competition, and I just wanted to give him a massive rap. Thoughts on Moses Suli, Guru?
Yeah, I never thought we'd talk about him like this, to be perfectly honest with you. He was always supremely talented. He always had a lot to offer, but the consistency was just always a killer. I think he's been very impressive for them. And, yeah, I mean, we do hear Lomax quite often thrown up in the New South Wales conversation, and I'm pretty sure Suli can play for the Blues. I'm pretty sure he can. He'd obviously was never going to get there this year.
I'm just talking about
should be in the
conversation. Yeah, I'm not talking about him making it.
Yeah, considering how often Lomax is in the conversation, Suli never is.
Well, I'd go as far to say is Suli's probably had a better year than Lomax. Even though Lomax has had those highlight moments early on in the year, I'd say consistency-wise, you'd probably give it to Suli at the moment.
Week to week, I think you go Suli. Yep.
Even though I think Lomax has been good this year, but I've just been so impressed with Suli. Yep. So impressed with Suli.
I agree.
Thoughts on Suli, Timmy?
Yeah, he reminds me a bit of had a similar career trajectory to Brenko Lee in coming in his early days. The talent was always undeniable, and it was probably more things off the ball, effort areas, effort in defence, getting across field, missed tackles, that sort of things that you wanted to see come into his game, and you've already touched on it. But what he's done with the last even couple of years, as much as even this year, the meters he's running for every single game. he's not missing many tackles. He's just everything he's done has become such a consistent performer, and he's just reaping the rewards for it. And what a pick up for the Drags the last couple of years.
Absolutely. And I just want to Benny Hunt, one of the great career turnarounds. Like seriously, the amount of shit he had to cop for one error in a grand final was outrageous. And I'm telling you, 99% of people would have been broken by that. They would have said, fuck this. They would have got a big contract. They would have gone to Super League. They would have been out of sight, out of mind, and they would have just fucking lived their life over in Europe. He would have torn that comp apart. Instead, he stuck it out. He kept grinding. And now I don't think you'd find a single Dragons fan that isn't absolutely stoked to have him at the club. And even on top of all that, Queensland fans as well. We appreciate Benny Hunt. And I just think Benny Hunt deserves his flowers while he's still in the game, because I've got so much respect for a bloke that could have how often have we seen players have these crazy poor moments and they never recover? Yep. They're never the same player because it just weighs on them so heavily. Benny Hunt has turned around, and I would say he's, outside of maybe 2015, best season of his career.
Yeah, I think this is the best season of his career. And, I would also argue that the time before this with the Dragons, I think a lot of the time he was just a scapegoat.
Yeah, for sure.
All of his other years haven't been as good as this year, but they've been nowhere near as fucking bad as people pretend they are. Nowhere near it. I think he's been a quality player for St George for a long time. And I mean, even when he does play poorly, it's not through a lack of effort.
Yeah.
No one tries harder than Benny consistently. I still think he's playing out of position.
Yeah.
But he's everything for this team.
Yeah. So good. So bloody good. Timmy, Benny Hunt?
Yeah. And just through all the adversity he's copped unfairly over his career, never has he ever blown up or whinged or pointed fingers to the blame game.
Yeah.
He's just copped it all on the chin and just gone about his own way.
Never had a sook once about it.
What a mentally tough dude.
Yeah, absolutely. Never come out and said, fuck this or fuck that or whatever. He's just kept his head down and worked tirelessly. And yeah, look, I think there'd be so many Dragons fans that are stoked that he came to the club. And as a Queenslander, I fucking love when he plays Origin. He always plays well. Outside of that, look, really good win for the Dragons. Really good win. They needed this win. Now, that makes it back-to-back. It was grindy. It was gritty. The Dragons now sit in the 8. It's a successful year for me. I think that's a great year for the Dragons. And I think that although some of the decision hooks always surprise me, at the end of the day, he went the money ball route and he recruited a side that could play finals footy. And they've, at the moment, they're in the 8. So far, that's a satisfactory year for me. They've also dealt with some big calls. Sloan being pulled out of the side. Amon, on the bench, it seems like Amon has cemented himself at that 6 role. He's getting better each week. I think it's great stuff for the Dragons. Great stuff. So, yeah, congratulations to the Dragons. Now, on to the Raiders. Thoughts on the Raiders, Timmy?
I had, going into the round, I thought Dragons in Wollongong starting to show a little bit of form, or coming off that win against the Rabbitohs. I'd actually tipped them. Further the weekend went on, that torrential rain that came down, I thought, you know what, this is going to play into the Raiders' hands. With their big forward pack, they can bash them through the middle, and hopefully the points will come off that and they can win in sort of a grinding affair, which the Raiders have become renowned for in last 4 or 5 years. They've lost a bit of it, obviously. So I thought the Raiders could get the job done, and as I said, they hung in that first half enough with that huge breeze behind the Dragons' back. They had 2 turnovers on the first tackle with 20 minutes to go, 20 in about 15 minutes to go. Jackie Whiten didn't find touch on that penalty late on where they got given their sniff, and you just thought they're going to come home here, one attacking set and they'll be right. They had their opportunities and they didn't take them, and played some pretty silly footy for mine.
Thoughts on Adam Ellett being moved to the bench from 13?
I mean,
he's literally been one of your best players at 13.
I was really pissed off at it when I first saw it. He did come on and play 50 straight, which I don't mind, but I think he's also proven that he can play 65 minutes and you don't need to limit him to 15.
Just go.
Yeah.
Just let him go. And if he gasses, he gasses. You bring someone else on.
Yeah.
I don't. He has been outstanding at 13. So much so that we're going, finally he's found his position. So much so that we said, we can see him at 13 for the Knights.
I think you'd argue a large amount of the Raiders' rejuvenation in the last sort of 6 to 8 weeks has come off the back of obviously Joe Tapney's incredible form and Adam Elliott getting more minutes.
Yeah.
Them two have just changed everything for me.
Absolutely. That makes no sense. And yeah, he still played 49 minutes, fair, but even the 49 minutes, 136 metres, 5 tackle breaks, 26 tackles, 0 misses, 2 offloads. Like, he should be playing 60. I don't understand that, putting him to the bench. Like, just give the bloke some time to build combinations as well. He's only been playing there for a month of footy or whatever. Very surprising that. Really, really surprising. I do not understand that decision whatsoever. Outside of that, look, I don't think this derails the Raiders that much at all. Like, yeah, okay, it's a heartbreaking loss. I still think they're absolutely in the fight for the 8. Raiders of old would have been blown off the park in that first half. They would have just been like, fuck, they just would have broken. Whereas this Raiders, they held on firm. They put themselves in a position to challenge for the game. So, yeah, look, blip on the radar. I still think they're going to challenge for an 8.
I think they'll be thereabouts. Obviously, against Dragons, it would have been a huge win to get.
Absolutely.
Where they're both placed. And eventually, for and against is going to play a role in this competition. Dragons, their for and against is -70. Raiders is -40. Roosters is +20 and Seagulls is about even. So they are going to, if the Raiders are going to play finals footy, they're going to have to win more games than the Roosters, the Seagulls and the Dragons because their for and against is not great.
So hopefully they can turn it around after this game quickly because, I thought they were on a bit of a run there. Really unlucky against the Broncos. Outside of that, they'd won like 4 of their last 5. So I don't think this is warning signs at all for the Raiders that they're going to go back to their start of the season form. Just they got a bit unlucky in a few calls, tough weather. Jackie didn't have the best game, unfortunately. But outside of that, they had a red hot dig. That is us done for the day. Follow SC Playbook 1 on Instagram, on Facebook, and subscribe to his podcast. Subscribe to the Rugby League Guru at Rugby League Guru, and subscribe to his podcast and follow him on Instagram and Facebook. And I'll go and fuck myself. Thank you.